conference, I'm excited and thrilled to announce that Warsaw Freedom Institute, an independent Polish think tank, is launching its operations in the United States. Why we are doing this? Because I believe that Poland is at a historical moment. We achieved enormous economic growth, becoming one of the most attractive places in the world to invest and to live. Over the last 35 years, Poland has reached the highest growth per capita among all OECD countries. Now we are one of those nations which allocates the biggest part of its budget to security. But at the same time, war is at our doorstep. This makes the situation both challenging and full of opportunity. We Poles and Americans have a long tradition of cooperation. From Puławski and Kościuszko to Polish soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder with American troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. Without Polish-American cooperation, Ukrainians wouldn't be able to survive the first months of Russian aggression. I'm happy that we are all here, and I wish you excellent discussions. Thank you to all our panelists, to our sponsor, to our partners, and to all you participants. And let me now introduce Jim Mazurkiewicz, the professor of Texas A&M, the largest American university. Jim is chairing Warsaw Freedom Institute board. Jim, over to you.
Hello, my name is Jim Mazurkiewicz. As chairman of the board of the Warsaw Freedom Institute, we too welcome each of you to the Warsaw Freedom Institute Inaugural Conference. The title of the conference, Poland-USA Relations in a New Era, Security and Business, is most timely and a first-of-its-kind event dedicated to exploring the future of U.S.-Poland cooperation through the lenses of security, energy, business, and shared democratic values. The Warsaw Freedom Institute, based in the United States, operates as a vital extension of the well-established Freedom Institute located in Warsaw, Poland. Our mission is to strengthen the geostrategic alliance between the United States and Poland, fostering shared values of freedom, democracy, and security through the leadership development and collaborative initiatives. Our vision is to establish a significant intellectual presence here in America, supporting Poland's role as a pivotal European leader and developing leaders who can navigate and influence the 3 C's initiative. Today, more than ever, we need more opportunity to share information, provide various insights, and dispel myths by creating a dialogue exchanging expertise. This is crucial for driving change, solving societal challenges, and gaining a better understanding of the issues. As a result, it fosters understanding, tolerance, and cooperation, which are essential for building peaceful societies. We encourage you to join our institute as a sponsor focusing on empowering the next generation of leaders. To quote Sir Francis Bacon, knowledge is power. Thank you to our speakers, our sponsors, and for your participation in this inaugural event.
Thank you, Jim. You could see these beautiful flags of Texas and Poland, but we are going to cooperate with Texas, but also we want to cooperate with all American states, from east to the west and from north to the south. One important information, you can all ask questions. Send us questions, we'll choose them and we'll ask to our guests. And now, finally, our first guests. All our guests are important, but the first 2 are the most important because they are both responsible for our security. So let me introduce Lieutenant General Karol Dymanowski, who is with us in studio. Welcome, General.
Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon and good morning for those who are joining us from the United States.
Thank you for being with us. And this is the first keynote speech. I'm so thrilled. And so the floor is yours.
Thank you. So first and foremost, thank you very much for the invitation for this opening conference of the Warsaw Freedom Institute. It is a great pleasure to be among so many experts to discuss cooperation between Poland and our strategic partner, the United States. And today we are going to debate about different aspects of the Polish-American cooperation, but as the Vice Chief of Defense, not surprisingly, I will focus on defense and, to be precise, on deterrence and defense, which nowadays should be a cross-governmental and cross-societal effort with overlapping military and civilian responsibilities. So that is why I do believe, I do hope that even though given by myself by a soldier, my speech, my opening remarks will be relevant and interesting for all participants of this conference. But because of this complexity of today's deterrence and defense, and conscious of time, I will offer just a few, but in my opinion, essential considerations, and I will do it through the prism of three elements, 3 C's: capabilities, communication, and credibility, which are the main pillar of deterrence and, if necessary, defense. So let's start with the first C, capabilities. Despite growing numbers and capabilities in every military domain, the Polish armed forces still need support from the US and other allies, especially when it comes to some critical and decisive capabilities. For example, deep precision strike, strategic targeting, strategic intelligence, and electronic warfare. At the same time, Poland gives an important contribution to the US and allied deterrence and defense in at least 3 areas. So the first one is logistics and infrastructure. So Poland is essential for enablement and reinforcement of any US or allied operations on the eastern flank of NATO. Secondly, force projection. So Poland is crucial for fast force deployment to the most exposed regions and against the most dangerous and the most likely military threats here in Europe. And finally, military potential. So Poland has the biggest military force along the eastern flank of NATO and one of the biggest in Europe, so we can provide quantity and quality to support US and other allies. So to put it briefly, our cooperation should cover the entire spectrum of military capabilities to enhance reach, speed, accuracy, mobility, survivability, and lethality of our forces. And with that, I would like to move on to the second C, communication. So basically, broadly speaking, communication can be done in 2 ways. Firstly, by words, so verbal. So it is a strategic communication to our allies, to our societies, and our opponents. And secondly, by actions. So a physical communication, and peacetime, it will be done mainly by military exercises and force posture. And we need American support and cooperation both in verbal and physical communication. So we need clear messaging, realistic pledges, but even more, we need US military presence here in Poland to demonstrate our readiness and unity. And finally, our cooperation in the field of capabilities and communication should produce the last and the ultimate pillar, which is credibility. And credibility is not a physical phenomenon, so it cannot be measured, but most importantly, it cannot be divided. So if you lose credibility in one region, you may also lose it in other parts of the globe, for other allies and for other adversaries. So Poland and NATO need the US, but at the same time, the US still needs Poland and other allies to maintain credibility here in Europe and thereby elsewhere in the world. So in conclusion, I would like to underline that the US is by far the most important member and a bedrock of NATO, and hence our Polish strategic ally. Therefore, Poland, with its growing economic and military potential, will continue security cooperation with the United States, and we can support the US armed forces with regards to the 3 C's. So capabilities, communication, and at the end of the day, credibility. And here in Poland, in Warsaw, with the General Staff, we fully understand that in the face of the current very dynamic and challenging security situation and environment, complacency is not an option any longer. So we cannot stick with fallacious assumption that there is no threat and we have time. We must take some audacious actions and decisions, expedite and intensify our efforts to deter, and if necessary, in the worst case scenario, to defend. And we should continue to do it together with the US and our allies. Because as Winston Churchill once said, there is only one thing worse than fighting with allies, and that is fighting without them. And that concludes my speech. One more time, thank you very much for the invitation and for having me. Have a great conference with inspiring speeches and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General, but you will stay with us for some time. We will be able to talk. But now, since we have a Polish general, we will ask American general for its keynote speech. We move now to Brussels, where there is NATO headquarters, but there is American general there, Major General Matthew van Wanegen, SHAPE's Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations. General, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and friends of the Warsaw Freedom Institute, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. In this dynamic global landscape, the strength and resilience of our relationships are more essential than ever. We must seek every opportunity across all elements of society to collaborate and build trust. So I applaud the Warsaw Freedom Institute for everything you are doing to strengthen our relationships between the United States and Poland. Your efforts promote the leadership and discourse that will help us navigate our shared challenges we've been navigating together for centuries. Our bonds were even rooted in the founding of our great nation when General Kazimierz Pulaski, after fighting for Poland's independence, came to America and fought alongside the Continental Army, a Polish Army officer committed to pursuing the same freedoms for both nations, who ultimately gave his life for the American cause. Forged in the American Revolution, these close military ties remain today, which we see at every level, from our tactical formations to our unique strategic capabilities, from our junior cavalry scouts to our most senior defense officials. We've fostered relationships through the National Guard State Partnership Program for over 3 decades, with dozens of training events and exchanges between the state of Illinois and Poland each year. And hearkening back to our roots, I think it's telling that Illinois still celebrates Kazimierz Pulaski Day every March. Service members are also guests in Poland. Camp Kukushki in Poznan is home to the U.S. American 5th Corps, the United States Army's forward-based corps headquarters. We've forward deployed a rotational divisional headquarters to Poland in support of Operation Atlantic Resolve since 2015, with brigade combat teams, aviation units, and logistics elements. We have a generation of soldiers, especially within our armored forces, who have served in Poland, trained alongside Polish counterparts, and have been welcomed in the Polish communities with open arms. This past November, at a ceremony with President Duda, we highlighted the capabilities of the Aegis Ashore missile defense system in Warsaw, operated by U.S. troops on Polish soil. Under the command and control of NATO, this system protects the U.S. and allies throughout the Euro-Atlantic area. So the Polish-American military connection remains strong at every echelon, bound together by years of history and a shared commitment to our common values. This relationship also fits within the broader backdrop of NATO and the European security, with Poland just having celebrated 26 years in the alliance this past March. Since joining in 1999, it didn't take long for Poland to demonstrate its value to the alliance, deploying forces to Kosovo and consistently providing sizable contingents in Afghanistan and participating in the AWACS early warning mission. Then 3 years ago, the strategic landscape was fundamentally altered with Russia's full-scale invasion of the Ukraine. Throughout this geopolitical upheaval, Poland recognized the urgency of the threat and acted for the Polish population situated on NATO's eastern flank. The risk was real, it was close to home, so when the alliance shifted focus from crisis management operations back to collective defense, Poland emerged as a leader. In recent years, Poland has undertaken the most ambitious military modernization program in Europe, acquiring new equipment, expanding the Polish armed forces and strength, hardening national resilience with territorial defense forces. This all ensures that Poland is not just defending its own borders, but reinforcing NATO's deterrence posture along the eastern flank. Critically, these defense modernization efforts are backed by concrete investments as well. Poland is leading the alliance and spending a percentage of the GDP, the first ally to reach 4% in decades and heading towards 5%. Deterrence is not only as strong as the forces behind it, the defense expenditures is improving forces' readiness for their warfighting mission. Poland is also working alongside its neighbors so that the allies can rapidly move forces and equipment in case of crisis or conflict, in coordination with the Joint Support and Enabling Command, the Netherlands, Germany, and Poland, who helped establish the first military mobility corridor, reducing bureaucracy and logistical barriers for our formations. And Poland has been one of the most vocal and active supporters of the Ukraine, providing military aid, humanitarian assistance, and logistical support. It has also taken in over 1 million Ukrainian refugees, demonstrating a firm commitment to European security. While we can take great pride in the strength of the Polish-American relations and Polish contributions to NATO, we must also stay vigilant in facing the challenges ahead. There is no replacement for hard power. We must all continue modernizing our individual nations' capabilities so that collectively, NATO remains the strongest, most effective military alliance in the history of the world. Poland's leadership in this effort is invaluable. It is showing us not only the resolve to strengthen defense of its own sovereign territory, but also the willingness to enhance collective defense across the entire alliance. At the same time, we have opportunities to continue deepening Polish-American cooperation and our military's interoperability with our own defense industry and through the Warsaw Freedom Institute's initiative to create ties throughout civil society. Our nation's bond is just not a matter of convenience. It's built on shared history, shared sacrifice, and shared commitment to freedom and security. Together, we will continue to uphold the values that define both our nations and ensure that future generations live in a world that is safer, more secure, and free. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, General, for your excellent speech. So we had two keynote speeches by two generals, Polish and American, and now we will be able to take live with both of them. But I'm not alone in the studio. I'm joined by Marek Magierowski, former Polish ambassador to the US and now the director of the Strategy for Poland program at Freedom Institute in Warsaw.
Good morning and good afternoon.
Andrew Michta, senior fellow of Atlantic Council and our lecturer of our leadership school in Poland.
Good afternoon and good morning.
And we have a General Dymanowski already. We have already talked, and I believe we will be joined in a minute by General Matthew van Wagenen. And I have we are already connected. Good afternoon, because I think good afternoon because General is in Brussels. So I will start with first question to both of you generals. Well, we mentioned the historical ties, which are, of course, very strong. And while we hope that NATO will remain strong and our allies will remain strong, political dynamics can shift. Given these uncertainties, how shall we build a robust military partnership between US and Poland? General Dymanowski.
Thank you very much for the question. Before I start, hello, Mark. Very good to see you again. Thank you very much for joining me and helping me out with this, answering these tricky questions. So I would like to echo what I already said in my opening remarks. I think that we have at least three pillars along which we should develop our cooperation, both with the US and in NATO. So that will be capabilities, so building up military capabilities. And this is much more than just military part of the house, because it should cover also the technological cooperation and industrial cooperation, very important. Then, of course, the communication part, which is extremely important. So this is both strategic communication, which shall be coordinated and coupled with the proper force posture and military exercises. And finally, as I said, credibility, which is the utmost and the most important element of this deterrence and defense here in Poland, for the US, and I believe for the entire NATO. And as always, an extremely important element is a personal and social cooperation. And we have been doing that with the US for a couple of years, and we should continue, because the people are the most important element of this cooperation. People are not in organization, people are organization. That's why I'm stressing this element.
General van Wagenen, how do you see that?
Hey, well, first of all, again, thanks for bringing me in live. It's good to see Dr. Michta there. Carol, good to see you. You know, I think the strength militarily between the relationship between Polish military forces and the U.S., I would offer up, is at an all-time high. But like anything, like in marriage, you got to sustain that and you got to continue that. So I think the most important things over the next 12 to 24 months is that the U.S. forces that are rotational in Poland, some of them full-time in Poznan, continue to train collectively under the NATO defense plans, building readiness, both not only between Poland and the United States, but also for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And I think the two premier forces of the United States and the U.S., have a unique advantage because of a long history over the past 7 to 8 years as the U.S. has committed more rotational forces into Poland. And that's both at the strategic level, to integrated air missile defense, all the way down to the tactical level. So I think the opportunities are endless. And I think the work by U.S. Fifth Corps and some of the other full-timers over there, we're going to see even stronger commitments to each other. Thank you.
You mentioned that we should train the rotational forces in Poland. But in Poland, there is a robust discussion about establishing permanent American forces in Poland. What is your opinion about that, General van Wanegen? And of course, then General.
So I think from a U.S. standpoint, not speaking for the U.S. Army in this, they've been very clear that the rotational model that's in Poland right now is the one that will continue. The exception to that is some permanently established command and control that exists over at Poznan. So I think the current model, and I will tell you, it works. It brings readiness. The most effective thing it does is it allows forces to rotate into Poland, to establish the relationships. That's what we don't want to do if we go into crisis. Understand the terrain, understand the environment. So I think the rotational model is advantageous to both Poland and the United States, with the exception of some exquisite capabilities like command and control that exist in Poznan.
General Dymowski?
Well, of course, first and foremost, Matt, thank you very much for all the US troops we have currently in Poland. And yes, even though this is a rotational model, every day we have a few thousand of American troops here in Poland. So it is perceived as a permanent presence of US troops. Of course, ideally, we like to have much more and on a daily basis, on a permanent basis, but we fully understand the commitment and the bandwidth of the American forces. And the model we currently have is working very good. Of course, there is always some place to improve, especially when it comes to the infrastructure. That includes not only proposition and stocks, but also training infrastructure for the American troops. Plus, we shouldn't forget about other domains, because most of the time we focus on the land domain, but we have also American presence in the air domain, in the cyber domain, and in the information domain, which is not less important than this physical boots on the ground. As I said, this is extremely important to build this relationship and preparing the infrastructure.
I'll ask another difficult, a little bit political question, which I know that I should rather ask politicians than generals. But since I have this opportunity, let me ask you if Poland should be considered for participation in NATO nuclear sharing program. General Dymowski.
Indeed, very tough and difficult.
A very ballistic question.
Yes, yes, very ballistic question. And it is always a very sensitive issue to debate about the nuclear posture. But I believe that in the face of very aggressive Russian nuclear rhetoric, we, NATO, we should reconsider our nuclear posture. I'm not saying that it should cover all the nations and all the frontline nations, but I think we'd at least reconsider our posture, and we should prepare maybe some other options for communicating our deterrence and defense in the nuclear, the highest level in this escalation ladder. And because Russia has deployed recently nuclear weapons in the Kaliningrad region, in Belarus, I think it is fair for us, for Poles, to ask for something more from NATO and try to think about expanding this nuclear umbrella. But still, we have this nuclear umbrella already, as we are a member of NATO, and I know that is very sensitive and highly political issue to debate on, but I think it is something we should discuss, and this debate is very necessary, because even a debate is kind of a signal to the other side that we are thinking and we are talking about it.
General van Wanegen, shall we expand the nuclear umbrella over Poland?
You know, so first of all, I'm down here. I live in Mons. That's the military headquarters for SAC here. The political headquarters is up in Brussels. They would be better probably poised to ask that question since it is political. But I will offer this up to you. It kind of expands on what Carol just said. You know, we have a nuclear deterrent in NATO that is ready and that covers the entire alliance. So it exists right now. The alliance is covered by the nuclear deterrent that is exercised, that has plans against it. So I think as it exists right now, it works. Where if it was to be expanded, where that goes, that definitely sits with the North Atlantic Council. I really couldn't comment on that.
Thank you. Marek?
Since we are conducting this conversation in a very specific geopolitical context, we're facing the war in Ukraine basically on our doorstep. I have a very specific and maybe a little bit ticklish question to General van Wanegen. By the way, it's a pleasure to meet you and to converse with you. General, during my stint as Polish ambassador to the US, I had, as you can imagine, numerous meetings with the American military. And I was invariably impressed by their competence, their experience, and their expertise on contemporary Russia. I was sometimes, believe me or not, pleasantly flabbergasted by their familiarity with the Russian culture, sometimes even language. So many of them spoke excellent Russian. My question to you would be, when we will see politicians in the US, and especially in some Western European countries, who would understand Russia as extraordinarily as the American generals?
Yeah, that's quite the question there. I think when you start talking about the Russian IQ, particularly at the military level, and I'll talk for the military level, inside of NATO, inside of many of the nations, I would offer the IQ of understanding both not only Russian military doctrine and strategy, how the politics is linked to it, understanding the Kremlin. I would offer you 2 to 3 years ago, it was at a very low level in general across the entire alliance. I think with the reinvasion of the Ukraine, the evolution now is we go back into collective defense for the alliance against an agreed upon threat from 32 nations, and that's Russia and terror groups. We've seen the IQ and the understanding of how Russia does business, both militarily and also in their destabilization campaigns that are ongoing right now. I think it's really went up quickly. I understand what you're saying there in the political level, but I also think it's incumbent upon military leaders at all levels to help educate their appropriators, their ministers, their leaders. So some of that's incumbent upon the military to help them understand what's going on in the Ukraine right now, the attrition warfare there, how warfare has advanced so quickly. So some of that's incumbent upon not only the generals, but at all levels to educate their elected leaders. Thank you.
Andrew, would you like to ask?
Well, first of all, both gentlemen, General Dymanovsky, General Van Wagenen, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be present here at this conference. Greatly appreciate that. As you know, I've spent a lot of time working with the U.S. military and our allies in the theater, and I was always struck by how working together builds personal relationships. Could both of you maybe comment on what lessons have we learned for how the Polish and the American military cooperate from those years now of working together, especially in the context of the war in Ukraine? Because as General Dymanovsky said, institutions, including the military, are really about the people who make them work. So where do you see the greatest strength in the Polish-American military cooperation? And even if you could bring it to an individual level, not just the unit or leadership level, because I think that's what makes people stand up for each other. So if you don't mind, Matt, let me start with you, comment on that, and I'll turn to General Dymanovsky.
Yeah, Andrew, it's a great question. It might be the most important one. I think the military relationships. Now, listen, as we know, I'm an Army officer, I'm a NATO officer, but these relationships started almost 2 decades ago in places like Afghanistan with Task Force White Eagle on Highway 1 in Ghazni. I was there. One of my DCGs at the time, was a Polish general. Many of these relationships has transcended. Carol's a friend of mine. We both served at SHAPE together. We both worked together in deterrence and defense on a daily basis. One of my peers, Adam Yokes, who commands Polish 2 Corps in Krakow, we served together for 18 months. We served together in the beginning of the crisis and the reinvasion of the Ukraine. These relationships are critical because what it allows us to do is pick up the phone and have conversations and work through issues. And I could go down the line of, many Polish generals that I'm friends with, that I converse with on a regular basis. But these are the essential relationships that they can't be enacted during a crisis. These are the relationships, if we do go into a crisis, they're going to have the contact points to exchange information and understand it many others won't have. And I will tell you, even down to the tactical level, our tactical commanders that come into Poland rotationally, the relationships they build there, many of those commanders and officers return, they're essential. And what's allowed me to do is understand Poland, understand the culture, and understand if we needed to go into crisis or conflict, how to defend Poland. So great question, Andrew. I appreciate you asking that.
Thank you. General?
Yeah, I think these personal relations are just priceless. And at the beginning of our membership in NATO, we got, and we are still receiving, a great support from the US personnel. And we had very careful, steep learning curve at the very beginning. Now I think that there are more equal partners in discussion. But first and foremost, we have learned a lot from the US personnel about the culture and philosophy of NATO and the Western military at the very beginning. That is extremely important element. Then we got a lot of support when it comes to the training and experience with using the military equipment, because most of our equipment has been procured in the US. So it is extremely important to get the support from the US personnel. And of course, these relations we have established with common mission, with common working, are just prized, because then we can speed up all the processes. Of course, we are soldiers, so we have to stick with the rules and procedures when we can speed up the processes, because we know each other. We just can pick up the phone and have a direct conversation, iron out any differences and move ahead, which is extremely important, especially now in a very dynamic and challenging environment. So this is extremely important, and it is just priceless when I'm talking about the support we have been receiving from the US personnel.
Thank you. Thank you, General.
We have received a question from a gentleman from Żnin, the city of Żnin. Mr. Robert asked both of you, how do you assess Poland's role as a logistical and operational hub for supporting Ukraine? General Dymanowski.
I think that the Polish role is just critical, not because of the sheer geography, but also because of the similar culture we have with the Ukrainian nation. So for us, it's much easier to communicate with them, to support them, and to facilitate the support from the other nations, from our allies. So that's why we have established on the second day of the war, the logistic hub here in Poland, in Rzeszów, J-Town, and through which over 90% of the total military support goes to the Ukraine. So I think it's extremely important. But this is not only important because we are close to the Ukraine, but we can also transfer some lessons learned and experience from Ukraine to other allies. And I think that we are just a great communication channel between Ukraine and NATO and other allies and partners which are supporting Ukraine. So this is extremely important, I think. And I couldn't imagine this scale of the military support without Polish territory and the Polish commitment.
Thank you. General von Wanigan?
Yeah, and I think it goes beyond the U.S. With NATO officially last July during the Washington summit, getting into the training and support of the Ukrainians. Not only does it bring bilateral cooperation between the United States and Poland that has gone on over the last 3 years, but now you have all 31 other nations working with Poland in Czechoslovakia and other places to support the Ukrainians. So without the firm cooperation from the Polish government and military that helps NATO every day up there accomplish this mission, it couldn't be done. So it's just essential. And from a NATO standpoint, certainly from SHAPE, we thank the Poles for this every day of allowing us to continue these activities. Thank you.
Another question we got from Lucia Kennan from New York in the United States. What is the state of reform of command and control system, both at the NATO level and at the national level? Are they compatible? General von Wanigan.
So it's a great question. Allied Command Operations, who are the military command structure that run NATO every day, we have just transformed really from the analog into Palantir and Maven Smart System. That IT system that's being fielded right now across NATO command structure is going to transform how the alliance does business every day militarily. So that's a huge step forward. Maven Smart System. It was chosen by 32 nations, but it's going to take us into the AI environment and give us information dominance, and that is being put into effect right now. How that ties to the other nations, many of these are national choices, but this was the choice of 32 for their military command structure.
Thank you. And maybe I will ask another question to General Dymanowski. The question came from Warsaw now, from Mr. Konrad Lukomski, who asked, in your view, what are key areas of improvement for military force on eastern flank?
I think that the very important element is building up these deterrence capabilities on the eastern flank of NATO. So starting from the first posture, from the military exercises, and then moving to the military capabilities. And I think that those are the most important because whenever we speak about the weapon systems, so the weapon systems which can do harm, because that's the best deterrent, the deterrence element. So that's why I think deep precision strike, but covering all the sensor to shooter. So it is first strategic intelligence, then of course command and control, and then deep precision strike. That's extremely important. Electronic warfare is becoming more and more important. This is one of the key lessons learned from war in Ukraine. So we have to put it on the front burner once again, because it has been kind of neglected for the last couple of years. And I also believe that there is no escape from dronization, so more unmanned systems in all domains, not only in aerial domain, plus, of course, emerging and disruptive technology, including artificial intelligence and, for example, quantum elements. They are mostly exported. But still, as we are here in the eastern flank of NATO, it is not only about technology, because technology itself is not enough to deter, especially to deter Russia, because Russia is always been about mass, numbers, and heaviness. So we need also mass and numbers. That's why we're building up military force here in Poland. So it is the right balance between quantity and quality.
The last question is related to one of our next panel discussion, because we will discuss the role of Northern Eastern corridor, Northern Eastern NATO flank. Can the Northern Eastern corridor become a key strategic partner for US in Europe? General von Wanigan, what's your view?
Well, I think they are. I mean, it's certainly, if you start talking, you got to look at the eastern flank, northeastern flank. You really need to start at Telemark, and you need to go through Finland, the second newest member of NATO, obviously, into Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. These are strategic partners for the United States. The United States has, we've got committed forces there, rotational right now. Many of those nations are buying U.S. weapon systems right now, particularly, as Carol said, long-range strike, HIMARS, and other systems. And I think the strategic cooperation up there, not only for the United States, but for NATO, is as we refine our defense plans of the eastern flank, this strategic alliance up there is getting even stronger. Thanks.
General Dymanowski, how do you see the role of Northern Eastern NATO flank in the whole new security architecture?
I fully concur with what is said by Matt. So I think this Nordic corridor is already a strategic partner for the US and the entire NATO, because it is the most exposed area. So we have to put a lot of attention to this area. But at the same time, this is not about focusing just on one region, because it's all about multi-regional approach, because Russia is never one-directional. They always think through the prism of different directions, so we have to be ready for challenges also in other regions. But this is an extremely important element. And as Matt said, this is about common exercises, about common equipment, common weapon systems, common procedures, and of course, common command and control in terms of organization and in terms of technology.
Short comment by Andrew.
Yeah, not just a comment about what was said, but just a thought as I was listening to both of you gentlemen, how important it is to have two flag officers, two senior leaders from the military, one Polish, one American, in this gathering at this moment, as we're trying to forge stronger, even stronger Polish-American relations. To have you gentlemen here share with us your views of what the key issues are and actually seeing the compatibility and the coming together of the two great organizations. So I wanted to thank you for your service, gentlemen, and most of all, for being here to support this great project.
So you replaced me. I want to say thank you. General Dymanowski, thank you so much. General Van Wanegem, it was great to have you here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
For decades, Poland and the United States have shared values, geopolitical interests, as well as a common perception of opportunities and threats on the global stage. We've been friends, partners, and steadfast allies, regardless of political affiliations of subsequent governments in Warsaw and in Washington. Poland has always been an advocate of robust US presence in Europe, both economically and militarily. More than 90% of Poles hold a favorable view of America and Americans, a remarkable asset we can build on, strengthening and enhancing our political ties. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting another segment of our conference, this time devoted to political relations between Poland and the United States, which is a topic, of course, which is very deeply and intricately related to the conversation we have just held a few minutes ago with our generals. We are going to speak with two distinguished speakers, guests from America, Congressman Tom Swatsey from New York City, the Republican Senator John Cornyn, Michał Kobosko, who is a member of the European Parliament and also representing the ruling coalition in Poland, and Maciej Przydacz, the former Foreign Affairs Advisor to President Duda and a former Deputy Foreign Minister. We'll start with a message from the Republican Senator from Texas, Mr. John Cornyn.
Hi, I'm Texas Senator John Cornyn. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. I'm proud to support a strong U.S.-Poland relationship in Congress, which is built on shared priorities, respect for human rights, and a commitment to freedom. It's encouraging to see Poland step up and answer President Trump and Secretary Rubio's call for NATO countries to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. The world is becoming increasingly dangerous, as you know, and I applaud Poland's efforts to lead the way so others will follow. Together, we can create a future of lasting peace and security. I look forward to many more years of friendship with Poland and our NATO allies. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you so much. It's always good to see and to hear true friends of Poland in American Congress. Now, let me introduce to you Michał Kobosko. As I said, now a member of the European Parliament, also representing the ruling coalition in Poland, and last but not least, the former head of the Atlantic Council's office in Warsaw.
We have constant discussions on the daily basis in the European Parliament about the armaments purchases and whether European countries, the member states of the European Union, should be solely buying and purchasing armaments within the European defense contractors. And my answer has always been, you should not just choose that you love your mom or your daddy, because we do, as Poland, we do have many contracts signed with American contractors, and these are extremely serious contracts and purchases for the Polish armed forces, and we will cooperate with American partners. We will buy the purchases and buy this equipment, and we will stick to our partnerships with American companies that are delivering to Poland. These are the critical purchases for the Polish armed forces. Saying that, yes, we have to spend much more on European defense, meaning our armed forces, but meaning also our defense industries. Defense industries which need to be developed in Europe. They were not until recently. You could easily say that Mr. Putin forced us to start thinking seriously about our own security for the very first time since the end of the Cold War here in Europe. So therefore, yes, we need to spend as well with the European defense industry. We have to start cooperating among the member states of the European Union, because we did not have such a cooperation in defense industries or joint defense purchases among the countries belonging to the European Union. But this is not 0-1. This is not black and white. I belong to the liberal group in the European Parliament called Renew Europe. This group has a big representation of the French politicians from President Macron's party Renaissance, and they are pushing hard to make us kind of decide or pick by European, by just European. Sometimes they just mean by French. And our answer is that we will be buying from European contractors, from European defense industries, including Polish defense companies, but we will also stick to our contracts with United States, and since this is the best equipment available on the market, and we need this equipment to be delivered as soon or even sooner from the United States, that we need to keep cooperating with the US and play on these two areas, in these two fields, with both the European and American partners. Poland has been a very loyal partner of the United States. I believe in these ties, in these bonds. You could say, and I tend to say pretty often, that US presidents come and go, such as European prime ministers, all the members of the European Parliament, they come and go, while the European-American bond should be there forever. We are the closest partners. Poland is one of the key allies and partners of the United States in Europe, and we have to make sure that this will continue into the future. Our security, global security, but also regional security, security of Poland is seriously endangered right now. And this is why we cannot just say and listen to those who are saying, forget the links, the transatlantic links, we should solely concentrate on our European cooperation. Yes, for Poland, being part of the European Union, being part of the European project is absolutely fundamental. At the same time, being in a very close relations with the US is also fundamental for our security today and for our security tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Michał. Let me welcome now Mr. Tom Swartzy, an honorable member of the House of Representatives representing New York City. Mr. Swartzy, good morning and good afternoon.
Dzień dobry. I'm happy to join
I expected that. Mr. Swartzy, I vividly remember the last conversation we held in Washington, D.C., roughly a year and a half ago. We talked mostly about the war in Ukraine and Poland's role in this new geopolitical configuration. And I have to tell you, frankly, I still appreciate your friendship and expressions of sympathy towards Poland and Poles. But let me start this conversation with an unusual question. We are both Catholics. No wonder in your case, considering your last name and also the Polish roots of your wife, if I may disclose this tiny detail. So for a few days, we've had a new boss, Pope Leo XIV. You are privileged because the new pontiff is your fellow countryman. We used to have ours, John Paul II, as you perfectly remember. My question to you would be, how will this election influence global politics and also relations between our countries, between Poland and the United States? John Paul II was not only a spiritual leader of the Catholic Church, but also a very important political figure.
Well, let me first point out, and I didn't plan it, but this picture behind me right here, this is a picture of my wife and I being blessed by Pope St. John Paul II on our honeymoon in 1993 in Rome. It was a very, very moving experience for my wife and I. And we're excited about the new Pope. And I think that I'm looking forward to him uniting the church and to try and promote the concepts of love and forgiveness and not judging each other, and also trying to promote peace in the world. And we need his help, I think, especially when considering our conversation today, to try and promote a peace with Ukraine and Russia. But if you follow the same feelings of St. John Paul, we can't appease Russia in the process. We can't let Putin feel that he's going to be rewarded for what he did by invading Ukraine in the first place. And so that would be no different than World War II when we appeased Hitler. So we can't let, we want peace, and blessed are the peacemakers, but we also have to make sure that we don't reward Putin for his actions.
Do you think that President
Putin... I think the Pope could play a very big role in that.
Do you think that President Putin is not being punished enough by the collective West?
Well, I don't think that, he's being punished in that he's losing a lot of people, but I don't know that that's what matters to him. And I think that it's very important when making a final deal for peace that the territorial gains and the financial consequences for what's transpired already cannot be too gentle on him. And we have to make sure that everybody in the collective West is participating in our efforts to enforce the sanctions and not doing business with him. And I think there's been some very good things that have happened. Who would have thought when the war first broke out that the Germans would stop taking the oil from them. So what happens with that in the future is a very, very important factor, I think.
Changing tack a little bit and switching to our bilateral relations. Mr. Swartzy, President Trump, in spite of his long-lasting criticism of Europe, has always appreciated Poland's efforts aimed at ramping up its defense capabilities. Can Poland's role in Europe, in the European security architecture, increase even further, especially in light of strained relations between Washington and some major Western capitals?
Well, I think that Poland is a great example. They're leading by example. The money that they've invested in their defense, more than any other country as far as a percentage of GDP. The fact that they've been such a loyal friend to Ukraine and taking in refugees and supporting the military efforts. I went into Rzeszów and J-Town and took the train into Ukraine and met with your military commander. I can't remember what his name is. But I think they've done a great job leading by example. And I think that Poland, with its history, is very, very vigilant and remains vigilant as to the threats that they face, potential threats they face from Russia. I can't begin to tell you how it's indelibly imprinted in my mind. In your military commander's office, there was a topographical map that showed the mountains in the region, and it was so obvious that if Russia was ever to roll through Ukraine, there's nowhere else to go except straight into Poland, based upon the geography of the region. So I think that Poland's history with the Russians, with the Soviets, with other European partners, makes it very, very cognizant of how real a potential threat could be. And I think that they're leading by example and encouraging other members of the collective West, as you referred to it earlier, to be as vigilant as they are, and is doing that by example. And I think that we need to continue to build our relationship with Poland. I know there's 10,000 troops or so that are there that rotate in and out, and there's been talk about a permanent base. And that's something I think that if both of our countries could figure out a way forward on that, we should really seriously consider that.
Marcin Przydacz is joining us live, the former Foreign Affairs Advisor to President Duda. Welcome. Marcin, same question to you. Do you think that under the second Trump presidency, Poland's role in this new security constellation, especially after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, will change or will remain unchanged?
Well, once again, thank you very much for having me, and it's good to see you, Ambassador Magierowski, dear Marek, my old good friends, as we used to work together a couple of years ago. Thank you for this question. Of course, it's all up to us. It's not only up to the international situation around us, but also up to us, up to Poland's ambitions, whether we really want to play a key role with regard to that. Because having in mind what President Trump thinks about Poland, what's the image of Poland in his eyes, I think we do have a role to play. Having in mind the geography and the fact that we are neighboring not only Ukraine, but also Russia, Belarus, that we are a leader of the entire region of the Central Europe, or the Three Seas initiative, Bucharest 9, we do have a possibility to play a vital role with regard to that. But the question is whether our political elites are ready to do that. Are they ambitious enough? Are they I would say bold enough to play this role. The former government, the conservative government, really wanted to do that. So we believed that having in mind the history of Poland, but also the fact that we are strong with the strength of our region, we could launch several diplomatic initiatives which were quite successful. When it comes to the current liberal globalist government, I'm not that sure. But I'm not really eager to criticize the current government, because I know that maybe they are trying hard, but they are not successful with regards to that. When it comes to our bilateral relations with the US, having in mind also all those challenges between Brussels and Washington, I do believe that Polish diplomacy can play a important role in that regard, limiting somehow those tensions and finding the way how to achieve that what unites us rather than divides us. And there is a very good example, the rules about the AI or these microchips, right? Recently changed by the Trump's administration. It shows that diplomacy works. But what we need to do is to talk to President Trump and his administration, not to offend them, as many European leaders tend to do. So there is a room for diplomacy, and we as conservatives in Poland are ready to do that.
And let me just comment on that as well, if I may, Marcin, is that, I'm a Democrat, the president's a Republican. In my district, President Trump won my district by 19,000 votes. So for me to win by 11,000 votes, I had to get 20,000 people who voted for Donald Trump to also vote for me. Mm-hmm. I think I think that the president has expressed a strong fondness for Poland. I think that's smart for him politically as well. There's 10 million Poles in America, Polish Americans, that are a very, very influential part of the diaspora, and can have a big impact on trying to affect his views. We see him moving to a more, I don't want to say it's isolationist, but he's pulling back from America taking on this responsibility themselves, and he wants to see our Western partners take on more and more responsibility. That's why, again, I think that Poland is a great example for others to follow in the region. And we have to use their example and the relationship they have with the president and with members of Congress like myself, who are very supportive of Poland and what they're trying to accomplish, to try and use that example as a model for success for others to follow.
Well, Congressman, of course,
excuse me, since you mentioned the term isolationism, another question is for both gentlemen. Apparently there is a rift between America's and Europe's approach towards the war in Ukraine. Most European allies want Ukraine to ultimately prevail. and they are committed to supporting Kiev as long as it takes and whatever it takes. President Trump, conversely, seemed to be determined to end the war, whatever it takes, at least until recently, and disentangle itself from the conflict. Should Europe step in more robustly now? What are the conditions President Putin should fulfill in order for European actors to even consider starting negotiations with Russia? Marcin.
Well, I do believe that Putin understands only the language of strength, and I'm not fully against talks or diplomatic approach towards Moscow, but the starting point should be a bit different comparing to the current one. I do believe that it would be, as the collective West, much more successful if we have started those talks on discussion by exerting pressure on Moscow, not on Kiev only. What are the conditions? It is not up to me, as up to neighboring country to bargain or to trade off any regions or lands of Ukraine. It's up to the Kiev administration, to Zelensky. What are their conditions to get the peace? But I'm rather, as you, Marek, said, on this European way of thinking, that we should continue support towards Ukraine and pushing back the aggressive imperial Russia far away from European and NATO borders, rather than appease him, because you can never feed the beast, giving them more and more and more. Mr. Putin, he already expressed his ultimate goal. He wants to be the next Peter the Great. He wants to recreate or reestablish the empire of the Russian. So it's not only about Donbass, about Crimea, or even about the eastern regions of Ukraine. It's about the status and changing the international situation, which is now based once on the American role and the second on the international law. This is what Putin is trying to destroy, and that's why we need to be united with Washington, pushing back Mr. Putin, and then making him asking us for conditions.
Your take.
I agree with Marcin 100%, and I think that we have to also, be concerned about Latvia and Lithuania and Estonia and Moldova. And again, I'm concerned. The weapons from the United States of America. How much longer is the existing approvals going to last in weapon supply? 6 months. That's putting it, at a far date. We need our European friends. I disagree with the president in the way he's handled this. I think he's been too nice to Putin in this process, and has been putting too much pressure on Kyiv. But I think that who knows what he's got up his sleeve? He's hard to figure out, and I think that's part of his strategy. But I think that the Europeans and with Poland's leadership need to be as strong as possible, because what Marcin said about Putin only understands strength, and so the more that we can show that Europe and Poland and with the Ukrainians and others will fill the gap as much as possible, the more likely we'll be able to get some sort of resolution if they know that there's going to be strength here. And quite frankly, the example of Poland with our other Western friends teaming up together could be an example not only for our European friends, but also for the president, for him to see the strength exhibited by the Europeans, and using the personal relationships that exist with President Trump to educate him. Sometimes I have a concern that he doesn't appreciate the history, and the Poles are keenly aware of the history, having lived it just a short generation or two ago. So we really need to use your education and knowledge and your personal relationships and your example, and get others to join you to help persuade the president to take a more robust role, especially in the intervening 6 months. And there's no time to wait, and being ready and strong for, number one, if the worst happens, which is that the president and the Congress pull back away, which I don't think we should, but if that, God forbid, that happens. We have to be ready for that. Or that your example will say, hey, listen, we're willing to do this. We're willing to step up more. We're willing to keep on going. Please join us and keep on pushing with us, because let us tell you about the history and what we know about this region and this person.
We've got two questions from the attendees of our conference.
If I may, one comment, Ambassador.
Please, go ahead.
With regard to conditions, I just wanted to recall what I've seen and what I've heard during the negotiations before the outbreak of this full-scale invasion, and what were the conditions of Russia on its way to building this empire, as I said before. One of those conditions was to push out Americans of Europe. And that is the reason why we, as Central European countries, we want America to be even more present in the region. This is the most important argument. If Putin wants Europe without Americans, that's what he thinks, that Europe makes weaker and easier for him to be successful in his plans. So, and I fully agree with what Congressman said with regard to isolationism. I mean, there are those voices in America, but we as Poland, we need to show the good example that it's not only, I mean, the cost is not only on an American taxpayer. We are also doing our job. We are doing our homework. We've been spending 5% of GDP in Poland for our defense budget, and
more
we
than
can be a
anyone
good
else.
example for the rest. You are right. There are many other Western countries which are still somehow lagging behind with regard to that. There are no free tickets anymore. I mean, we need to be more. I mean, show more solidarity when it comes to our financial activities with regard to the military budget, right?
And let me say, I agree with President Trump that we need the Europeans as a collective group to do more than they've done historically. It cannot be America alone. I'm not happy with the way he's gone about it, but that's the way it is. But the objective of getting the Europeans to step up more, as Poland has, is something we need to be encouraging, and we need to be getting them to take on more responsibility for their own region. And I think the more that happens, the more likely the robust support from the United States can continue. It'll never be, certainly I'll always fight against any idea of America not being involved in Europe. We must be involved in Europe. We're our friends, our allies. We share the same values. Those values are not shared by the Russians, not shared by Vladimir Putin. So we have to help our friends, and we need to build more friends, and we need our friends to take on more responsibility, and we need to continue the friendship going forward.
If I may, gentlemen, a question from one of the attendees of our conference, Bartosz Moczkowski from Los Angeles, USA. Saudi Arabia promised to invest $600 billion in the US market. This is certainly a factor on which mutual relations will enhance and cooperation in advanced technology will progress. Considering that Poland does not have that kind of money, which sectors of the economy can Poland focus on for close cooperation with the US, and where does Poland have the greatest achievements? Marcin.
Well, first of all, let's concentrate on this, what we are already doing with the US, energy security, but based on the American technologies. We are very much engaged in this cooperation when it comes to civilian nuclear power, building a power plant in Poland together with Westinghouse, Bechtel, and other American companies. So first, nuclear energy. Second, import of energy resources such like LNG. We just built in Poland a couple of years ago LNG terminal, importing a lot of LNG from the US for the Polish economy. But not only, we do believe that we could spread this energy security in the entire region, starting with Czech Republic, but ending maybe in Ukraine one day if they don't want to be dependent on Russian gas. And the third is, of course, the weaponry, so the armament cooperation. As I said, 5% of GDP spending on our military budget. the vast majority of this is being spent in the US. So it's not only about investing. We are not Saudi Arabia. So it's we have. I mean, our capabilities are a bit limited, but in those 2-3 sectors, of course, we could cooperate. And when it comes to our offer, we have fantastic IT specialists. So I do believe that we could be a good partner in the new technologies sector, providing good stuff, good people, but also good ideas to American industry, but not only by sending people to the US, but rather to cooperating. We've been bleeding with young professionals so many decades already that we cannot afford that. Let's rather think about how to do that together by Poland and the US, but without sending people on the other side of the ocean.
Congressman, how could we reinforce our economic ties?
Well, I always want to encourage the use of the Polish American diaspora. That's a very, very important way to enhance the ties, not just diplomatically, but economically as well. There's a lot of tremendous successful Polish Americans, and we should be encouraging them to invest in Poland. And get the Polish Americans to invest in America. There's a pretty equal balance of trade that exists right now, about 16 or 18 billion dollars on one to the other. I forget who's got more than the other, but that's one thing the president likes. You hear him talking about how he can't stand when we have trade deficits. We're pretty even in our balance of trade with Poland right now. This nuclear project, which is going to go on for another decade to construct it, will be a game changer as far as creating energy independence in the region, and will free up opportunities for you to help other neighbors of yours, as you mentioned. I think that there's a lot of. One of the great things about America is that we are great at having talent from other countries come to America and help in America, and I think that the cross-pollination of your talented people with our talented people working together will continue to flow. It's just a matter of building relationships and having those neurons that connect each other and those links that exist. And we just need to be building that. And that's why sometimes just friendships and relationships are so important, because things come from that. So we have this defense relationship. We see you investing more and more. You're buying equipment from the United States of America and from other countries as well. You're talking about doing defense production in Poland as well. That's something that Secretary Hegseth has pushed. I think that's an important idea. Who knows what role you could play for the region and being a supplier in the future if you could build out an industry like that. Energy, as you pointed out, other technology. It's just a matter of continuing to build a relationship. But I would heavily focus on building the Polish-American diaspora's relationship with Poland. I know it's strong already, but let's make it stronger.
Congressman, I know you'll need to leave us shortly. You're one of the most hardworking lawmakers on the Hill. Last question to you. A little bit thorny. Should Poland, in your assessment, join forces with the US in the political, economic, and technological rivalry with China?
Yes, I think that we have to recognize that we have strategic adversaries, and there are people that, and this does not mean we want to go to war, but we have people that are China is working against us, and they are trying to build their military superiority, their economic superiority. They're trying to build it on land and sea and space. They have a plan. They know exactly what they're doing. And they do not share our values. When you think of the human rights violations that take place with the Uyghurs, and if you think about the Tibetans, and you think about what happened in Hong Kong, what a dramatic change in such a short period of time, and the saber rattling in Taiwan these days, we have to recognize that not everybody shares the same values. Not everybody has the same sense of what is right and what is wrong. And, you know, democracy and capitalism are two great systems. Capitalism has produced more wealth than any other system in the history of the world. It's lifted more people out of poverty. It's created more innovation. It's the best economic system, better than any other. And it's based on competition. The stronger you are, the harder working you are, the bigger risk taker you are, the luckier you are, the better you're going to do. But some people are not good competitors. And when you have a system based on competition like capitalism, some people are not going to do well. Little babies are not good competitors. Senior citizens that are getting frail and elderly are not good competitors. You get hit by a car and your legs are broken, you're not going to be a good competitor. You have some other major disease or problem, you're not going to be a good competitor. So we have another system in America. We talk about democracy. All men and women are created equal. So we don't want you to be relegated to a life of misery just because you're not a good competitor. We don't want a baby to starve. We don't want a senior citizen to live in the cold. We don't want to see awful things happen because you're not a good competitor. So we have to put rules in place to try and protect people. And the challenge in our societies these days is you can't go all this way, all capitalism, because then you end up with a bunch of rich people and a bunch of poor people and nobody in between. Or if you go all democracy, you put too many rules in place, too many protections in place, you kill the goose that laid the golden egg. So you have to find a balance between these two systems of democracy and capitalism on a knife's edge. And that's hard to happen in the current environment where everybody's yelling and screaming at each other and tweeting at each other, and you're one of those and you're one of those. You need people to have conversations to find that balance between these two very important systems. But let's recognize that with these two great systems that we share, I know you just celebrated May Day in, what do you call it, on May 1st, the Constitution Day. Next year, Wolna Polska. So we have to, we have to figure out, we have to recognize that other folks like China do not share those values. Neither capitalism nor all men and women are created equal, and neither does Russia. So we don't want to go to war, but we at the same time have to recognize who shares our values, and we have to build alliances and build more friends throughout the globe. And right now, Europe is so important to that. Poland is so important to that. Australia and Japan and South Korea are so important to that. And we have to think of, all the time, Canada and Mexico. That's why I get upset with the president sometimes when he treats our friends the same as he treats our adversaries. We have to treat our friends and encourage our friends as much as possible without being taken advantage of, I guess.
Congressman, thank you so much for your insightful, enlightening remarks. Our warmest greetings to your beloved wife. And I hope we'll meet in Washington or in Warsaw soon to talk further about Poland's role in Europe today. Thank you so much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Marcin, nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Marcin, I'd like to ask you the same question about Poland's attitude towards China and our bilateral relationship with this country.
Well, it's not an easy question, since, as you probably know very well, we are very much preoccupied with our security challenges on our eastern borders. Many experts and even ordinary polls, what they say, China is far away, Russia is very close. So first things first, we need to be more concentrated on Russia. But when you ask me about China, we do perceive China as a quite a challenge, of course, for us. And I do partly agree with what Congressman said. China is not democracy. This capitalism is very much different to ours. It's a great competitor. So we need to change our attitude. And by saying our, I don't mean only Polish, but the European attitude, starting with our German and French friends, which are bigger economies. For the last decade, I think they treated China mostly as a good market and good partner in doing business by the collective West, by allowing China to join the WTO. They basically opened all the markets for Chinese products, believing that it could bring political transformation in China. That was not the case. Now we have a huge economic giant, which is, as I said, for us the challenge. For many countries, could be already the threat. So we need to find a way how to somehow find a way to cooperate with China and how to what can I say, intimidate a bit their economic role and the political role, because just after the economic strength, of course, the political plans are coming when it comes to Taiwan, for example, or the South China Sea. On bilateral relations, we do have our own problems. The huge disbalance when it comes to our trade exchange, something like 20 times more importing from China than exporting to China. There was this idea of one belt, one road, so the land corridor or land connection with China. Poland could play a quite important role with regard to that, but there are some conditions for such a project. First, the peace in Ukraine, the cooperation with somehow with Belarus or Russia from Chinese side. Now this project is basically has stopped. The second thing was the 16+1 initiative, which is basically over, I think. It showed that Central European countries are not very much interested in strengthening economic and political, especially cooperation with China. And last but not least, is the challenges in the IT sector, of course, and the cybersecurity sector, let me put it that way, with China. So many question marks, and of course, not easy answers to that, but definitely we don't look at China as a great opportunity, rather as a challenge to tackle.
We'll talk about cyber threats later on, but last question, if I may, and I need you to answer concisely. Circling back to our relationship with Europe, in the not so distant past, a number of European countries were addicted to imports of Russian hydrocarbons. Gas was cheap, trade was thriving. How strong is the feeling in Western Europe, in your opinion, especially in entrepreneurial circles and political elites, that we should return to business as usual in Europe's relationship with Russia? How should Poland and the US react to such plans?
Marek, there is a huge room for improvement, let me say, when it comes to entrepreneurs, the business elites, but also the political elites, especially in Western countries. I'm not very much optimistic when it comes to their attitude towards Russia. Well, when you ask Poles, Lithuanians, Baltic states, but even Scandinavians, they would say no way to come back to business as usual with Russia. But when you ask our French, German, Dutch colleagues, I dare to say there wouldn't be very much that's tough on saying that. Of course, now because of the war and because of Putin's crime and because of the public pressure in the Western Europe, there is no way to business as usual with Russia in months to come. But what the next couple of years brings, we don't know. That's why we need to educate. We need to cut all those links with Russia, starting with Nord Stream 2. This job is partly done already, but less infrastructure with connecting Europe with Russia when it comes to hydrogen resources. Hydrocarbon resources, the better for us. We shouldn't be very much addicted anymore to Russia, because for Russia, all those resources are just political instruments. So what's the role for the US? First, providing also the energy security. I mentioned already LNG. Second, educating and exerting a bit of pressure on business and political elites of Western countries by showing them that there are many other opportunities, including also the new technologies. We should not forget about the new technologies. But to sum up, to wrap up, I'm not that very much optimistic that all the political and business elites in Western Europe are already done with business as usual. For now, yes, what the future brings, it's up to us.
Marcin Przydacz, a member of the Polish Parliament from Law and Justice, former Foreign Affairs Advisor to President Duda. Thank you so much for this engaging conversation.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we on? Yes. So, Marek, thank you for moderating this very interesting debate. I'm so happy that we have in US and in Poland politicians from both sides, which is very important since we are non-partisan. But this conference is about Polish-American relations, and I want to ask you a very basic question. Of course, we know all why Poland needs US, because of investments, because of security, because of political weight. But why US needs Poland now? Why Poland can be attractive for US, Andrew?
Look, allies are force multipliers for the United States to start with. So if you look at the entire history of the Cold War, all the NATO allies, especially those that were the most exposed, were critical. I think in the situation we're in today, Poland is the key hub on the flank. It's the country that is in a very similar position to that of the Bonn Republic, the former West Germany, when it comes to military planning, to operational readiness, and to being able to support countries on the flank. It's a rapidly growing, mid-sized power in Europe that's increasingly influential in the region. It's got a lot of what I call convening capabilities, which is the ability to work and organize, to work with and organize the countries in the Northeastern Corridor. I think Poland's economic relations with the United States will continue to expand. Most of all, look, I mean, we are at a time when the United States is facing really 4 adversaries, and that's really true about the entire alliance. It's Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. So that axis of dictatorships, as I call them, are pushing to dismantle the orders that democracies have sustained over the years. And Poland, because of its role, its resources, its population, and also its very traditional, historically determined pro-American outlook, I think that is why, from the US point of view, Poland is only growing in importance. And I'm not saying this because we're in Warsaw, and I think I'm addressing our gracious hosts here. This will continue to grow in importance. The stronger that Poland will become, the stronger the need for Poland in the alliance will be, and the greater need in Washington will be to build a strong relationship.
Marek, what would be your argument for our American partners?
According to a survey conducted roughly a year ago, if my memory doesn't fail me, by Pew Research, about 93% of Poles hold a favorable view of America and of Americans, which is on top of all countries in that particular ranking. So it's an asset we can build on in order to deepen and to enhance our political and military cooperation. Secondly, as you have already seen, we've had a bunch of panelists whose roots are Polish, who have Polish wives, for example, like Congressman Swartzy. So the connection to Poland, both politically and culturally, is pretty robust. I think this is also an important factor. I wish the Polish diaspora were as influential as other ethnic minorities in the United States, which has never been the case, unfortunately. But we are trying.
There's a big room for improvement.
There is a big room in improvement, and I consider it to be our task as the Freedom Institute in Washington, D.C., to fill up this room for improvement and to change this. I think that, and I would like to express my gratitude to all participants of this conference, and especially those of Polish descent, who have contributed over the last decades to this particular portion of our bilateral relationship.
We will work on it. That's our task, that's our job, and I promise you we'll do all our best to make Polish diaspora more important and Polish interests to be to be promoted in the United States.
Could I add one comment
Sure.
to what Mark said, because that's very important? Favorable views, of the U.S. in Poland. And I would argue that there is a lot of interest in the United States, not just in Warsaw, but all over the country. What's missing on the U.S. side of the Atlantic is kind of sustained Polish institutional presence, and I think that's what you're trying to do, so that we can actually tap into the strength of the Polish-American community, the ethnic diaspora, people who, even if they're, like Jim that spoke at the very beginning, fifth-generation Polish Americans, but they feel strongly connected to the country from which their forefather emigrated. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to focus now on building a framework for this constituency, but on the other side of the Atlantic in the United States.
It's important indeed, and we're going to work with people of Polish roots, like Jim, who is chairing our board, whose family arrived like 150 years ago, and he still speaks
Wonderful Polish.
Wonderful Polish. You can listen to my podcast. I interview him, and we talk in Polish. That was wonderful. But also we have an American working with us. And the best example of it's Macy Vincent-Joe, who works for us, with us, and help us very much in the United States. And we have a message from Macy Vincent-Joe, who works already in Warsaw Freedom Institute in the United States. Macy.
Hello, my name is Macy Vincent-Joe, Chief Strategy and Development Officer for the Warsaw Freedom Institute. It is an honor to have you with us today for this inaugural global conference on Poland, USA relations in a new era, focused on security and business. As you'll hear throughout the day, our mission at Warsaw Freedom Institute is to strengthen business and security operations between our two nations. But this important work is only possible with your help. I invite you to consider making a donation to support the Warsaw Freedom Institute as we build our founding operations, expand programming, and grow the next generation of transatlantic leaders. You can give securely online at warsawfi.org. Every donation, large or small, makes an immediate difference. Thank you for standing with us. Together, we are shaping a stronger transatlantic partnership.
Your support is very important, because if we want to be independent, and we are independent and non-partisan, we need strong fundamentals, and so this is very important. warsawfi.org, it's our website. You can donate through this website. And I would like to thank now to our partners, so 60 Million Congress, World Affairs Council of Miami, and American Institute of Polish Culture, and especially to Beata Paszyc. Thank you so much for cooperating with us. And I would like to thank to our donors and sponsor of this conference, PNC Bank, TMC Law to Law, Andrew Niemiecki, Mark Pienkos, and our board members who financially also support us, Jim Mazurkiewicz, Paweł Przewięźlikowski, Marcin Wojtczak, Jan Skowroński. Thank you so much, guys, for your great support. And my special thanks goes to Lady Blanka Rosenstiel, who is a well-known person among Polish diaspora in the United States, and who agreed to be a honorary chair of our board in the United States. Lady Blanka, thank you so much. Gentlemen, I have one more question before we jump to another part of our discussions. What are similarities between our countries? Between the United States and Poland? Good and bad?
No. The good ones is, I would say, first and foremost, the love of freedom. I think Poland has a long tradition that has allowed it to survive all the trials and tribulations of history. And I think the same thing goes for the United States. Very young republic, but that managed to build the power of the state and the nation around that idea of individual liberty. So I think these are the two things that immediately, this one overarching commitment that links us. I also think that both nations have a sense that without economic success, without entrepreneurship, without investment and growing the economy, even the greatest visions are just hallucinations. So both nations believe that. Until you build a strong economy, until you've got the resources, the rest will not be achievable. The vision will not be achievable. So this kind of entrepreneurial spirit that I see in Poland, and especially if you see what happened here since the early 1990s, the kind of rebuilding of the post-communist ruin into this very thriving economy, and the same kind of commitment to hard work, I think that's there. So I would think of these kind of just a few aspects in the relationship.
Marek, what do you see? You spent 3 years.
Yes, let me dwell for a few seconds on my personal experience as Polish ambassador, not only to the United States, but also previously to Israel. And I think there are some elements which unite these three nations, which we share and which we have shared for centuries, actually. Family is important for all of us. Faith is important for all of us, regardless of the religious affiliation and denomination. But even for atheists, even for people who do not express their spiritual dimension openly, family and religion are important. So apart from freedom, which I fully agree with you, is one. By the way, if you compare these three terms in three languages, freedom, wolność in Polish, and swoboda in Russian, my impression is that wolność and freedom are much closer to each other than swoboda and wolność, both from Slavic languages.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. That's an interesting point. I also think that just on a kind of personal note, I recently drove through Southern California and through Arizona. And I have to tell you, and then I visited Supraśl here in Poland. And I have to tell you that small communities, small towns, are something in the US and in Poland that remind me of how close we are in many ways in terms of our mentality. Friendliness, kind of outgoing attitude, welcoming strangers, even strangers that, seem not to even know where the next gas station is, opening up your doors. And so there are just elements of small communities that had to be self-reliant in the United States and in Poland, that I think we still share that between the two nations.
We have a question which comes now from Waldemar Biniecki, a publisher of Courier Polski from Milwaukee. And the question came from United States. What role can the Polish diaspora in the United States play in supporting this initiative launched by Warsaw Freedom Institute? Thank you so much for this very important question for us. So, of course, we need your network. We need your ideas. Spread the word about our initiative. And if you ask, I can answer. We need financial support. If we want to be independent, we need help in fundraising. This is very important. But also, please do contact with us and please spread news about your activity. We'll be happy also to help and to support any activity of Polish diaspora in US. I know if you have, Marek.
It was one of my priorities during my tenure as Poland's ambassador to the United States to encourage the Polish diaspora, the Polish communities in various cities and regions and states to be more deeply engaged politically, because I think this is something which is missing in the Polish community's daily experience. I wish I saw the Polish diaspora more involved in American politics at the federal level, at the state level, at the county level, because I think that we still have too few members of Congress and too few members of local councils, for example, yes, with their last names ending in ski and in ich.
Yeah. What I would add to this is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. I've attended some gatherings that brought together people of different ethnicities, and not only Polish Americans, but when the German American diaspora congregates, or people of Irish origin, which every single culture has a very distinct way of doing things. When it comes to the Polish-American community, I would like to apply the Mel Gibson principle from Braveheart, unite us.
Yes.
If you look at the numbers of people who are of Polish origin, and what Marek was saying, this should translate at influence and activism, not just from time to time when people come together and celebrate the Constitution Day, but the kind of grunt work, working in the trenches, building a network, reaching out to people from your community and beyond your community that can then network with you. I mean, building that network of relationships, I think that's something that the Warsaw Institute should be doing going forward in the United States, because that's really missing in my view.
What is very important for us also to unite Polish entrepreneurs. Traveling around the United States, especially last year, preparing for the launching our institute, I've met so many successful Poles running startups, businesses, not only startups, or already successful successful ventures, and that's really great. And I hope we will also be the place when those ex-entrepreneurs would be able to meet. And this leads us to another part of our conference, which is called "Can we build a great Polish-American business bridge?"
Since the economic transformation at the beginning of the 90s, Poland has experienced uninterrupted growth, promptly becoming a genuine magnet for foreign investors. Hundreds of American companies have set foot in our country, enjoying a friendly business environment, a stable tax code, and a huge domestic market. With growing energy needs, Poland is an important partner for US oil and gas companies, as well as nuclear majors. LNG imports from American corporations have been a crucial factor in our long-standing attempts to achieve energy independence. Over the last couple of years, several American tech giants have been eagerly building server farms and investing in cloud computing, viewing Poland as a regional hub for their activities in Central Europe.
We have talked about the similarities between our countries. There is one more similarity. Both countries have their own iconic business figures, individuals who have decided to get involved in strengthening administration. I'm somebody, not everybody agrees that they are really strengthening, but I think at least on our side, is Mr. Rafał Brzoska has done a lot of job, and of course, I'm referring to Elon Musk in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, we invited now the hottest name in Polish business to share a few words for us, the founder of InPost Group, Mr. Rafał Brzoska.
Good morning. I will be brief because our agenda is extensive and there are many great voices we hope to hear today. I thank you, the Warsaw Freedom Institute, for this opportunity and all of the distinguished guests for being here. Thank you all for having me, and I'm very proud to talk among so many like-minded individuals who share a deep interest in the Polish-American political, economic and trade relations. All of us gathered here believe that our nations must thrive, be prosperous, and our economies must remain strong. I'm also certain that we all agree that the economic growth is the condition of both security and indeed survival. We face a lot of challenges, yet if there are two nations proud of their resolve, strength and endurance to achieve their goals despite difficulties, it's Poles and Americans. My name is Rafał Brzoska. I'm a Polish entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, and the founder and CEO of InPost. InPost is an innovative, publicly traded technology and logistics company specializing in a network of parcel lockers across Poland, Italy, the UK, France, the Benelux, Spain, and Portugal. I'm also a proud Polish patriot, honored to hold high state distinctions awarded by the President of Poland for my contributions to our nation's economy. I was invited by my friends at the Warsaw Freedom Institute to talk about Polish-American partnership. First, as President Trump reminded us in his most recent inaugural address, we must be honest about the challenges we face. We must be aware that in Europe, we can't speak about growth without addressing security. And there can be no security without a strong economy. Yet, we must face the truth. The very things that we Europeans used to take for granted for the last 20 years are exactly that: growth and security. Maybe we believe that they will last forever without effort, without investment and without commitment, but they couldn't. Now, the time is up. Allow me to borrow words of the America's greatest singers and poet, Bob Dylan, to point out what needs to be done. We better start swimming or we'll sing like a stone, for the times they are changing. And it is true. The times are changing right before our eyes. In recent years, a lot of us have observed, often with regret, that the very notion of development was bringing a sense of shame rather than pride across Europe. We have forgotten that economic growth is the cornerstone of our survival, both in trade and in kinetic conflicts. But I also believe that growth and the desire to excel are essential to our humanity, making who we are. It stems from the decisions of millions willing to risk their private assets to deliver quality to their customers, create jobs and innovation. Furthermore, without economic progress, we will not be able to finance social programs, healthcare, or even the security of our borders. I strongly believe that primary obstacles to economic growth and technological innovation in Europe are more and more expensive and expansive government structures, escalating taxes and, above all, regulations. The second obstacles are the policy makers, who think it is their job to dictate not only how citizens should live their lives, but also how they must heat their home and which kind of car they ought to drive. For too many years, Europe has been a champion not in innovation, but unfortunately in regulation. Yet, we must never forget that no nation has built a competitive economy on excessive regulatory burdens, high taxes, and a lack of respect for excellence. I was outspoken and firm with these concerns, and that may be why a few months ago, literally 2 months ago, I was asked by Polish Prime Minister to lead an effort to free Poland and our citizens from bureaucratic burdens. I chose to do it through a grassroots fight against overregulation. I named this initiative Sprawdzamy. In Polish, sprawdzam means to check, while my is for we. So effectively, we check you. It is not only a name I chose, but most important, it is a mission statement and my personal pledge as well. What it means is that we listen to the Polish people and to Polish businesses what they really need to live with dignity, to grow and to prosper. And we are giving them a voice that will be heard loud and clear by politicians and officials. Finally, we will check if the government delivers. what we, the people, have asked for. And yes, I do use the words of American Constitution quite deliberately. I took this mission also because I believe that as there is an American dream, there is also a Polish dream. They both rest upon the same pillars that one can find in American Declaration of Independence: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These values are sacred to both our nations. I built my success with my own hands, driven by those very words. I also transformed my challenges into triumphs, believing that we all need freedom to define our path and also create our destiny. And this is also why I want my voice here to represent not only me, but all of Poles who believe in a spirit of entrepreneurship, hard work, but also dedication. To be frank, I'm always being asked about differences and similarities between American Dutch and Polish "we check you," and if I feel like a Polish Elon Musk. Let me make some things clear first. Both Elon Musk and I were called upon to roll up our sleeves and champion the regulation. Yet we chose different paths to reach our goal. Elon is an amazing businessman, an innovative and creative visionary. He is a manager of such immense energy, one can hardly believe he is just one person. You may like him or not, but no one can deny his enormous business success that now quite literally reaches beyond Earth. But there are two key differences between his deregulation initiative and mine. First, he reports directly to the President of the United States. He was given a job to do, and he was a vital part of this administration. I, on the other hand, was asked to do a kind of pro bono work. I do it at my own expenses and under my own responsibility. And that is why I created Sprawdzamy, We Check You, a grassroots initiative uniting people passionate about Poland's economy, future, and the development. I invited others to join, and they did. Thousands of Poles, business people, lawyers, economists, stepped forward. We also have public servants, mayors of towns, both small and large, scientists, doctors, and even trade unions, reps trying to contribute into that challenge. There are so many of us, one has even called it a social movement. I don't know about that, but certainly it is a social emotion and social effort. The second difference lies in how Elon Musk and I pursue government efficiency. He wants to cut that part of the federal spending he believes is waste, fraud, and abuse. But I don't think we face that kind of overspending in Polish public sector. We face a completely different challenge, omnipresent of unnecessary and absurd regulations and bureaucratic nightmares. This tangle prevents Polish entrepreneurs to reach their full market potential. Too often also, Polish citizens are denied the respect and trust they deserve from their government and public agencies. So, while Elon focuses on trimming the fat, I want Poles to spread their wings by cutting the ropes that hold them back. And our main goal is to propose a package of solutions focused on deregulation, simplification, and business-friendly policies. This initiative is meant for anyone seeking answers to their needs, hopes, doubts, and concerns. We need to make life easier for everyone alike, workers, business owners, and clerks. Our proposals benefit all Polish citizens by cutting through red tape and streamlining processes and ensuring that deregulation as the process serves everyone. Transparency and accessibility are the core of our work. This is why we launched a dedicated website, www.sprawdzamy.com, where every citizen and organization can submit ideas. These platforms keeps Poland informed about our latest projects and allows us as well to gather vital feedback and comments. People may vote even for some of the ideas. We meet regularly with the newly formed government deregulation team, led by a member of the Council of Ministers. We appointed professional coordinators to manage several dozen thematic teams and 4 expert councils. This is a vast project involving hundreds of experts working pro bono to review and analyze incoming proposals for deregulation. So far, the teams engaged in Sprawdzamy initiative have prepared almost 300 deregulation proposals covering a range of areas. All of these proposals are open for review, and every Polish citizen can vote on as many initiatives as they wish. Most of the proposed changes focus on 7 key areas, what we called the Big 7. And this group covers health projects and improvements for people with disabilities, tax simplification and liquidity solutions for small and medium-sized businesses, clearing judicial bottlenecks, digitalization and development projects, bolstering energy security through more affordable energy options, also deregulation of certain EU rules, and enhancement in defense and security. You may ask, can we achieve these goals? I believe we can. Poles and Americans alike take pride that we are not afraid of rising to every challenge that faced us. When we roll up our sleeves, it is a sign there is a job to be done. So let's deregulate. Let's build our strength, honor and appreciate our American-Polish relationship and alliance, and above all, let us grow and prosper together. Thank you all. Thank you very much, and have a great, fruitful discussions.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Rafał Brzoska is probably now definitely one of the most successful Polish entrepreneur, now the hottest name in Polish business, investing in many other countries. When you are, Marek, ambassador to United States, you talk to American entrepreneurs, to American managers also, but you also met Polish entrepreneurs trying to make success in the United States. What are your impressions?
Unfortunately, so far it's been mostly a one-way street.
Yeah.
Hundreds, if not thousands, of American companies investing in Poland and setting foot in our country and in Central Europe. Some of them viewing Poland as a hub for their regional activities. On the other hand, many Polish companies which struggle to leave their footprint on American soil. I will tell you an anecdote from my tenure as Deputy Foreign Minister responsible for economic diplomacy. I've always admired the Polish business people's commitment and aspirations and ambitions and the global view of their own businesses. Nevertheless, whenever I spoke with them about opportunities in remote markets, and I was inviting them to join me on a delegation to Pakistan, to Brazil, or to South Korea, I frequently heard arguments that, Mr. Minister, thank you very much for the invitation, but we sell about 90 or even 95% of our products and services to EU countries. So it was very difficult for me to persuade them that they should look more broadly at the global opportunities in this, in the growing markets in Latin America and Asia or in Africa. So it was a challenge for me as a politician. It was a challenge for me as ambassador, both in Israel and in the United States. Of course, it takes some time because we are a young democracy and a young economic system based on the most principal rules of capitalism since 1989. So it will take some time for Polish business people to expand their businesses globally.
But there's more and more entrepreneurs, Polish entrepreneurs, investing in United States. I've met them. Some of them we will listen in a few minutes. But I'm also interested of your perspective of American entrepreneurs, investors in Poland. How they perceive Poland. Oh, yeah, this is an attractive market, but what kind of burdens usually they meet in Poland? What they were complaining about?
We are complaining constantly about high taxes, about the unfriendly business environment. But when we compare the business environment in Poland to other countries, especially in Europe, we are in a pretty good shape. And this is quite an attractive place to invest also for American investors. They do appreciate a stable tax code. They do appreciate the stable regulations, which in our view are totally unstable and deregulated.
I think, Rafał, just go and agree with you.
Yes, but my personal view is quite is divergent, I would say. So I think this is what the American entrepreneurs, what the American investor in Poland appreciate the most.
Mm-hmm. What direction do you think Polish entrepreneurs should go? What market, what part of American markets should be the target?
We are not going to. We are not. Polish companies will never. Well, hopefully it will happen one day, but we will probably never sell cars or computers or smartphones in the United States. So our role will be always a little bit limited. It is a very competitive market. I would like to remind you that many Polish entrepreneurs do not understand the legal differences, for example, differences in tax codes and regulations in different states in America. So, for example, I was working closely with my trade department at the Embassy of Poland in the United States, and many Polish companies were turning to us with some very simple questions. And whenever we were asking them, but which state would you like to invest in? Which state are you interested in? They didn't understand us, why we were asking such specific questions about a geographical location of their activities in the United States, because they didn't understand the differences, which are absolutely fundamental in terms of your business activities in the United States.
So would you say now that some of the states are now more attractive or some not?
Absolutely. Some of them are even considered to be tax havens. So we are not we're not venturing into this territory, consulting and advising Polish companies. But still, you have to, first of all, if you want to invest in America, if you want to be present on American soil actively and efficiently, you have to acquire some knowledge about the legal system and the business opportunities in various states in America.
Mm-hmm. And have you also met the new Polish entrepreneurs who immigrate to United States, who launch the new companies, the startups, like people like Stefan Batory and Marcin Wojciak, by the way, who is a member of our.
I have some of them at least,
board.
And I keep my fingers crossed for them, and I know very well. Again, this is a very competitive market also for them. But whenever I was speaking also with American tech giants, for example, I was always recommending Polish companies, for example, in the sector of recycling, which is I think an underestimated sector, a neglected one, not only in America, but also in Europe. There are some Polish companies which have been quite successful precisely in this industry.
We got a question from Chicago, from Donald Pasek. It's quite long, but I'll try to read it given that not everyone is cut out to be an entrepreneur or willing to be one, I just lost the question. I'm sorry, I wanted to ask it, but it disappeared. Oh, it's back. So let me ask, and then in a minute we will connect to our moderator of next panel. So given that not everyone is cut out to be an entrepreneur or willing to be one, shouldn't the role of government in society to make sure that money gets redistributed from taxes to benefit the entire society, or not just business interests?
I've got a very simple answer to that. Yeah. We have to strike the right balance between capitalism and socialism, to put it bluntly. So I think this question is pretty easy to answer. And I think that subsequent, again, speaking about the conditions in Poland since 1989, I think that we have struck the right balance, and that's why we have always been regarded as a very attractive country for foreign investors.
Let's move now to Boston, a beautiful city of Boston. In Boston is Justyna Orłowska. Hello, Justyna. How are you?
Hello. The first thing always during conferences, online conferences, it's unmute. So I have unmuted. I can hear you and you can hear me, I hope.
Yes, we hear you very well. Justyna has moved from Poland to the United States. In her previous life, she served to the Polish government. She was the high representative for the prime minister for the GovTech. And you initiated and you led a lot of initiatives which bring innovation and investment to Poland. You launched a lot of programs. Now we are bringing this expertise from Poland, from Europe to Boston, to one of the most fanciest city and innovative place in the United States. Tell us, what are you working on today, and how does the Polish and European perspective add value to the American innovation space? Is it like a huge difference?
Thank you, Igor. In Boston, I help lead the city's digital and emerging tech initiatives, from AI-based services to smart infrastructure. And I really enjoy Boston, of course, which is perceived, I think, together with DC as the most European European city here in the US. So what I bring from Poland is a deep belief in building bridges. So relating to our topic of today's panel, building bridges between the public and private sector and the know-how to scale innovation through policy. In Europe, we've learned to do more with less, I would say. In the US, there is capital, both financial and human, from all over the world, as well as speed. If someone believes in your idea, it is only a matter of time that something will happen here. So I'm glad for this opportunity to participate in building bridges between Polish, European, and American ways of doing innovation. And now from Boston, we can do many things.
You can do many things. You can moderate the debate. So now the floor is yours, and you take the lead. And please do start the debate on economy. Okay.
Just remind you that Boston is the city in which we have Harvard and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Justyna, over to you.
Me? Excuse me? Okay, sure. So thank you so much. So let's get it started. Before we speak with our panelists, let's look at the broader economic picture. We are honored to welcome Professor Marcin Piątkowski, economist, Koźmiński University professor, and author of Europe's Growth Champion. His perspective will help us understand where Poland stands today in the global economy and what comes next.
Hello, everyone. It's Marcin Piątkowski. I'm an economist professor at Koźmiński University in Warsaw, an academic, but also an international economist with almost 25 years of experience of advising governments around the world, more than a dozen countries, including India, China, the Philippines, but also Poland and Ukraine. I appreciate the invite to today's conference. I'm happy to be linking in from New Delhi in India. And it's obviously a great honor, privilege, and pleasure. I want to make 3 quick points today for the benefit of our debate and the forthcoming panelists. The 3 points are the following. Poland is a Hollywood story of economic success. There is no better performing economy in Europe and in the world among rich economies over the past 35 years. The second point I want to make is why Poland needs America and why America needs Poland to continue to develop and stay competitive. And the third point is about what exactly needs to happen next. So very quickly, let me elaborate. Starting from Poland's success story, which has been unprecedented. Poland has been an economic alcoholic for pretty much 1,000 years. It has always been backward, underdeveloped, a few steps back in terms of development behind the West and the global and the European economic leaders. Yet over the last 35 years, a true miracle has happened. Poland has been the fastest growing economy in Europe and in the world among countries at the similar level of income. Poland has increased its GDP per capita by 3.5 times more than anyone else. And as a result of this unbelievable growth story, this year, according to the most recent data from the International Monetary Fund, something truly shocking will happen. The average level of income in Poland, adjusted for a lower level of prices, will be as high as in Japan. In other words, an average Pole will be as rich as an average Japanese. I think this will be shocking to everyone today, and even more so anyone 5, 15, or 35 years ago. Poland's prospects for further growth are also pretty positive. In fact, in 2025, this year, Poland will be the fastest growing large economy in the EU and among OECD countries. So this economic miracle will continue. And within the next few years, its level of income will exceed the level of income in Spain. By 2031, the level of income in Italy. And within a decade, Poles, again, adjusted for the level of prices, might be as rich as the Brits. Again, something truly unbelievable. This year, Poland will also become the 20th largest economy in the world with a GDP of more than $1 trillion. That has never happened before, and Poland will enter the global economic elite. Now, what does it all mean for America? It means that Poland has become a true global economic partner whose size is sufficient and its success justifies much deeper economic involvement. It obviously makes sense for Poland, a country still, despite its success, the country that still needs to continue to grow to become one of the richest countries in Europe. It needs America. It needs American technology, investment, interest in Poland for this miracle to continue. At the same time, and that's my argument here for the sake of the debate today, is that America really needs Poland to stay competitive in the future, particularly relative to China. As much as President Trump wants to bring all manufacturing back into the US, and he wants Americans to start screwing small screws into iPhones, I don't think it will not happen. American level of wages are simply way too high to attract all types of manufacturing, perhaps except for the really high-tech, highly advanced manufacturing. So I think what Poland can provide is a safe, allied, friendly, competitive place in a great location in the middle of Europe to attract the type of manufacturing, the type of investment that is needed for America to stay competitive, because America is just simply too expensive to bring in a lot of manufacturing back. And Poland can be the critical element of building supply chains, alternative supply chains to China and other countries in the world that were based towards which America wants to reduce risks. So moving to the last and final point, what needs to be done. I would like America and Poland, both governments, to sit down, create a working group, a strategic investment working group that would actually focus on the types of investment, both ways actually, that would help that will help Poland to continue to grow fast, and that will help America to stay competitive. There's a number of areas that will be critical, such as manufacturing of military equipment, ammunition, and the like, and the drones. There will be also a big space for attracting and developing together dual-use technologies in AI and elsewhere. There will also be a big opportunity to bring other types of investment, including in green energy, in green equipment, and in green technology. But overall, the message is that the US and Polish economies are to many extents have complementary structures, and putting them together will be a win-win for both. So to summarize, to respond to the question, can we build a great Polish-American business bridge? The answer is yes, we can, and we should, because indeed that would make a lot of sense. There will be a win-win for America and for Poland. That will be a big win for the free world, for democracies, and for the future of the Western Alliance. So indeed, much needs to be done to make it happen, but I think it's critical to make the argument that America needs Poland and Poland needs America.
So before jumping into our discussion today, I would love to also introduce our guest who has recorded previously, and I have a pleasure to talk to him, and his message is amazing. So I am talking about Rafał Modrzewski, who look into space literally. So Rafał Modrzewski is the CEO and co-founder of ICEYE, the world's first company to successfully miniaturize and launch small radar imaging satellites that can monitor any location on Earth, day or night, in any weather. ICEYE delivers near real-time satellite data to governments and businesses worldwide, supporting disaster response, environmental monitoring, and national security. And I have things to know about Rafał that we should all know. So ICEYE began as a Polish-Finnish student project and became a global pioneer in satellite technology. Today, we extend our congratulations to Rafał and the ICEYE team for signing a 200 million euros contract with the Polish Ministry of National Defense to provide advanced SAR satellites, enhancing Poland's defense capabilities. And this is my personal note and a moment of pride. During a course I took at Princeton on satellite imagery interpretation for national security, ICEYE was referenced by the professor as a state-of-the-art global technology leader. It was a powerful reminder that Polish-born innovation is already shaping the future. Let's listen to Rafał, what his message is.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me and giving me this opportunity to comment on this important topic. I think indeed we are looking at a unique situation in history when it comes to geopolitical relationships, especially those between Poland and the United States, but also those between the United States and other actors. Now, how should we as Poland, as the Poles, position in all of that? I think first thing it's important to recognize that this opportunity exists. It's partially caused by the US-China trade war. It's partially caused by the new arrangements that are happening on the geopolitical arena. I think in that front, we should continue to stay supportive of our long-term ally, the United States, and try to ally ourselves even stronger with their interests, and through that ensure that our interests are also taken care of. I think that the United States, throughout the history of many decades now, has been a very strong ally of Polish businesses and Poland overall. It is the entity that guarantees our security as such, and I'm sure that is going to be an important entity going on in the future, and we should not forget that. And so, as ensuring that in those difficult, vulnerable times, that we are close to our partner is probably very important. I think it's increasingly important to ensure that we are working today in the economic arena, that we have exchanges when it comes to the trade and companies and all sorts of economic ties with our partner. This seems to be very important to the current US administration. And of course, so it is important to us. Now, a bit to recognize today about Poland is that I think we have so much more to offer than potentially 10 years and almost certainly more than 20 years ago. There is a set of new Polish companies that are highly capable and can offer products and services to international markets, but also to US markets, which are of interest. And so I think that now, if we first assume that the thesis is correct, yes, there is a new opening and the geopolitical situation and the changes around the world cause the fact that we have to adjust our strategy, then I think the selection should be of that strategy. Let's align ourselves with the US. Through that, we should engage as much as possible in helping Polish companies to spread out or to develop within the United States as much as possible. And I think it's important to point out over here that the best thing we can do as a nation is to ensure that there is a close collaboration between the politicians and the private entities. It's actually been true for the United States for decades, if not centuries, that the government and the private sector have been working hand in hand in order to promote the US-based products internationally, as well as they have always taken into consideration bilateral agreements when it comes to allowing foreign companies to either flourish or fail within the United States. I think keeping that in mind when it comes to our current administration in Poland, it's important that administration, that today's Polish government is aware that they must support the Polish companies if we wish those companies to be successful in the United States. On the other hand, I think it's important to look at importing the investors from the United States into Poland. Of course, we want to ensure that our companies are successful over there, but we also want to make sure that the US-based investors can be successful by investing their assets or supporting our companies as much as possible. I think here what we can see is, whenever I talk to the US investors, they tend to be focused on the practicalities of doing business. They are extremely non-emotional, business-oriented entities or fund managers, and as such, they assess most of their decisions through their ability to be successful in the long term and their ability for the particular investment to return its returns. And as such, I think if we can do something today, besides continuing to grow the companies as much as we do, there's two things. We should continue to invest more and more in the fundamental research. Fundamental research investment is ultimately the primary way in which we support the development of high-tech and deep-tech businesses, and those seem to be in trend today. And reduce any sort of irregularities or challenges that Polish law might be creating, both for Polish companies, but also for foreign investors trying to invest in Poland. I think simplifying the law, removing bureaucratic burdens, trying to establish simpler rules of operations for entities, for the companies, as well as for the foreign investors, is going to result in us becoming a more and more of an attractive geography from the perspective of the US investor, and as such is going to import those investors over to Poland, closing and ensuring that our ties are better. So in summary, looking at this, given the opportunity that we have today at hand, and I think that opportunity is unique, we should strive to increase our dependency or our collaboration with the US in two fronts. We should try to ensure that our companies are more successful in the American market, as well as we should attempt to bring more investors from the US into Europe. Both of those can be achieved through high-level, well establish geopolitical collaboration on G2G level, so government to government, as way making sure that our rules and regulations aren't stifling innovation or stifling the development of companies in Poland. And we are making it easier for foreign investors to come to Poland and invest. Thank you.
So now we are jumping into our live discussion, and I am honored to introduce our distinguished guests. So let's start with Alex. Alex Cheniere Energy is Director of International Affairs at Cheniere Energy, the leading producer and exporter LNG in the US. And there are three things that you should know. He negotiated the first long-term LNG supply deal between the US and Poland. Congratulations. He brings experience from the US State Department, Treasury, and World Bank. His work focuses on global energy security, where Poland is now a strategic player. And one more point, Alex, from what I know, lives in my top two cities, in one of my top two cities in the US, so DC. So please convey my best wishes to my city as well, to DC.
Absolutely.
Welcome. Great. We are happy also to introduce Doug Stevenson from Raytheon, is Vice President for Europe and NATO and Raytheon, a part of RTX, the largest aerospace and defense group in the world. And there are other facts, known facts about Doug. So RTX employs over 9,000 people in Poland across Raytheon, Pratt & Whitney, and Collins Aerospace. Doug led defense contracts across Europe, including Poland, Germany, and Switzerland. Raytheon partners with Poland on co-production on advanced defense systems like Patriot missiles. And again, from what I know, Doug, you live around in Boston area, large Boston area. So we are nearby. So yeah, greetings from Massachusetts to Massachusetts.
Thank you, Justina. Yes, I'm not too far away. In fact, Raytheon was founded in the technology corridor here by Boston in Lexington, Massachusetts. So
that's great.
We're proud Massachusetts company.
That's great. Thank you. And last but not least, Kamil Majczak, Chemetika. Kamil is CEO of Chemetika Group, formerly Czech, a leading Polish industrial and chemical company. And there are three things you should know about Kamil. He led the 2023 rebranding and transformation of the company, including delisting from the Warsaw Stock Exchange. He oversaw one of the largest US acquisitions by a Polish company, buying a silica business from PPG for $310 million. Under his leadership, Chemetika is going global, digitizing, greening, and expanding its US footprint. And Kamil, please let me know, where are you now? Because I don't know.
In Warsaw. Hello, everybody, and thanks for introduction.
So you are from the future. We are in the past still, like for you. So thank you for the message from the future. It's 6 hours ahead of us here in the US. Okay, so that's perfect. So let's start our discussion. And I think that we should start with like a follow-up question, maybe to what Rafał has just mentioned. So Rafał has mentioned that there are two things that are very crucial for building bridges, business bridges between Poland and United States. One of them is research investments in research, and the other one is policies, smart policies, regulations. And so if you can tell me, if Poland could change just one regulation, or Europe, or policy to make investment easier, what would you recommend? I don't want to point the finger, but who should start. But if you don't mind, Doug, if you could start, you are the closest to me. So if you could start, I really appreciate this. So regulations, what could be changed to fasten our cooperations in terms of regulations?
Well, thanks, Justina. And yeah, I'm not too far away, so thanks for picking me first. Well, as you mentioned, Raytheon is part of a bigger group of companies now, but we've been working as Raytheon in Warsaw and Poland for a number of years. In fact, I've worked in Poland now for about 17 years and was just in Warsaw last week for one of the defense conferences. So I've gotten to know Poland and see the transformation of Poland over the last decade. It's really been substantial. But Raytheon now is part of a bigger group, having combined with Pratt & Whitney and Collins Aerospace as part of now RTX. We have a pretty big presence across Poland, as you mentioned, with a big employment base there, especially under Pratt & Whitney. But I can speak to the defense segment of the business. We're now a commercial aerospace as well as defense, and I sit purely on the defense side. And one of the things we've run into in Poland, and really we're one of the pioneering companies working with the Ministry of Defense on offset. So the offset policy historically was under the Ministry of Economy, and it moved over to the Ministry of Defense as a strategic imperative of the government to focus on, defense improvement and defense investment in connection with some of the large acquisitions that they were contemplating. And ultimately, we sold the Patriot system there, which was one of the projects I initially worked on. And that came with an offset obligation. So offset under the contracting relationship requires the company to basically reinvest into Polish industry. And so when the offset regulations moved over to the Ministry of Defense, it also came with it a policy directive to focus offset beneficiaries on just the state-owned companies. And that's how it's operated now since 2012, 2014. So that's been to the benefit of the PGZ group now and focusing investment in the state-owned entities. I think things have matured to the point now to where the offset policy really needs to be reconsidered and evolve further to include the private sector. If Poland really wants to build its defense industrial base, which is critical to the longevity and health of the defense sector in Poland, you have to look to what's happening in the United States. You have to look what's happening across Europe and some of the opportunities. And if you orient your offset incentive policy to one sector, being the public sector, it naturally constrains things. So I think a fresh look at the offset policy so it could benefit the entire private sector, which means from our point of view, that private sector companies, even those owned by and entities in Poland operated by foreign-owned businesses like Raytheon or RTX, and Pratt & Whitney is an example, could actually benefit in the same way that PGZ companies do today. So if I get a U.S. defense contract, through a U.S. government-to-government sale, the offset obligation that comes with that, we should have the option to support jobs and innovation at a company, perhaps, that we own in Poland that employs Polish people and creates innovation locally. That should be treated equally to the state-owned company. So that would be a big change. Require a lot of political will, but that's an effort that we'd like to see considered.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Doug. So what is perspective from Poland, Kamil?
Thanks. I think that's something we live every day, as we are still predominantly Polish company with a lot of activities here. And I think when I'm speaking to our US colleagues, and we have a board member who's from US and now very much involved in our European operations as well. I think it's a lot about permitting and how we get investments into the country to have a unifying, simplifying environmental and building permitting procedures, because that's in our hands. This is not something that we can say this is EU. This is in our hands, how we handle it. And that we do it, I think, transparently and in a quick manner, in being a pro-business. Because I think, in a sense, sometimes probably if it's government to government, it may be easier and simplified. But when we have mid-sized, larger businesses investing and building things in Poland. I think this is some of the reasons why we see even Polish companies investing in the US, because it's sometimes easier to do greenfield and direct investments there than to do in Poland. And I would say sometimes gold plating of the EU legislatives that we have in implementing in Poland, we can make it easier. We have great companies, we have great investors looking to invest in Poland. I think we need to make it as easy for anybody who wants to do business to pragmatically be able to do it in Poland. And I know it firsthand that the more difficult the projects, the tougher it gets. And even if they make perfect sense for all economy, employees, local communities, and parties involved. And this is something that we absolutely should focus and make sure that we simplify, unify it across different regions in Poland and make it easy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So this was the message from capital city of Poland. And so now let's listen to the perspective from the capital city of the United States. Let's move to Alex to DC.
No, thank you very much. And just as a bit of background, so our regulatory focus mainly on most of these issues is at the European level. Cheniere became the largest supplier of LNG to Europe in 2022, following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we were Europe's largest supplier in 2023 and in 2024. Backing up, we signed our long-term deal with what is now Orlen in 2018, and deliveries of LNG under that deal began in 2019. And that's a 24-year deal. So that'll see US LNG flow to Poland for decades to come. So when we think about the regulatory picture, we're looking not just at specific markets in Europe, but the EU kind of as a whole. And really the main focus that we have now is on the European Union's methane regulation. And just a bit of background, that creates an obligation for importers of natural gas into the EU to meet a series of phased-in requirements. So that's methane emissions reporting in 2025, measurements with independent verification in 2027, and then methane intensity standards by 2030. Many of the details are yet to be defined, but generally the focus is on upstream, so the producers in the natural gas supply chain in the United States, in our case. So the requirements for independently verified measurements at the producer level are pretty unworkable, frankly, for US LNG and US natural gas, given kind of the breadth, the size, and the complexity of the US natural gas market and US supply chains, upstream of liquefaction and the US LNG business model. That business model that was very attractive to buyers in Poland and across the EU as well. So we want to be as helpful as possible, both to the European Commission and to our buyers and customers across Europe, to ensure that US LNG can, of course, continue to flow to Europe when European governments and customers need it and want it. And we expect that to happen, not just for years to come, but for decades to come too. So the requirements for independent verified measurements are uniquely difficult. So we really would hope that there's some change and reform to that, particularly as implementing acts for the regulation are worked out. And we believe that many US companies, particularly Cheniere, can meet the intent of the regulation. And we hope that the Commission can compromise on certain requirements kind of to address the issues. And I think it's important to point out that the role of the member states and member state governments on the methane regulation will be incredibly important. And that those voices in Brussels, particularly of large buyers of US LNG, and particularly for governments like Poland that rely on US LNG for clear energy security needs, are going to be incredibly important. So it's something that we really urge governments to be more active on, I think, in the Brussels discussion, to not just let it be a purely Commission-led engagement, but to be one that needs to be more member state driven in terms of thinking about how the regulation is worked out and how it impacts not just Europe's energy security and Poland's energy security, but how it fits into the broader US-EU relationship that we've been discussing today and we'll discuss further.
Thank you, Alex. So let's stay in DC for a moment. And you mentioned the invasion on Ukraine by Russia, and this, of course, has reshaped transatlantic priorities. So how has that influenced your strategy or pace of engagement in Poland?
So it really is, it definitely has shifted the way that we engage, I think, in Poland and across the EU, both in terms of supply and in terms kind of on regulation. But really it's shown the invasion and the aftermath of the invasion has really shown that the security of supply and energy, both in the form of reliability of production, but also in the flexibility of delivery. And both of those things are very much center of what US LNG brings to the market. That these are vastly important now for the years post-invasion, but will also be really important, I think, for the decades to come. We've seen how critical US LNG has been for energy security in the region at the time of at its time of need. So over half of the cargoes that we produce in our facilities in 2024, for instance, went to Europe. That's very different than what happened prior to the invasion of Ukraine, when the majority of our volumes were heading to the Indo-Pacific to Asia. And just to put it in perspective, one cargo of LNG, so one ship, can provide heat for 1 million citizens of Poland for 1 month. So we're talking about just a massive flow kind of energy and molecules across the Atlantic that started in 2022 and really hasn't stopped. So Poland is one of our top 5 destinations this year alone. So it really has kind of transformed the way we look at Europe as both a current source of demand, but also a future source of demand. It's why we continue to engage on the issues that I talked about on the methane regulation, but also on things like the CSDDD, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, and some of the other rules and regulations that Brussels and the Commission are very focused on that will impact how American firms think about the European market going forward.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Doug, you mentioned the importance of co-production in defense. What's needed for Poland to evolve from a recipient to a true co-developer of advanced defense capabilities?
Well, I think a lot of things. Just, there's a good foundation for growth, but maybe I'll answer the question in 2 parts because I think this is also tied to sort of developments since the war in Ukraine. Clearly, Poland needs to invest more in R&D. That's always a good foundational element that's needed, and I have seen that grow over the last decade, and it needs to grow further. And as I mentioned before, strengthening government support for contracts, not just in the public sector, but also the private sector, would also help build that industrial base. But I also believe that Poland needs to start looking beyond investments or acquisitions just for its own defense military needs, which, there's still gaps there. They're still working to build, but they need to start also looking at multinational cooperation within NATO. And the reason I say this is because NATO has kind of woken up, right, since the war in Ukraine. And there's admittance across, Europe that the defense industrial base is severely lacking in capacity. So, the call has gone out within NATO to step up defense spending, but the driving need is to build capacity, both in the critical weapon systems, but also in the missiles and other defensive capability that's needed to defend against a possible attack. So that's become readily evident. It's being talked about across the defense community and even in capitals across Europe, and being promoted by the new Secretary General of NATO. So I think what Poland can do is do more, and you don't see much evidence of it in recent years. I think they need to look at trying to do more multilateral, multinational collaboration on defense procurement, where we can get bigger programs with Poland maybe as a lead nation, working to support defense needs regionally, not just for Poland. And that's something NATO is trying to drive as an organization. And I think the time is right for Poland to step in and start stepping in as a lead nation on some of the major defense needs across the alliance. So that can be married very closely to what some of the defense needs and gaps, capability gaps are in Poland. But they're well positioned to take kind of a regional leadership role within NATO, and we haven't seen that yet on the acquisition side. So with the need to bolster capacity, and it's recognized across the alliance more capacity is needed, let's drive more investment into Poland where we could put that capacity and where there's a receptive audience and a receptive public to building that capability within Poland. Not all nations are receptive to this idea of building capacity in defense, but I think Poland is uniquely situated to be a leader in that space.
Yeah, that's right. And also numbers proving that we are, after America, we are the largest contributor to NATO, so we shouldn't forget about that. So thank you so much, Doug. I am curious right now about your perspective for the future. So let's start with Kamil, if you don't mind, Kamil. So how do you see Poland's role evolving in your sector over the next 5 years? Let's say hub, supplier, co-developer.
Thanks for the question. So Chematica is a chemical industrial company operating across 8 different businesses, one of which we invested and entered with our acquisition in the US, and we're looking for further acquisitions. And where we come from, we like both markets very much, Poland and US, and I think there are quite a few similarities driving why we like both. Poland is very entrepreneurial, has very many people moving the economy in the right direction, has a great workforce skill set of the workforce, and you can see it across both technical engineers, software engineers, and etc. that we can leverage. And we are doing this as the economy has been growing even nowadays 3.5%, and I think we see that in our eyes in Poland. And I think this pragmatic drive to improve business is something that we see also in the US, and making pragmatic business decisions and driving the right outcomes. And I think Poland should play bigger and I would say more ambitious role in the EU as a hub for production. We have been great in internalizing a lot of I would say more labor-intensive production from Germany, from France, from UK. I think we now need to invest more in our R&D capabilities and converting, I would say, great scientists, great engineers that we have into applied solutions, and using this to leverage our know-how and our place in Europe for further development. And this is something that we want to also drive with Chematica. I would say merging the two, having a very nimble, pragmatic business model and decision-making structure with great presence in Poland and access to, I would say, great minds and scientists, but really bringing them to the industry, because this is something that we lack, this bridge of using the talent, but using it well in the industry setting. And we see it firsthand with, we, for example, have our own venture, a smart fluid, which is non-Newtonian fluid that can be used in ballistic protection. Is a spin-off from Warsaw Technical University. It's a unique technology. Different large chemical companies spent tens of millions of dollars trying to develop it. They didn't succeed. We have it. But now it's how do we convert this technology, this know-how, into actual business? How do we sell it? How do we commercialize it? How do we scale the production? And this is something in between driving innovation, being able to produce it in Poland pragmatically, and building the new businesses. And I think Poland can play a great role for both in people investing here, but also US companies looking for presence in Europe. I think Poland is the place to be in Europe in the next 10, 20 years.
That's right. Alex, what is your point on this for the next 5 years?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think every period of challenge and every challenge represents also an opportunity, right? And I think certainly the turmoil in European energy represents an opportunity for countries that planned to diversify away from Russian molecules in advance, like Poland did. So Poland made the decision to diversify away from Russian gas well in advance of the invasion in 2022, and I think that sets Poland up to take advantage of those opportunities with the infrastructure and the contracts and the volumes. So as we look at Poland's role in Europe, I think moves by Polish energy and gas companies to expand their portfolios and to really develop kind of trading capabilities to become more regional players represents an opportunity too, I think, for U.S. firms to become more active in Poland, both to help Polish companies achieve more regional ambitions, but to also benefit too, kind of from that expansion. So at the base of that, a strong U.S.-Poland trade, economic, and political relationship, I think, is going to be key to that. I think we're there. We're already seeing it. We're seeing, I think, strong positive movement in that direction, with both presidents meeting very early and constructively. So I think there is opportunity, not on the co-production side, but in terms of the idea of Poland being a hub for natural gas and LNG, and really taking advantage of increasing demand in the region, and seeing what role Polish companies can play in supplying and meeting those demand needs as we look at continually how the region adapts to the changing energy security situation, and how Poland can play a really central role in meeting those EU needs and challenges going forward.
Thank you so much, Alex. So what is the perspective from defense industry, Doug?
Well, just maybe an additional comment on the co-production topic. Our view is that co-production is the fastest path toward building capacity in Europe that's needed so desperately, and NATO's calling for this, massive increases of capacity in defense in the next 5 years. And the only way that's going to happen that quickly is partnership with the U.S. defense industry, where we have capability, proven products already deployed with the U.S. military that we can then bring to Europe and establish capacity and capability there through co-production arrangements, since we don't necessarily have the capacity in the U.S. to meet all the demand ourselves. So Poland has an opportunity here right now through both state-owned and private sector to partner with our company, other U.S. defense industry, to bring more co-production into Poland to boost this capacity across the alliance. But like I said before, Poland doesn't need to do this and fund this on its own. It can come through multinational collaboration within NATO, because it's really going toward a capacity and capability that's needed across the alliance. So I think, we're kind of at an inflection point given where we are from the war, and the wake-up call within NATO and with the new administration in the US, where this is a drive to get Europe to invest more in its own defense capacity and defense capabilities. So Poland could certainly step into that gap and help fill the need. But again, they don't have to do it alone. They just need to work collaboratively, both regionally and across NATO. We've seen some Western neighbors of Poland spend probably more time and investment when they put money toward their own defense industry, toward not building capacity quickly, but instead driving sort of long-term jobs development. That doesn't deliver capability quick. So co-production, I think, is the faster path, and it actually brings capacity and capability and know-how all up at the same time. So I think Poland, given its unique relationship with the U.S. and the defense sector, we're kind of like-minded when it comes to defense investment. There's opportunity space there.
Thank you so much for your perspective. Perspective. So speaking of building bridges, building alliances, the key word is trust. I think all of you can agree with that. So speaking of trust, in light of shifting global alliances that you have already mentioned, you mentioned many countries, you mentioned many alliances, and now today we are talking about alliance as a strong alliance between Poland and United States. What do you think? How important is trusted supply chain status, and how does Poland measure up? So maybe let's start with Alex. What do you think about that?
Yeah, thank you. No, absolutely. I mean, I think energy security at its core is all about trusted kind of supply chains. It's very true that the post-World War II trading system, as we know it, is changing, right? And that's going to impact how the US, the EU, and Poland all interact and trade with each other. So that level of interaction and that relationship will drive investment, I think, in all of our countries. There's a lot we can do to highlight the strong trade and investment ties that already exist. I think that's a really important kind of part of this discussion. The Polish procurement decisions that we talked about in US LNG were really instrumental in driving the development of the sector in the United States. US LNG exports only began in 2016, and the decisions that were made for procurement in Poland were some of the first long-term agreements to be signed in the industry. I think it's important to remember that and to point that out, the important role that Poland played in the development of the U.S. industry, particularly as the government of Poland speaks to the U.S. government on these issues. And energy in general is a priority for this administration, LNG in particular. So I think it's important to continue to highlight kind of those linkages, those connections, and how critical energy security will remain in the bilateral relationship between the U.S. and Poland, but in the broader U.S., EU, and transatlantic relationship too going forward.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Camille, what do you think in this regard?
I think supply chains have been a topic for now quite a few years, and I think we see reasons why every year a new reason why it's critical to have really secure, stable, resilient supply chains, be it COVID, energy shocks, war in Ukraine. It's like every year we have a new reason why it's important to have very resilient, secure supply chains, and we do. And as a
so we have some contributions from DC, what I can tell. So we are saying hello to Laura Foran. Are you going to join us for the discussion? We can hear you, Laura. Okay, Camille, please continue.
And as a chemical company that uses a lot of inputs to production, this is a critical issue for us, both on energy security, and because we all use a lot of energy, and price of energy and availability of energy is critical, but the same on the all intermediaries we use within our chemicals production, and we had to make sure that it's resilient, it's there, and we can trust our partners, and we can trust for the partners where it's coming from, and I think this is actually a very critical element, and I think that's important to have geopolitical alignment and traceability standards, and actually know where the products are coming from, and this is critical when we ever test our suppliers, and we have it all mapped out exactly, all the suppliers, where the products come from, what certificates they have, to be sure that we know if issue emerges, how do we respond to it? And issues do emerge on the supply chain, on the shipping routes, on particular dynamics in geopolitics, and we have to adjust, and this requires very thorough partnerships, a very thorough diligence of the partners, and long-term trusted relationships that are critical, that may cost a bit of margin at short term, but are required for the long-term stability of the business and sustainability of the business.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So now I have a question to you. If you have questions to yourselves, I know that it's always hard during the online conference to talk to each other. It's easier when we were in one room. But maybe Doug, Camille, or Alex, you have questions to some of you.
I would say maybe to Doug and Alex, like what would be your advice for businesses that are looking to enter Poland, or they have Europe on the map and Poland is one of the options? Like, what do you think distinguishes Poland, and how to go about, cooperating with Polish companies, Polish government?
You want to try that first, Alex?
Yeah, sure. No, absolutely. I mean, I think the market itself has been very attractive for us, both its geographical location, but also the really attractiveness of the market and the companies that want to do business with U.S. firms and want what the U.S. offers. So I'd say that's first of all one of the most attractive things about it, and just the strong track record I think that most U.S. firms have in engagements in Poland and with Polish counterparties. I think a lot of it speaks for itself, frankly. So it's a great place to do business, and one that I think will be kind of a long-term, strong strategic partner, both for the U.S. government, but also for the U.S. private sector going forward.
Yeah, I could reiterate the same topics, and we're kind of in Poland in two different dimensions. On the aerospace commercial sector side, Pratt & Whitney's been a big investor in Poland for many years, with big operations there in Aviation Valley. We're were probably investing there when it was not easy to do. But the Polish workforce was really, I think, the big attraction. They had to, in fact, set up training schools for the right trades skills to come into support the manufacturing there, but it was just a very attractive scenario overall. We found out more recently that the supply chain is, as we talked earlier, the supply chain in Poland is very capable. We have over 850 suppliers across Poland, and our intent when we invest in suppliers and qualify them to support our products, we don't want them to support just Polish needs, but globally. So we're looking to expand exports from those companies that we have enter our supply chain from Poland. And they've been very responsive and quite frankly, very capable, certainly on par with their Western counterparts and typically more economical. So I think it's overall a very attractive place to do business. It's getting better by the year. I mean, that's the continued investment in infrastructure and transportation has helped incredibly. I mean, years ago when I was in Poland, it's hard to get from one end to the other. Now it's quite easy. It's like the rest of Western Europe. So I think today is the climate's very positive. And with continued good U.S.-Polish relations, it's only going to get better.
That's great. Yeah, positive message. I like it. So now I received the question from Poland, from the audience, from Ziemowit, from Poznań. If you don't mind, I will read this question out loud. So, how big problem for companies like Raytheon or Lockheed Martin is pressure on European Union countries from European Commission to buy military equipment in Europe? So I think, Doug, actually, this is you to answer.
A lot of talk about that subject these days, just more recently. I can't speak for Lockheed, of course. They're our competitor. But there is obviously a strong call from the European Commission and European Union to buy more European. And it comes back to my prior subject. That's the need to build capacity in Europe. Personally, I think the initiative to spend more defense dollars in Europe on European companies makes sense. They need to build that capacity, and that includes Polish defense companies. I think there's still going to be a substantial amount of defense budget available across Europe for the needs that come from the U.S. So there needs to be a balance. Ultimately, you can't adopt the full French model of only buy European and shut out the Americans. But I think Poland will take a much more balanced view. So direct the money that comes with a buy European mandate to the European companies and allocate the appropriate level of defense funds to imported defense products. But it's okay to put a requirement to co-produce that capability in Poland, which we're in Europe. And we do that regularly and routinely, and that still brings know-how, jobs, capability, competency, which are all important to the defense industrial base.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Doug. So now let's switch to a little bit personal question, but I think it is of a huge interest for those who are listening to us and they are just graduating from universities. Now it's a time of graduations, like May in the US, it's crazy with the graduations. There are many Polish students here in the US as well. And but also in Poland, it's June, it's more graduation time. But anyway, this is time of graduation, which means that many young people are considering their future steps in their career. And from your perspective, you've accomplished a lot in very serious industries. And but what's your one dream or goal that still keeps you motivated today? Let's inspire young people that you're already inspiring. So let's start maybe now from Poland. Kamil, please.
Thanks for the question. So I think we have a vision that for the company that's super inspiring for me and the team. I think we want to build a truly global big player coming from Poland that's really big in US, really big in Europe, but comes from Poland, a global name with origins in Poland. That's, I think, our grand vision that I think keeps me motivated every day, looking for new opportunities, where to do business, how to grow business via acquisitions, how to build winning team that accomplishes this. And I think that's what drives me to go to work every day and pull through and any challenges that arise.
Thank you so much. Alex, what is your message to young people?
Yeah, thank you very much. So our goal really has been to provide the energy that the world wants and needs to keep the lights on, keep homes warm, and to keep factories going. And that's just what we did when Russian gas was shut off following the invasion of Ukraine. And we saw it play out in real time. We saw a European Union and a NATO alliance that was able to stay together because energy was flowing. That wouldn't have happened pre-2016 without the presence of US LNG on the global market. So it made a very, very clear and specific difference, a difference we knew it would make when we began kind of planning for the build out of our infrastructure many, many years ago. So we always knew what we were doing and building was going to make a fundamental difference in people's lives and in markets around the world for a variety of reasons, not just in terms of energy security, but also in terms of climate, in terms of providing a cleaner alternative for a variety of buyers around the world, across the Indo-Pacific in particular. So I think it's important to always have something that you're driving towards, even if it's a longer term goal. As we look to build out, to invest tens of billions of dollars in our platform, to always have that end goal of what we were striving towards, even when it was fairly difficult to achieve it. So I think that's important. And in terms of recommendations, my recommendation is there are so many business sectors and segments that are incredibly important, and they're not necessarily the ones that are going to be the taking up all of the attention on social media, or they're not going to be the companies that are going to be the most attractive necessarily, that are all in the media, but they're incredibly important, and they're also incredibly interesting. So my recommendation would be to think about branching out and looking at a whole host of opportunities, segments, and industries, not just in the most kind of popular segments and companies right now, because the world needs not just cell phones, technology, and AI. We still live in a world that needs fundamental physical things. If you look around us, we need buildings and roads and the energy to build them and maintain them. So we aren't really in a virtual world yet. So there needs to be all of the things around us built and maintained. So I would just recommend branching out and thinking about other sectors when you think about careers and where you want to go.
Thank you, Alex. So looking for niches, but also not forgetting about the industries that were always there, and there will be probably always here.
And always will be, absolutely.
Exactly. Thank you, Alex. And Doug, what is your message?
Well, we certainly like to attract the young people coming out of college and university to the company. I tell you, there's nothing more motivating than to work and deliver the kind of capabilities we do to the warfighter in supporting and defending democracy and freedom. There's just a really moving story. In fact, many coming out of Ukraine, having had the pleasure of and really the honor of delivering some of these capabilities on the Patriot weapon system across Europe, but then those European partners and the US have provided Patriot now to Ukraine. We know that it's protecting the citizens of Ukraine every day. And it's quite moving and motivational to see stories coming out of Ukraine. We had, once Patriot was there, I recall a press conference with the President of the United States and President Zelensky, where the Patriot was first provided. And someone asked from the media pool, President Zelensky, so now that you have Patriot, what else are you going to ask for? And he turned to the president, U.S. president, he said, more Patriot. That's easy. We need more. And of course, they've continued to try to deliver more capability there. But we had a video that came out of Ukraine with just people off the street that put this clip together. It was just a simple message. Thank you, Patriot. Because everybody knew it was protecting and allowing them to open schools and protect the citizens so they could get on with their daily lives around Kyiv and other critical areas in Poland, so in Ukraine. So we were able to see these stories coming out of Ukraine and seeing how our systems are actually defending the people there.
Thank you so much. That's a beautiful message. And so we don't have time for more questions, like very broader questions. But my ask and request to you right now is, I will give you each of you 30 seconds just to, give your message of this panel for our audience. So we will start. Doug, I have you now. So if you could start, like you have 30 seconds. If you need 15 seconds now, I will give you 15 seconds to think about that.
Sure, that's the transatlantic
message.
Yeah, transatlantic defense industrial cooperation is very strong with Poland and the US. I see it as a pillar of potential growth, future growth in the defense sector in Europe. And like I said in my remarks earlier, building capacity now is so urgently needed to defend Europe, and Poland can step into that gap to really play a big role. So we're looking to expand our cooperation with Polish sector, both private and public defense industrial base, and look forward to seeing expanded opportunities there for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Doug. Alex?
Yeah, thank you. Just building on what Doug said, the transatlantic energy relationship is also incredibly strong and can be and will be, I think, for years and decades to come. But we all need to work together on both sides of the Atlantic to ensure that it's strong and to ensure that any kind of political irritants that could potentially get in the way are resolved quickly and effectively. And again, it doesn't just have to be at the European Union level, at the European Commission level, and that member states, particularly those member states that have strong personal alliances with the United States, work to ensure that those irritants get worked out as quickly as possible. And I think Poland can play an incredibly important role in doing that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Camille.
I think we are already making a great progress here and throughout ages on cooperation and opportunities in Poland. I think we can still push it further. Polish administration can make it easier to invest in Poland, can make it more pro-business, pragmatic for other companies to invest here and drive business performance, and we have fundamentals to do it. It's removing the barriers to actually unlock the potential. At the same time, I think we need to merge forces, use administration more. Administration needs to be more proactive in pushing Polish companies to the US, opening doors, making sure also that we share more and more experiences from Polish companies, private, public entrepreneurs investing in the US and having and working there. And I think we have the critical mass to actually also invest more and more in across the Atlantic in the US. And we should push both directions in Poland-US relationships.
Thank you so much, Camille. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Doug, for your insights, for your very interesting and inspiring thoughts that you've shared with us today. And now, great thanks to Warsaw Freedom Institute for bringing us here for this conversation. And yes, I hope to see you again, and good luck with everything. And greetings from Boston to Warsaw. And we are connecting with the studio again. Thank you.
Dziękuję.
Dziękuję.
Thank you.
Hello from Warsaw, Justyna. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all panelists for this excellent discussion. And now we are going to discuss the toughest question, the security and the role of Northern Eastern NATO flank.
For years, Poland has been a shining beacon in terms of military expenditures in the framework of NATO obligations, consistently building one of the strongest armies in Europe. We do believe in the sacrosanct character of Article 5. Nevertheless, we wish all NATO members followed suit and fulfilled their own commitments. Reinforcing our deterrence capabilities is Poland's utmost priority. In this respect, military cooperation with the US government as well as American defense contractors is of paramount importance. It's worth highlighting the recent purchases of American military equipment aimed at building a long-term partnership and solidifying the presence of US troops on Polish soil.
The role of Northern Eastern NATO flank and the US in the new security architecture. This is a topic of a next discussion. And now we are switching to Washington, D.C., where is Olivia Gazis, the journalist of CBS News in CBS News Studio. Hello, Olivia. Czy my słyszymy?
We don't. We hear only you, Igor.
Olivia, we had some problems with connection. We need to start again. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear us. We can't hear you. There is some problem with connection, but I hope we'll solve it in a minute. So, can you hear me, Olivia? Yes, but we don't hear you, I believe. I'm sorry for that. Okay, before we connect to Olivia again, Andrew, maybe a very short introduction to the topic. Why do you think the Northern Eastern NATO flank, what the role shall play in the new security architecture?
Well, everything has changed when Sweden and Finland joined the alliance. I mean, not only did you get 2 new members that have increased the geostrategic depth, but also 2 countries that are real contributors in terms of their military capabilities. I mean, Finland is a country that, despite its small size, can actually field a large force. It's got a system where everybody serves from the age of 18 to 60. It's got the largest conventional military. And, you know, Sweden has also a capable military. It's been neglected a bit, but they're rebuilding it. The same thing with their Navy. They've got a robust defense industrial base, and also they add, depth to the defenses of the alliance. So this is a game changer, and I think this is now a place where the center of gravity is.
I believe. We are back. I'm not going to take your job, Olivia. Hello again from Warsaw to Washington. Great to see you.
Hello from Washington to Warsaw. I'm so sorry for that glitch, but good afternoon from here to those joining us in the United States, and dobry wieczór Państwu w Polsce, którzy nas słuchają na żywo. As was mentioned, my name is Olivia Andrzejczak-Gazis, and I am thrilled to be joining you for this very timely and important discussion on NATO's northeastern flank, the roles that the U.S. and Poland are like to play in its future, and beyond. Let me quickly extend my own congratulations to the Warsaw Institute of Freedom for holding this inaugural event. I look forward very much to seeing how its work furthers U.S.-Poland relations once it's fully up and running here in the nation's capital. As Professor Michta was just saying, and as we saw in the intro, there is no shortage of issues that are making this discussion timely. Just a few days ago, you saw the leaders of the UK, France, Germany, and Poland travel to Kyiv to show solidarity with President Zelensky, who right now is, as I think we all are, waiting to hear whether or not Russian President Vladimir Putin plans to show up in Istanbul tomorrow for in-person negotiations. It would be a big surprise, but we'll see. We know that meanwhile, foreign ministers, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, are right now descending on Antalya, Turkey, to lay the groundwork for a high-stakes NATO summit taking place next month in The Hague. President Trump is expected to attend. And of course, until then, the U.S. is expected to continue what has been consistent pressure on European nations to boost their own defense spending and generally to make plans to do more and with less America behind them. So as Igor mentioned, we have a wonderful virtual panel assembled today to discuss all of this. I'm delighted to briefly introduce our participants. Joining us live, we have Andrew Michta from Warsaw, Senior Fellow in the Geostrategy Initiative in the Atlantic Council Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. We have Jacek Siewiera, the former chief of Poland's National Security Bureau. Lieutenant General Krzysztof Król, who is Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces. Ryan Lewis, who is CEO of Metamorphic Media, publisher of the Texas National Security Review, and founder of the widely known site War on the Rocks. And my friend Yaroslav Trofimov, who is an award-winning author of multiple fiction and nonfiction books about the Middle East and Ukraine, and of course, chief foreign affairs correspondent at the Wall Street Journal. And I understand he is joining us live from Turkey, which is the city or the country, if not the room where everything is happening right now. Gentlemen, we are So grateful to you for sharing your expertise with us today. I did actually want to start with Andrew Michta. I know you sort of gave us an assessment of the importance, the strategic value of the northeastern flank, highlighting, of course, the importance of Finland and Sweden's accession. I was hoping you could offer us a bit more of a baseline for the broader discussion that we have today, because we are seeing this important momentum in the conversation surrounding defense commitments from Europe. The EU Commission released a roadmap in March for bolstering the bloc's defense industrial base. We see these various multilateral efforts among Germany, France, and Poland to shore up their own cooperation, stand up this coalition for the willing for Ukraine. So especially with this lingering and pervasive question over the level of U.S. commitment to European security, tell us your view. Are these discussions among Europeans focused enough? Are they taking place fast enough for what needs to happen in the next 5 to 10 year stretch?
Well, this is an excellent question, and I would actually say that Europe is coming to this discussion a bit late, to be honest. I welcome, the engagement and the talk about spending money on defense and shoring up European capabilities, but there's a bit of a disarray still in what's going on when it comes to security and defense in Europe. The Northeastern corridor is different because these countries share threat perceptions to a large extent. For most of those countries, whether you are in Helsinki or in Tallinn or in Vilnius or in Warsaw or in Stockholm, the Russian threat is very palpable, it's tangible, it's felt, it's existential, especially to the smaller players. I mean, the Baltic states, not so long ago, were completely incorporated into the Soviet Empire. So that shared threat perception then leads to a kind of sort of unity in terms of how they respond, the national interest that they articulate. Alliances are first and foremost about shared interests and shared threat perceptions. Values reinforce them later on. So we've got this kind of coming of minds in this region. Whereas to your broader question, that regionalized security optics is also a problem in Europe to some extent, because the farther away you move from the flank, the perception of the Russian threat changes. So when I'm in Berlin, it's a different conversation. Germany is, unlike the Bonn Republic of the Cold War, is no longer a frontier state. It's no longer the critical hub, even though it's got most of the American legacy military installations on its territory. The French have historical interests in the south, in the Mediterranean, in Africa. They're now in a bit of a bind as the Russians are trying to push them quite aggressively out of that area. And there's a lot of competition about that. And the farther away you get from the flank, if you get to Spain and Portugal, the intensity of the Russian threat is felt differently. So I am glad to see the Europeans are trying to get their act together. I'm all in favor of spending money on defense, although I'm not sure that percentages of GDP, as we've talked about, it is really the way to go. I think we should be looking at real exercise capabilities that we need for our regional NATO plans. But I'm glad Europe is waking up from this holiday from history or strategic slumber of the last 3 decades. But a lot remains to be done.
Mm-hmm. Jacek Siewiera, let me bring you in for this, specifically for the Polish perspective, because strategic slumber doesn't really apply to Poland. Poland is expected to be NATO's biggest defense spender, having already committed 4.7% of its GDP, to use that metric to defense spending in 2025. Can you talk to us a bit about what you see as the most immediate pressing security priorities for Poland in this moment? How do its leaders effectively balance credibly projecting its own existing military capabilities with this need to push those more distant partners in Europe and in the US to boost military spending and support?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for this question. And I think it touches the deepest nature of discussion which we should have, and we are not having it right now because there is no time to have a deeper strategic discussion about the questions which you asked. And referring to what my predecessor said about the mindset of the Baltic pillar or the Baltic region countries, the threat from Russia is really tangible nearly. when it comes to the region, and the way how those countries perceive the threat is different when you increase the distance from the eastern flank. But from the perspective of the eastern flank, we have the talks which are held or may be held in Turkey. We have delegations going there. We have initial engagements for talks about ceasefire. But it shows also that from early 2022, or discussions which took place in 2023 about what will be the future security architecture of the region, we don't have a focus on that at all. I have a feeling that sometimes those discussions about the role of the eastern flank are more stepping aside when it comes to immediate ceasefire, which Putin is not interested in. And I have significant doubts, not only if the ceasefire will happen, but even what will be the future of the ceasefire, even if it will be set for, let's say, 30 days. By having said that, I think that it's very important to understand the future of eastern flank and the role of Poland within it, the security architecture, which will look differently if the mission from Coalition of the Willing will be deployed in Ukraine, will be deployed in Western Ukraine, or will not be deployed in Ukraine, and how much American forces will be engaged in that. So we have to realize that right now for eastern flank, for some time, there is no substitute for American presence and American commitment for Poland. United States are the biggest and strategic ally, and it will stay this way. Eastern flank is the line which splits civilizations, the civilization of Russia and civilization of European and Western values, but it's also the line which demarcates the big market for American industry and potential for American growth, without which the competition with China will be difficult. And we have to also admit that what we observe in approach from actual strategic partner, American administration, is one of the most effective ways of changing European approach to defense spending, to entire defense commitment. Let's be honest, for a recent 5 or 10 years, if Europe was asked politely or pushed maybe too delicate, it wasn't effective. Now we see the effects, and if the assertive position of the United States are shaping the attitude of our partners in Europe, we can also observe the change in the attitude of NATO when it comes to role of the eastern flank. But the deeper discussion on the perspective of the security and architecture and the role of eastern flank and role of Poland within it. So do we do only the support mission for our presence in Ukraine as a Europe? Does Poland is involved in the military representatives in Ukraine after the ceasefire will be implemented? Or do we operate within Article 5 from the countries who are members of NATO alliance? These are critical questions which we have to solve within the discussion about the future of Eastern flank. And it should, this discussion should take place simultaneously to efforts which are taken to implement the ceasefire on the front line.
Thank you, Jacek. Lieutenant General Król, let me have you respond to anything that you want to respond to from Jacek's commentary and add to you this question. When the U.S. Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, made his first overseas bilateral visit, it was to Poland, something that he said was, quote, quite intentional. He said a lot of nice things, in fact, about Poland and the U.S.-Poland alliance while there, but he left without making any sort of concrete commitments. And in fact, it was sort of his first public declaration that Europe can't count on a permanent U.S. presence without sort of attributing any numbers to troop levels, et cetera. So as the Trump administration is clearly opting for this now very well-known brand of transactional bilateralism, how does Poland make sure that it doesn't develop an overdependence on American defense infrastructure while still retaining this very useful status of a, quote, model ally, as Hegseth put it?
Olivia, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to this event today. Your message about my current position. I advise Chief of Defense. So I will speak as a Polish three-star general from Polish General Staff, but also former Chief of Staff Allied Joint Forces Command. So a little bit bigger, even NATO perspective from this region. Answering your question concerning Secretary Hegseth's visit to Poland, I'd like to underline that this selection of Poland as a first location for his visit and discussions with Polish Prime Minister, Ministry of National Defense about bilateral issues, strengthening our bilateral cooperation was absolutely critical. He highlighted that America is not going to reduce number of troops in Poland. The intention is to even strengthen, if necessary, required, and assessed. Their presence will be still maintained, and this is really very important, taking into account what we observed at the moment, that American leadership, particularly those from the Department of Defense, are focused not only on Europe. Europe become the second, third, or even fourth priority. First is the security of own southern border and U.S. interests in Pacific. So this seems to be more important for them. So there were also some the discussions about potential reduction of U.S. troops in Europe. Definitely, Poland was also mentioned on the list, but we truly believe that this will not be related to already deployed to Poland thousands of U.S. troops. So from our perspective, U.S. troops on Polish soil are absolutely critical. And allow me also to underline that their presence on Polish soil, from one perspective, is related to the deterrence and defense concept that was agreed and approved by heads of states during the in 2020. The document is as such is secret, but at least I can share with you the spirit of this document. So European nations were not only expected to stick to the defense pledge from 2014, but also they were expected to build capacity and capability to provide majority of forward deployed troops to the borders of NATO and majority of reinforcement. So from that perspective, US as one of the 32 NATO member states provides these troops as a reinforcement, but responsibility for defense of eastern flank or every nation is also in the hands of the nation and the soldiers and the armed forces from the respective nations. So we should still remember about Article 3. Answering your question, whether we should count only on US or whether we should build a new relationship with our European partners and allies. From my perspective, the building stronger European ties and more credibility, more troops ready to fight tonight, more ability to operate even independently is, from my perspective, in favor of NATO and US as well, because we can give more flexibility to US with global outlook, global response from that perspective. From my point of view, it's just in favor of NATO and US if we build also proper, strong relations and cooperation here among European member states.
As you just saw, was the case with the pact between France and Poland, right, with President Macron inviting Prime Minister Tusk to Nancy, and they have signed something that includes a sort of nebulous clause on the potential of extending the nuclear umbrella, something that if we have time to, we can discuss. I do want to turn, though, to Ryan and ask you we'll broaden the aperture a little bit and start talking about Ukraine and what all of this means for Kyiv. Because obviously, European nations rushing to better arm themselves kind of necessarily diminishes what they are able to supply or feel they're able to supply to Ukraine. Can you talk to us a little bit about the timeline that Ukraine is facing before it risks seeing meaningful battlefield reversals? What can they sustain with what they're getting now? And what happens absent any additional aid announcements from the US? Because we're still waiting on one.
I think that Ukraine would start feeling the pain on that later this year, probably in the fall and the winter. I do think it's worth noting that Ukraine is less dependent on US arms than it was earlier in the war. It's producing a lot more domestically and getting more from Europe. But what the US provides in terms of exquisite capabilities is not something that other countries can easily step in and provide for them, and not something that Ukraine can provide for itself. So in the absence of a new security package or some sort of dramatic change in the war or a peace deal, Ukraine will start sort of feeling the pain later this year. Although it's worth noting that the battlefield adaptations that Ukraine has made in terms of holding the line with fewer troops than it should have, to be honest, but fewer troops and fewer artillery munitions by using drones creatively and new concepts of operations has been pretty impressive as well.
And by those exquisite capabilities, you mean things like overhead surveillance, intelligence, targeting. Do you have an indication, do you have a sense that those are credibly on the chopping block? I know there are plenty of rumors that the administration could consider cutting those things off. Were it still dealing with sort of a recalcitrant Kyiv and getting them to the negotiating table? Is your sense that that is still, in fact, a threat that the administration is willing to dangle?
If anyone here knows how to predict what the Trump administration is going to do next on this, let me know. You can help me balance my stock portfolio too. I mean, it's very hard to predict. I do think President Zelensky's shown a clear willingness to negotiate. He's going to show up in Turkey. We'll see if Putin does as well. I doubt he will. I think Putin's just trying to buy time. As for what the administration is going to do next, I really think it comes down to whether, honestly, who Trump feels the most disrespected by at the end of the day. But it's very hard to understand these things. In terms of earlier aid cutoffs, there was a story that was reported out recently that some of the aid cutoffs that happened were things that the Secretary of Defense may have done unilaterally without first consulting the White House. But again, it's very hard to discern what's actually going on in this administration in terms of where this decision is going to come down. We'll just put it that way.
I take your point about not having a crystal ball or particular insight into the dynamics of the administration, but I'm still going to ask Yaroslav, because he is in Turkey, about the state of play of these on-again, off-again negotiations. You're on the ground. I think you are in Istanbul, if not Ankara.
In Istanbul, yes.
Okay, so you are going to be surrounded by a number of senior officials. So first, what are you hearing about whether tomorrow's meeting actually takes place among principals, Zelensky, Putin, and Trump? It seems remote, but have you heard anything to the contrary, that all of them would descend in Istanbul?
It's very unlikely. I mean, what happens tomorrow is that President Zelensky is coming to Ankara to meet with the Turkish president, President Erdogan, and he has said that he would be willing to then fly to Istanbul together to meet Putin if he ever comes here. That's not likely to happen. I mean, basically what Putin had offered was not a meeting in person. What he wants is a return to the 2022 Istanbul framework, this aborted negotiations in March of 2022, which really talks about Ukraine's surrender. If you remember what was happening then, there were Russian tanks on the Kiev Ring Road. A much larger part of Ukraine was occupied by Russia at the time. No meaningful Western military assistance. And the talks centered on things that would be completely unacceptable to Ukraine today, such as cutting down the Ukrainian army, which is currently about 1 million men and women, to roughly 80,000, restrictions on heavy weapons, a ban on foreign military aid to Ukraine, and basically turning Ukraine into a Russian protectorate by any other name. And so that's what Putin still wants. And in fact, he's sending to Istanbul the same man who was heading the Russian delegation 3 years ago, his advisor, Vladimir Medinsky. The Ukrainians are not going to do that. And Zelensky obviously is not going to meet personally with any of the low-level Russian officials, but also if there is any lower-level meeting between the Ukrainian officials and Russian officials, Ukrainians said it will only be about a ceasefire. They will only talk about modalities for supervising and monitoring and implementing a 30-day unconditional ceasefire that Ukraine has accepted on the Trump administration's urging, and Russia has not accepted. And then you have this third element. You have American representatives coming to Istanbul probably on Friday. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is already coming to Turkey for a NATO foreign ministers meeting in Antalya, and then Trump's special representative for all the major international issues by now, Steve Witkoff, who has in the past accepted the Russian line that the talks must pick up in Istanbul where they left off in 2022. And that's not a view that's necessarily shared by Rubio. So we'll see what their position will be, whom they will meet, and will there be any meetings. But obviously that whole issue is critical to not just to Ukraine, but also to, as we all talked about, the security of Poland and security of the northeastern or eastern flank of NATO. Because obviously the very reason this eastern flank of NATO now exists, with Finland being a member, Sweden being a member, and Poland dramatically ramping up its military procurement and the size of its armed forces, is because of the war in Ukraine. And obviously how that war ends will be a major factor in what happens to Poland and what happens to other neighbors of Russia.
So I would assume most of the panelists share your and Ryan's skepticism that Putin actually shows up. Is that at all a risk for him? Because tell me if you share the view that there was something of a pressure campaign by this administration to force people to come to the table. The rhetoric, including from somebody like J.D. Vance, who obviously was very much first and foremost involved in some of the sharpest exchanges in that Oval Office meeting that we all recall. By not showing up, does Putin successfully buy himself more time, or does this not do anything to sort of cajole the Trump administration to take sort of the harsher measures that they have dangled, including, harsher sanctions, even secondary sanctions? Yaroslav, why don't we start with you? We can go to Ryan, and then if any other panelists want to weigh in, we can do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, just like Ryan, it's very hard to explain rationally the thinking of the Trump administration because it's very impulse-driven, and it really, it contradicts itself very often. So there's clearly a current with it that sees Ukraine and maybe the rest of its neighbors, including Poland, as just chips in a much broader strategic realignment in the world and a currency to pay for a new relationship with Russia. And there are others who don't see it that way. And I think it has yet to be seen to what extent this idea of what people in Russia call the reverse Kissinger, sort of seeking a new alliance with Russia to deter China, will trump other considerations, including the idea of NATO solidarity. So, it's very hard to predict the future.
Ryan, do you care to weigh in on that question?
Yeah, I think it's worth remembering how we got to this moment just over the last couple of months is the Trump administration was pushing both sides hard for a unconditional ceasefire, which Ukraine accepted and Russia refused. Trump then said that this ceasefire needs to happen, and with Europe and Ukraine all united, said, and if not, that there would be secondary sanctions. And instead of taking that, Putin said, well, we'll negotiate directly and unconditionally instead of a ceasefire. So it seems that the Trump administration is just looking for some kind of a win to show progress here. And I was hoping that the White House would see that Putin is just playing for time and stick to that plan of imposing the secondary sanctions if there wasn't an unconditional ceasefire. But that's not where we are. So, you know, again, it's hard to read, but I guess we'll see what happens next.
Right. Andrew, I'd invite you to weigh in on the same question if you'd like.
Sure.
And then I have a broader question about how all of this sort of comes back to NATO.
Well, a couple of things. I mean, Ryan's point at the very beginning, who offends the president first and who does it, more profoundly, I think that's a very important variable in this discussion. I've argued from the very beginning that even though the president currently says this is Joe Biden's war, it actually within a few months becomes Donald Trump's war. As this progresses, like with every presidency, it becomes a part of that. So there is a sense of pressure and urgency for the administration to deliver or to walk away from it or think of alternatives. I think Putin, by not showing up, by kind of being disdainful almost, is increasingly risking that the reaction at the White House may be actually quite negative. I think the Ukrainians were very smart following the disaster in the White House, at the Oval Office, to actually then accept the offer and shift the burden, if you will, on the Russian side. I am very skeptical about what can be achieved. I think Putin will continue fighting and pushing so long as he believes that he can win at an acceptable cost. And the acceptable cost to him has nothing to do with economic sanctions we always talk about in the West. Plus, China is backfilling him right now, so that's not really a big issue. Anything that for him would be unacceptable is developments that would cause direct pressure to his power base and his regime. And I think that would be, one scenario if indeed the Trump administration becomes frustrated and decides to raise the stakes, would be escalation, actually, that is giving the Ukrainians more resources, more latitude, and putting the pressure on Putin to have to go to mobilization in large cities. I think that would be a very critical step in this game. I'm very pessimistic about what can be achieved. I agree with Ryan that the Ukrainians can hold out pretty well for quite some time, especially as they're developing their own defense industrial capabilities, producing more and more of the drones and if you will, and they're actually going to school on the Russians. The Russians are doing the same. So my money is on how will the president react. I think we're looking at the centralization of decision-making in the White House to the extent that I haven't seen since the Nixon administration when it comes to foreign policy. So I think what happens in terms of the president's perception and the people who are the closest to him will be decisive in how the situation unfolds going forward.
Mm-hmm. And then just to go ahead, please.
I think, Jacek, you're muted.
What professor? I'm muted?
You're good.
It's good. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So if I can add just a short notice on what Professor Mita explained very well. I also don't promise too much when it comes to the position of Putin in the negotiations at the table. And I also admire how Ukrainians performed after the White House clash, let's go this way. But President Trump administration, by his experience in a business, in my opinion, went quite effective, not only by putting a pressure on European partners to increase the spending and defense commitments, but also by putting a pressure on both sides with huge cost of values, democratic values which we believed were some form of untouched for many years, but he made a good job by bringing them at the table. But simultaneously, we hear about the secondary sanctions, which can be quite effective, but as a threat if there won't be a ceasefire. When we realize how it works in a business environment, you should apply the sanctions before the negotiations start to make them be tangible and have the effect, the pain last long enough before they will sit at the tables to decrease the cost and demands. If there are no sanctions in place before negotiations take place, demands may be too high even at the beginning. And I think that this is something what Putin understands quite well, that none of the players, even the United States, are not at the right moment to really make this peace feasible.
I think it, yes, absolutely goes back to the point that Andrew was making about this centralization of power and decision-making within the White House, because you do have a number of the majority of the Republican-led Congress who are very keen to issue these sanctions on the Russians. And of course, the Europeans are keen to do it as well, but we're still in that sort of wait and see moment. Andrew, I did want to come back to you to ask about how all of this does affect NATO. We had U.S. intelligence saying earlier that the Russians would take a while to reconstitute and grow, but now actually it appears they're reconstituting and growing their military faster than was expected, at least by the U.S. We see that Moscow is reportedly tailoring its buildup to reinforce its border with NATO's eastern flank and especially Finland. I wanted to get your thoughts on where you put the level of risk today of Russia testing the alliance, either with a limited incursion or some other quasi-deniable attack into a smaller NATO nation. Do you think Putin is more risk-prone now than he was, for example, a year ago?
This is really the core question, I think, of our discussion right now, and I would like to broaden it a bit. We're not really up against the Russian Federation alone. We're up against what I call the axis of dictatorships. It's China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. It's an alignment or an alliance built on the assumption that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The shared interests and the kind of overall thrust of what the Russians have been trying to do. Putin is relitigating the end of the Cold War. He wants to reconstitute the Russian Empire, and he wants a sphere of influence in Europe. He wants to be a player again in European politics. And the Chinese have a much more ambitious goal, in my view. They're looking at the entire system of governance and the structures the Americans and their democratic allies have put in place. So that's one aspect of it, and that's why I'm very concerned that we're forgetting that we're not just up against Russia currently in Ukraine. Russia is being backed by the other allies. The second point is the Russians have reconstituted their military much faster than a lot of analysts predicted. If you look at the land forces, that were pretty badly damaged in the initial phases of the war, and they're going to school on the Ukrainians, and they're going to school on the NATO weapon systems. I've said recently to a group of senior officers that it's high time we actually look at the relative effectiveness of what we're fielding, what's happening in the electromagnetic spectrum, the extent to which the Russians can jam, interfere, and coordinate their own actions. This is a much better force than what rolled into Ukraine in 2022. Which brings me to a question about Europe. I am very concerned that since 2022, because even in 2008, the Europeans should have awakened to the fact that the Russians were going to use military power to score geopolitical wins. And they've done this consistently, and the response from the West was very limited. It was only in 2022 when everything kind of broke finally. But when it comes to defense industrial base in Europe, a lot must be done. Quite frankly, our own defense industrial base leaves much to be desired. If you look at our defense and space contractors, how we produce weapons, how we design them, and the cost of what we're putting into that. But in Europe, I'll be very blunt, unless the Europeans get serious about rebuilding the core of NATO's conventional capabilities that we need to really fill those regional plans, make them credible, Europe's risk level will continue to grow. And the Russians are looking at what's happening in their confrontation, I would argue, as a kind of extending front line. It started in Eastern Europe. The Middle East also pulled American resources and attention from the West away from Ukraine. You recall Ukraine disappeared when Hamas attacked from American media. All the oxygen went out all of a sudden. I think the Korean Peninsula is another potential area of risk and confrontation, and then obviously the Indo-Pacific. And our joint force is too small for two theaters. It's not formatted to fight in two theaters. We're not spending enough on defense. So the bottom line is, I think the risk level is rising much faster. The Russians are producing more and more of new armor, not just reconstituting old Soviet stuff. And the Europeans are too slow when it comes to lead times for production of ammunition, lead time for orders. I am delighted the Europeans are talking about 150 billion euros and 800 billion euros down the line. But armies don't shoot with euros. They need to have munitions that are produced at speed and scale, and we forgot all about it during the Cold War during the global war on terror, because we fought what I called scheduled wars. We could, our logistics were unthreatened. We could think about how many munitions we needed. We decided what the different domains looked like. We need to learn much faster if deterrence is to be credible. Otherwise, I think the Russians will be tempted to, at the very least, produce a crisis that will test NATO's credibility. I mean, the Balts are the most obvious target. But they may also decide, should actually something happen in the Indo-Pacific, that this is their historic opportunity to challenge NATO wholesale.
Mm-hmm. Let me open up to the other panelists, maybe Lieutenant General Krull, if you wanted to also weigh in on this question.
From my perspective, as far as the talks is concerned between Russia and Ukraine, taking into account our national experience, we know that whenever Russian troops put their boots on somebody else's soil, you have to force them to take this boot off this soil by force. So these talks will be very difficult. And from my perspective, we lost a kind of knowledge that was well developed during Cold War. It was called, Professor Michta can correct me, Kremlinology, how to influence decision-making process in Kremlin. So from my perspective, we lost this knowledge and ability to influence decision-making process in Moscow, from one perspective. The second perspective is, from military point of view, this war is definitely not yet decided. That score is not yet decided. So from my perspective, of course, Ukrainians would like to stop, try to find the proper solution through diplomatic the means and efforts, but frankly speaking, I don't think that Russians are ready to do the same. They think that for them, every day of the fight, every additional month they conquer additional space in Ukraine is in their favor, and I do really doubt that President Putin is definitely ready to stop this war. Frankly speaking, his strategic aim to subjugate Ukraine has not yet been. So from the perspective of big strategy, he is still in the position to simplify it. However, if we take into consideration threat to the northeastern flank, Russian attempts to test NATO or nations' security systems, they will definitely test these systems, and they've already are doing so. Frankly speaking, they operate in or execute a kind of new generation war, not necessarily with troops, but with agents, not necessarily inflicting some damage on military installations, but definitely on civilian installations. Cyberspace, that's another area Russia is trying to influence decision-making process in Europe, elections process in Europe. So this the spam of opportunities for Russia to influence, divide Europeans is really huge. And we should look into Russia, not only from military perspective, but also how we should protect ourselves. How we should build resilience here in Europe against Russian direct or indirect actions.
I'm so glad you raised that. You raised cyber election interference. I mean, earlier this week, Prime Minister Tusk openly accused Russia of being behind the big, massive shopping center, Marivilska fire. The next panel I know is going to deal with hybrid matters more extensively. But to your point, Lieutenant General Krull, is there a coherent, sort of sufficiently robust strategy at the NATO level, if not at the European level, for dealing with these hybrid attacks from Moscow or anywhere else? There doesn't seem to be one, but correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe we can hear from you and other panelists who would like to weigh in.
Okay, very good question. And sometimes our civilian partners forget about it. We military, frankly speaking, in charge for military spaces. I would say land domain, air domain, maritime domain. Of course, to some extent, also the cyberspace, because if we operate with our systems in cyberspace, we have to provide security for this cyberspace. However, nowadays, the number of entities that must be under military umbrella as far as cyberspace is concerned is much broader than it used to be. For example, all enterprises, companies responsible for transportation, for delivery of goods, ammunition, aid to Ukraine are also under Russian direct threat in cyberspace as well. From my perspective, military cannot solve everything. Therefore, it's so important to build this civilian resilience in civilian systems. And now in Poland, we issued a new act of law creating this civilian side of security as well. Coming back to your question, already in 2020, SACEUR issued a special directive that NATO will be dealing with deterrence. That means we will plan activities taking into account capabilities of all NATO nations and use them in a certain scenario against Russian activities. Okay, so this was once again underlined in strategic concept 2022, the smart grid concept. I'd like to underline to all of you that first time in NATO history, we were talking not only about defense, but about deterrence and defense. And this is the first core mission for NATO. And it's not only defense, once again, this deterrence, showing our capability, capacity, resolve, will to act is one of the most important tasks for military at this moment, at this stage.
Ryan or Yaroslav, does either one of you want to weigh in on this question of either the question of how to handle hybrid attacks or of Putin's existing risk calculus, whether it's shifted with the new administration in terms of?
Yeah. I mean, I would mind. On the second matter, I think the fundamental question of the day is still unresolved, and that's about the intentions of the Trump administration. I mean, are they seeking to end the war in Ukraine on terms that are acceptable to the European allies? Is that the goal, or are they seeking a new relationship with Russia, which will be at the expense of Ukraine and its neighbors, including Poland? And I think the verdict is still out in this. And I think, and Putin is clearly counting on Plan B. His envoys like Yil Dmitriev are speaking, glowing terms about the new era of strategic U.S.-Russian cooperation and all the untold riches that American investors will have in Russia. And I think until European nations and Ukraine have a clarity on that matter, it will be a very difficult ride.
Ryan?
I have nothing to add. I'm very impressed by my clever colleagues, and nothing to add to what they already said on this particular issue.
Jacek?
Maybe I will add just because I think that majority of the topic was covered, and what wasn't is highly confidential still. The fact that informations and accusation was revealed openly by Polish government is the final phase of a long process in which I took part also. I was in the office during that time. I remember how scarce of a data and resources which we had to understand the situation were affecting the investigation. So right now, when the situation is quite clear and obvious that this is one of the series of attacks, it's not the only one, which were conducted on the hybrid scene in Europe, it should also be included in a further discussion about what the security should look like after we have a form of ceasefire in Ukraine. Because this will be the part of the war which we will be fighting during the peacetime. This war will not end up. This confrontation will last.
So in these, we probably have about 9 minutes left. I again acknowledge nobody has a crystal ball, but everybody has seen NATO summits before. And I was hoping to hear from each of you about expectations looking ahead to this NATO summit at The Hague at the end of June. What, in your view, are going to be the hallmarks of a successful outcome there? What will you be watching for from President Trump, who is right now expected to attend? We will see. What do you think European leaders are going to be able to muster to come to the table with? Presumably not all a declaration of 5% of GDP defense spending. And how do you expect members to address Ukraine's path, if there is such a discussion, to membership at this big meeting in June? Maybe, Andrew, we'll start with you and go around.
Well, on the membership, unfortunately, rather pessimistic. I think that ship sailed at Vilnius. I think that was the last opportunity to really articulate that. And unfortunately, I don't think the Biden administration was ready to move in that direction, nor were the Germans and a number of other allies. I mean, of course, flank allies, Poland and others were in favor of that. So I'm rather pessimistic, and I don't think we're going to hear more about bridges and solid bridges and all the rhetoric that we heard.
Well-lit bridges.
In Washington. I remember a Czech colleague who told me when people talk about bridges, you end up under the bridge or people walk all over you. And jokes aside, I think the most important deliverable that I would welcome at the military level, that we allies coming in with very clear statements about what they're doing when it comes to developing real exercise capabilities, because I think that would have a lot of traction with the administration. Are you doing what you promised to do? Are you delivering, especially in this kind of zero-sum game, quasi-transactional attitude? The second one, at the political level, I hope that we will really have clarity on not so much what's going to be the deal for Ukraine, but where the administration is going when it comes to its Russia policy, because I think that's very important. That's the larger question here. And I think all the allies will be asking it, because for the alliance, if you look at the plans, Russia is seen as the principal adversary. So that clarity, I think, will be something we will all be looking for. And quite frankly, the last thing that is very important to me here is I am waiting for the leadership of every NATO member to start addressing directly their publics about how dangerous the world has become. Because I think it's nations that go to war. You know, it's a cliche to say that, not armies. And I think we're not mobilized yet in terms of our collective psychology, if you will, to confront what our adversaries are doing. I spend a lot of time watching the Putin-Xi press conference, and I think that should be required watching for everybody who is in a leadership position. Those guys are dead serious. We're not serious yet enough as we should be.
Mm-hmm. The friends of steel, as we heard coming out of that. Ryan, would you care to share thoughts, expectations, hopes?
Yeah, I guess my only hope for the summit is that I don't know how constructive it will be. I just hope that it's not destructive. Mm-hmm. I'd be perfectly happy if it ends up sort of mostly being a non-event where nothing bad happens. I do hope, I agree with what Andrew said, you know, I hope we'll see some announcements on spending. And I do think that European leaders need to do more to message to their publics, although I think the publics are starting to get the message. And I do think that as regrettable as the Zelensky meeting in the Oval Office was, it did sort of shake Europe awake. And maybe that something like that was at the end of the day necessary to get many European countries to act more seriously. Although, to be fair, of course, Poland was already acting quite seriously. So, so I will settle for a non-event summit personally.
Lieutenant General Krull, your thoughts?
Okay. From my perspective, that's definitely a critical question because that summit, upcoming summit in Hague, will definitely shape the future from my perspective. As I expressed my pessimism about the peace talks, I think that the major problem will be to find the proper so what next with Ukraine, how we as the West will help Ukraine or solve this problem or influence the decision-making process in the Kremlin. That's from my perspective, the first point. The second one, a little bit political as well. Confirmation of NATO member states' commitment to Article 5. From my perspective, even from the speech of President Trump, this should be clearly articulated. Is he in, or he is not convinced that Europe is ready to meet American expectations? So from my point of view, from military perspective, important should be also the part that is classified, where nations will receive information how NATO sees their commitment to fulfillment of NATO regional plans, but also transformation of national forces, building proper C2 structure, command and control structure, and of course, implementing new NATO crisis response system. These three aspects, very operational, military, are also very important as far as executability of our plans is concerned.
Mm-hmm. Jacek, let's hear from you. And Yaroslav, I'm going to give you the last word.
Okay, thanks. So 3 points. You ask about the success. What would be the success of the summit? And I believe that this is a moment. So this summit may draw the lines of the future of world, but I do not expect much. But if it would be a success, we need 3 points. 1, confirmation of the 3.5 spending in official way, without any discussion about that. I remember the moment when President Duda announced that we should spend 3%, and it was shock. Now 3.5 should be the target, should be the goal, and it's not controversial. The second thing is the fulfillment of regional plans, not the fulfillment on declaratory level. I cannot agree with General Krull. I know what he means by saying that NATO should explain what they expect from each every nation to declare. No, by the end of this process, we should have regional plans described in detail. Description. So for Lithuania, for Latvia, for Estonia, which country is affiliated as a framework state? What kind of unit? What number of unit? What number of soldiers? What's the rank of the soldier? What's the first name? What's the last name of the soldiers, which should be sent on the list as a result to soccer for the operation and fulfillment of regional plans. We are not there yet, and we are pretty far from that. And the third thing, Finland, Sweden joined NATO. Nuclear weapon was placed in Minsk. Different talk starts in Paris about capabilities when it comes to European defense. NATO should decide how the nuclear deterrence future looks like, and it's not about the NATO Russia Funding Act. This document is no longer in place.
Well, touching the nuclear issue would certainly be notable. Yaroslav, you have the final word to impart your wisdom and your expectations on this question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's just not forget how extraordinary is this moment in NATO history. We're at a time when the largest and most important country in NATO is threatening military action against one NATO member, Denmark, of Greenland, is claiming the annexation of another major member, Canada. And so if we get through this summit, without the entire institution effectively crumbling, with some sort of, if we get some sort of reaffirmation from President Trump of Article 5 commitment, and of the fact that Russia remains the principal strategic threat to the US and is not a new partner for the future, that already will be a great success at this stage.
To Ryan's point about not being destructive and hopefully affirming some of the things that had been longstanding tenets of the NATO Charter. With all of that, we are 1 minute over time. Sorry, Igor. Thank you so much for this session. Thanks again, dziękujemy bardzo, to our esteemed panelists, to the Institute for hosting us, and to the audience, of course, who has been tuning in. Raz jeszcze serdecznie pozdrawiamy z Waszyngtonu, and we will see you next time. Igor, over to you.
Panie redaktor.
Dziękuję, Olivia. Dziękuję ci bardzo. Thank you so much, Olivia, from Warsaw to Washington. Excellent debate. Thank you to all panelists. It was a great hour. Thank you so much. But we are not, it's not the end of the discussion on security. Let's continue with the topic on cybersecurity.
Poland is doubtless at the forefront of the collective West's rivalry with Russia and other countries in the cyber domain. Hybrid warfare has invariably been a challenge for the Polish armed forces, the intelligence community, and the entire society. Cooperation with the United States in this sphere is essential and indispensable. Both our countries possess extraordinary knowledge and enviable expertise as regards Russia's nefarious activities in this specific area. Defending our democracies in light of Russia's brazen interference in the Western political systems and preserving freedom of speech should be our common goal.
Now we are flying to Krakow. Polish Krakow, in English it's Krakow, and in Krakow is Isabella Albrecht. Isabella, are you with us?
I'm with you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I do hear you well. Welcome,
Thank
Isabella
you so
Albrecht.
much.
It's a renowned
Welcome from Krakow.
Yeah, hello. Dobry wieczór.
Dobry wieczór.
Isabella is a renowned expert on cybersecurity. Now is the director of the Cybersecurity Center and Rector's Proxy for Krakow Diana Accelerator at AGH University of Krakow. Isabella, thank you for being with us, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Igor, and thank you for the invitation. And let me just start by saying and sending my congratulations to you as well as Ambassador Marek Magierowski, as well as all individuals involved in the launch of the Warsaw Freedom Institute office on the other side of the Atlantic. As you know, I'm not an active think tanker now, but I have a think tanker soul, so I really do appreciate all your efforts, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed for all successes in terms of project that will support transatlantic relations run by the Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome Major General Karol Molenda, the living legend of Polish cyber defense, commander of the Polish Cyber Defense Forces, with a message and an answer to the question, how have the transatlantic relations between Poland and the US impacted the development of Poland's cyber army? And what does this partnership look like today? How does it work on a daily basis, as well as what can be done together within a bilateral framework to tackle cyber threats, which are truly on the rise, as a vital part of hybrid warfare and hybrid tactics, which we will also explore later today with Dr. David Edelman. So over to you, General.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and allies, it's an honor to contribute to this distinguished forum, bringing together some of the sharpest minds in security, diplomacy, and technology from both Poland and the United States. Thank you to the Warsaw Freedom Institute and all the organizers for creating this platform for dialogue in a time when transatlantic unity is more essential than ever. I have to say that throughout my military career, the relationship between Poland and the United States has been more than just visible. It's been vital. It shaped how we train, how we think, and ultimately how we fight in this complex 21st century threat landscape. What is more, our success in building the Polish Cyber Defense Forces, what you may know as Wojska Obrony Cyberprzestrzeni, would not have been possible without American partnership. Our capabilities were not built in isolation. They were forged together through joint exercises, shared intelligence, and common purpose. And what is most important, through a shared mindset, mission-driven, forward-leaning, and anchored in trust. Of course, we can also try to deepen our cooperation between US and Poland, especially in the field of hybrid deterrence. And how to do it? The answer is simple. We stop trying to work in parallel, and we should start working as one force. The hybrid threat landscape doesn't wait. It doesn't respect borders, budgets, and bureaucracies. That means we must act together and preemptively, not just reactively. Let me suggest 3 ideas. First of all, we should think about creating joint hybrid task forces with a dual mandate, combining cyber operations and information warfare under a single command structure for exercise and contingency operations. Second, align our doctrines and playbooks. NATO is doing important work, but we need bilateral depth, especially when facing Russian tactics that mix APTs, ransomware, and disinformation in a single campaign. Third, embedded trust, not just in strategy, but in code. Through interoperability through interoperable cyber toolkits, shared AI threat models, and real-time data exchange platforms. Our cooperation must reflect the reality that today's hybrid battlefield is algorithmic, persistent, and political. And I will add one final point. Deterrence isn't just about showing strength. It's about building speed and trust faster that the adversary can sow doubt and disruption. Of course, we should also focus on critical infrastructure. And I will be blunt. We need to stop thinking of civilian infrastructure as other people's problem. In the hybrid world, the power grid is a front line. The telecom hub is a target. The shipping manifest is intelligence. That's why civil-military cooperation must be treated as a strategic function. We know that civilian infrastructure is often more innovative than military platforms, but it is also more vulnerable, not hardened, not segmented, and often not ready for sustained attacks. So here's what we need. We need cyber resilience assessment, jointly conducted by military and civilian experts. We also need cyber situational awareness, spanning both civilian and defense systems. One map, not two. And yes, in some cases, direct military engagement via defense cyber operations or rapid reaction teams, when civilian capabilities are overwhelmed. This is especially critical as we see increase in use of dual-use technologies like cloud platforms, satellite terminals, and drones. These are opportunities, but also high-value hybrid targets. Of course, there is also a way to improve our answer and there is also a need to counter Russian disinformation campaigns. Here's what you call a cyber attack that doesn't trip an alarm. A tweet. Let's face it, disinformation is a form of warfare. It's digital, it's viral, and yes, it's sometimes dressed up as a meme. To fight it, we need a combined strategy. For example, joint disinformation task forces with linguists, analytics, and cyber operations working side by side. We can use AI to detect deepfakes, track the narrative spread, and even predict which social fractures are being exploited. And we should launch counter-influence campaigns that are proactive, not just fact-checking, but truth-telling with strategic intent. And one more thing, we must move from need-to-know culture to need-to-share posture when it comes to threat intelligence. That shift alone could dramatically increase our agility. Let's remember, wars can move people faster than tanks. So let's treat information space with seriousness it deserves. No longer we operate in a strategic environment where it is the big who eats the small, but rather where the fast eats the slow. We should also think about civilian-military synergy. You can see that the line between civilian and military infrastructure has disappeared, and so the line between war and peace. That's why civilian-military cooperation is no longer optional, it is essential. Of course, we as a military, we must also understand dependencies of civilian systems. We must support civilian resilience through assessment and advisory roles, and provide early warnings on threats that move faster than legislation. At the same time, civilian sector must be ready to engage with openness, speed, and realism. Now, let me share a small anecdote to close. Yes, during a joint US-Polish cyber exercise, an American officer said to me, "You Poles always expect something to go wrong." I smiled and replied, "That's not pessimism, it's planning." Because for us, threat perception isn't paranoia. It is the product of over 1,000 years of history, 200 years of partitions, and just enough victories to keep us hopeful. Ladies and gentlemen, hybrid warfare has blurred the lines between peace and war, soldier and civilian, offense and defense. But it has also made one thing very clear. We are strong when we act as one. Cyber deterrence, civilian military synergy, and information defense are not Polish challenges or not American challenges. They are shared responsibilities of modern democracies. So let's build not just a partnership, but a hybrid alliance, rooted in trust, powered by innovation, and ready to defend what matters the most: freedom, truth, and resilience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, General. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the line between war and peace, as General said, has disappeared because of the hybrid tactics. And very recently, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte referred to hybrid threats making its inroads deep into European territory and networks by saying that we are not at war, but we are not at peace either. So we will talk at this fireside chat about this hybrid tactics that have been deployed under the threshold of military conflict against the West, in cognitive and social domains, in cyberspace, in the physical realm, in the form of attacks on our critical infrastructure or migration pressure on our borders, the example of an attack on the Polish-Belarusian border. But first, we will talk about the lessons from the hybrid warfare that has been deployed by Russia in Ukraine since 2022 and has reshaped modern defense thinking, which combines conventional as well as unconventional instruments of power, which is performed and supported by all operational domains, with a full range of cyber destructive acts, disinformation, espionage, and influence operations. And since we are heading toward even more volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous time with new innovative threats accelerated by emerging and disruptive technologies evolving in front of our eyes, it's always good to talk with such distinguished and forward-looking experts like Dr. David Edelman. Director of the Project on Technology, Economy and National Security at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and former Special Assistant to the President Barack Obama for Economic and Technology Policy on the National Economic Council. I encourage you also to read David's full bio on the conference website. David, welcome to our fireside chat.
Thank you so much for having me. Great to be here.
Thank you. I will start with the question, what does Russia's hybrid warfare toolkit deployed in Ukraine consist of across both military and non-military means? And which internal Ukrainian vulnerabilities has it exploited and intensified? And as a general suggested, let's plan for the future. So what lessons can we draw from this approach regarding Russia's potential future warfare strategy, possibly directed against the West?
Sure, and thank you again. I just want to take a moment and also congratulate the Institute on this really momentous launch. To our friend Marek, who we miss here in Washington, D.C., on the congratulations on it, and Igor for launching this important initiative. So thank you for having me. You just heard the answers to some of those questions from the Major General. And when it comes to this playbook that we're seeing take place, I think it's important to recognize what is new here, but also for those of us that have been looking at cyber attacks, cyber warfare, and emerging technologies for 10, 15 or more years, what isn't new? Let's start with what was expected, right? We have elements of cyber sabotage that I think most of us can recognize are going to be a part of essentially any major conflict going forward. And so it shouldn't have been a surprise. Obviously, it was more than unfortunate, but that Russia decided to deploy the full measure of destructive cyber tools within their capabilities in theater, in conflict, in Ukraine. Right, and this is consistent with activities that I think you've seen militaries around the globe using as they're engaged in what has now been described as hybrid warfare here. But really, we're talking about concretely tools, hacking tools that wipe servers, hacking tools that block, deny access to government services, deny access to the government's ability to get messages out back to the people. Now, this is something that when it comes to Russian tradecraft, of course, has gone back with a very long history. I mean, those of us can go back and look as far as the attacks on Estonia in 2007, largely regarded as the first cyber attack of its kind of this era. That's a long time ago. And yet in many ways, I think we saw what happened in Estonia as a limited rehearsal for what could take place in a full-blown conflict here. And so I think it's important to recognize that cyber-specific component. It did take place. I'm going to come back to that because I think there were some surprises in terms of how we can think about it going forward for what didn't happen. But it's important to recognize the other elements of these digitally enabled attacks, right? We had conventional electronic warfare that we'd expect, right? GPS jamming that you've heard about, Starlink jamming, physical attacks on electronic facilities. No surprise here, but again, this is an important part of the playbook as more and more of particularly asymmetric warfare becomes digitally mediated, becomes critically determined, particularly in the velocity of battle, by the ability to communicate with assets, and increasingly, as those assets are themselves digital and increasingly autonomous, right? And so another piece that you saw, and we don't go too much into necessarily in this panel, but I know has been discussed at length, is the extent to which when you have drone warfare, which has now come fully of age, where you have things like loitering munitions and others, the idea that some of these airborne assets are going to be identifying targets largely autonomously because you're in what we'd refer to as a fully denied or a largely denied electromagnetic environment, which basically means you can't send signals to the drones because you can't get messages to them. And so as a result, they need to be much better at targeting on their own. This is something I think those of us focused on, military affairs, focused on the revolution and evolution of military affairs, again, is not surprising. And yet, I think for most that are thinking broadly about security and the average American, the average civilian out there that isn't necessarily thinking and reading every day about this conflict, the fact that there are now functionally fully autonomous lethal weapons systems in theater in the Ukraine that are being deployed by both sides here is a meaningful development in the trajectory and future of warfare. And we have to take a moment to recognize that and its implications, necessary in some context for the defense of the Ukraine, but more broadly significant for how we think about questions of international law, how we think about escalation, how we think about control of escalation, and how we think about the aftermath of warfare and what we would like war to be regulated by. I think the last piece that is important to recognize here, and we can spend some time talking about it, but is important, but on some level ancillary to the military side of the conflict, is this notion of, as the Major General said, information warfare. I tend to prefer the phrase misinformation, which is not quite the same thing, but obviously there is a theater of battle that's taking place of sorts, and that is in hearts and minds and the ability of people to get unbiased information. And obviously, Russia has for decades. I mean, I remember negotiations going back 20 plus years at the United Nations over the distinction of whether information warfare was in any way distinctive from conventional military. Russian doctrine does not see much of a distinction here, neither does Chinese doctrine, incidentally. So the idea that you would be seeking to influence publics as a means to gain military advantage is very much part of the Russian doctrine, always has been. And so the idea that everything from a combination of the deep fakes of the fake surrender of Zelensky that we saw in 22, the mass disinformation bots that you've seen Russians amplify on TikTok, the phishing, hack and leak that you've seen go over and over targeting NATO and other allied partners, all of those are tactics that can be expected in the context of this broader information warfare push. But I do think we also need to be careful as we think about where these lines are between peacetime and wartime coercion. There is no question that episodes like this are going to feature into future military conflicts. They are, they will be unavoidable, I would argue. And yet at the same time, we also have to recognize that not every incursion into what the Russians might call information space, what we might call information warfare type attacks in the context of this conflict, or we might even just say misinformation or propaganda, not every one of those constitutes an attack as our military should think about it. And one of the things that the US doctrine has struggled with for many years is how to come to an appropriate division between the civil and military applications of these kinds of concerns when US adversaries do not necessarily view this distinction. And yet it needs to be part of our broader consideration. So you asked the question, Isabella, where do we go from here? What are the kind of the lessons we can take from it? Obviously, many are, I just mentioned, of the what was expected, what wasn't. Some other pieces that I think we need to take away as lessons, though, it is notable, and I think surprising to many commentators in space, that Russia has not succeeded in a broad-based information attack. What I mean specifically is a cyber attack, a digital attack against critical information infrastructure outside of the theater of battle. It is surprising to many analysts, I think you've heard this around from others, that there has not been major attacks on NATO systems that have been successful in the civilian context, trying to, for instance, rerun the blackouts that you saw in rehearsals up to this particular conflict, you obviously saw in the prior one as well. Those sorts of activities, which one could argue may well have been plausibly part of the Russian playbook, have not been implemented. Now, it is a matter of debate whether that is a function of deterrence or if that is a function of a lack of capability. That is still open. We will not know for some time what the definitive answer is. It is clear that there has been significant, important messaging from the US across multiple administrations, from NATO allies, and importantly from the European continent itself, about what those sorts of attacks might trigger. I think importantly, you've seen an evolution in the last several years of the US being much more willing to point fingers at, to quickly attribute, to publicly identify, and to articulate that there will be consequences out of band, so not cyber on cyber, but hybrid deterrence, so to speak, outside of that band, at the time and place of choosing in response to these sorts of attacks, even if they happen in what would seem to be outside the theater of battle. That's a really important distinction. I think the other important distinction that we need to remember, the other key takeaway here, is just how important companies have been in the telling of the story of what is otherwise a very military conflict. I talk about this a lot in my book, Rethinking Cyber Warfare, about how one of the key actors that I think was not really contemplated in quite the same way 20 years ago, but that is really central to the evolution of this space as we think literally about how do countries fight wars in this space, how do they defend themselves against attackers, are the companies. And there's some very specific, I mean, they almost look like business deals that took place at the beginning, before this conflict, in the early days of it, that have been important to the Ukraine's cyber defense. What do I mean? Well, specifically, particular acts of legislation and commercial deals that, for instance, allowed certain critical Ukrainian government data to be housed outside of the Ukraine. Now, remember, that's actually cutting across the currents of the moment. Right now, you've got European jurisdictions left and right claiming the essentiality of data localization. We have to have European cloud. We have to data resident within a country. It's a matter of major trade debate, whether that makes sense. It's certainly a major matter of technical debate, whether it makes any sense. But as we start to think, as the Major General implored us to, about defense in depth and how we think about different layers of defense, it is important to recognize that data localization denies us the opportunity for geo-decentralized defense in depth. It insists that there be single points of failure of that data, which is to say, within that information physical space. And so the ability of Ukrainian authorities to move data off, to invite foreign companies, whether it's the Microsofts, the CrowdStrikes of the world, or others, to come in and literally defend those systems, and then to work collaboratively and internationally, because it may well be the case, as we've seen in other instances, where the first indications of pending cyber capabilities or attacks are coming from afar. They're not happening in theater, and they're not necessarily happening from the adversaries you'd expect, but the ability to have a globally activated defense network where you're able to share those signatures across authorities like the Major General was talking about, these kinds of very active technical collaborations among operators, that's what can lead to proactive defense that may well have been part of why the Russians had only been partly successful in these information campaigns here. And so I think it's really critical that we think about and be strategic about having a really honest conversation about the ways in which the dynamic between not just civilian and military, but between private companies and military and private companies and defense looks very different in the cyberspace and in an age of cyber conflict than it did even 5 or 10 years ago before this invasion of the Ukraine.
Right. Thank you very much. I have some question from the audience, if I may make this follow up with the question. Given the recent tendency in some countries, including Poland, the restrict media freedoms, how are EU nations should protect free speech and media while also limiting the effect of misinformation from Russia or hostile internal forces? Sorry, it's from Chicago.
Right. Well, this is a critical question, and one that certainly the U.S. is confronting, at the same moment that Poland is as well, and is happening around the world. Look, the Major General, I think, raised some really important points here, and one perspective on this conversation. And I think there is one perspective that this is an extension of military adversaries' strategies to try to weaken democracies, and therefore there needs to be state-based responses, state-based intervention. Now, that makes a number of people very uncomfortable, including in the United States. The United States has a particular legal regime, built around the First Amendment, in which the opportunities that the U.S. government has for intervention into what would be referred to in this context as the information space are really very limited, and necessarily and importantly so. The criticality of preserving freedom of expression here is really key, and you're seeing major polarization on this issue at the technical level in the United States. What do I mean? Look at the conversation happening right now over, just to use one example, X, formerly Twitter, right? And should that platform be in a position to either, and it's put as really a binary condition, either allow hostile foreign governments to push misinformation on unwitting American and other citizens to advance their foreign policy aims, or should the platform be responsive to the directives of the government saying, we believe this is foreign-based misinformation and it should not be on the platform? That is the sort of Manichaean way that this debate has been described, and frankly has been playing out on that platform. Right now you have an owner of the platform that has one particular perspective on it. You have others, including in the last administration, that felt like it should very much be the opposite. Historically, part of the answer has been, in the United States, and I'll just speak for the United States for a second, has been working around the edges to preserve the ability of that speech to exist while modifying either the ability of that speech to go unfettered and unchallenged, which is to say, allowing platforms to have a better opportunity and better ability at scale to label information that may or is identified with a foreign news outlet, right? If it's RTV, If we know it's coming from Sputnik, it should probably have a label attached to it, was the argument, right? So there was one sort of additional transparency and clarification components. And the more difficult one, the challenge that I think many are dealing with in the digital space right now, is this question of virality and amplification. And the First Amendment is silent on whether you have a right to speak and to be amplified co-equal with other speech. Right. We're talking fundamentally in the First Amendment talking about government intervention of private speech, and X is not an instrument of the government, at least not officially. And so there's a really important distinction here that needs to be made. But at the same time, you also have the commercial incentives of these social media platforms. And I'm focusing on social media because it is the most important vector for the spread of this kind of information at this point. And their other incentive is that they don't want to be labeled as vehicles of foreign misinformation. They don't want to be junk platforms, either for political reasons or just more broadly, because that's not what people go to them to see. And so there's an interesting question of whether the commercial incentives right now are sufficient to in any way incentivize the platforms to better take action. And that includes all sorts of content illegal, or, as the case we're talking about here, problematic, unsavory, and potentially threatening to the national security of the United States, allies, partners, etc. I do think we are having a richer debate right now, an important one, about what the real contours of that are. And we have identified in the public discourse some really important areas. For instance, information that would mislead people about how and when they would vote. Information that that has to do with and pertains to political candidates in the middle of actual contested electoral contests, right? Questions of life, limb, health, safety as it would relate to emergency response. Obviously, it's terribly relevant in the case of active military operations. Things that could compromise immediate life and limb for national security concerns. You think of counterterrorism and other operations. The law and practice is developing here. And look, I'll be transparent about this, and anyone looking is aware, there has been also a very strong push to another side of this from the current administration in the United States, where J.D. Vance, when he came to Europe and had his inaugural speech at the Munich Security Conference, had some pretty strong words about what the administration's perspective is about what he deemed to be censorship, including in social media context in the political areas. And so, what I think the questioners put their finger on is a very, very live debate that has these critical dimensions. What is possible technically? And I think we need to really put more effective problematization of what social media platforms can, should, and must do, 3 different categories in that context. And then finally, then secondly, what ultimately relates in a healthier, more effective environment to support democracies broadly. And that's a question of what role do these platforms have in civil society and in civic discourse. That's something that they should be thinking about, can be competitive differentiators. I'll tell you, my students, a lot of people, in the United States, they're kind of giving up on parts of social media. There's obviously the debate over TikTok, which we can go into, which is at the far end of this, when a platform is owned by a strategic competitor and known to be a demonstrable vector of foreign misinformation, particularly on specific foreign policy areas. The U.S. government, on a bipartisan, bicameral basis, basically banned the platform. Unprecedented, completely unprecedented. And yet speech on the platform has not stopped for a number of reasons. And there are other alternatives there. And then I think the third piece that the questioner puts their finger on, which is really critical, is this conversation needs to be had in the context of what the appropriate low watermark of allied and friend defense of common fundamental freedoms, universal values, human rights, however you want to define it, are. And those rights to free expression, whether you want to ground them in the First Amendment, when you want to ground them in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, pick your doctrinal basis. These are values that bridge the U.S. and our European partners and allies. These are values that bridge the U.S. and European peoples. These are critical differentiators between the societies that we live in and the societies that do not tolerate that sort of free expression. And so it is essential that everything we do as we're helping to pass laws that will have better technology and more effective social media communication actually be grounded back in that. And I think we've seen around the world, when it comes to a range of regimes and governments, exactly how far governments are willing to push those boundaries and willing to abuse their rights in putting their finger on it. And so those, I think, are really important parts of the conversation that we'll need to continue to carry forward.
Thank you so much. Since we don't have that much time, I will actually skip some of my questions and go to one of the latest one I wrote down. You tackled that a little bit, so systemic and societal resilience. I think that to address the complexity of emerging and often unpredictable security threats, we need to build that resilience, and to that we should also leverage emerging and disruptive technologies. So monitoring supported by sensing, surveillance technologies, AI algorithms, data embassies, as you mentioned, and so on and so forth. So we should deploy as many secure digital and technological fortress as possible while strengthening societal resilience and preparedness, I guess. But moreover, technology is also an instrument of military power, and you also explained that in the first question. So today is being used to rapidly upgrade and deploy new generation military equipment on the Ukrainian front lines, actually on both sides of the front line, as the Russians are also learning these tech lessons quite quickly. So how should we approach technology development and deployment in this hybrid era, both to enhance state-level resilience and to develop a robust, agile innovation ecosystem for dual use and defense technology that meets the demand of modern hybrid and multi-domain warfare? Also, how we can do that together in collaboration between Poland and the US. There are like multilateral frameworks with NATO, Diana, but how can we support that as part of our strategic bilateral Polish-American relations and defense collaboration? That is critical. I attended today the conference with a big representation of Ukrainian military representatives during the Polish presidency. There are many conferences organized here in Krakow, and that was one of that conference, and we discuss exactly this topic, how we can collaborate with Ukraine, but how can we collaborate between Poland and US in that respect?
Right. Well, you raise a lot of great points, and this we could do this for 4 more hours to unpack all of those areas. But let's focus specifically on the lessons of the theater and then sort of build out from there. Look, when it comes to the immediate conflict in front of us, as you point out, one of the critical lessons that militaries are learning here is that the time to prepare, design, and then field and deploy is not the 10-year defense acquisition cycle that the US and NATO and our allies have become not just accustomed to, I would say, have become addicted to. And as someone who has lived their whole life in emerging technologies in the early days of the internet up to now, the idea that our next generation anything is 7 to 10 years out in a world in which the smartest minds in AI can't tell me if we will have an AI system that is 1,000 times better than a person at everything within the next 3 years shows to me just how far we are from actually being at the edge. And yet, what we have seen is that when the need is there, when the innovation is there, when the need is existential, the amazing heroism happening on the front lines of the Ukraine are fielding tool sets, software, hardware tool sets that were basically, I would go as far as to say, almost inconceivable in terms of their pace and efficacy to most conventional militaries not engaged in that conflict in the same way. And so one lesson, it has to be that let's take these lessons from the front line and what it takes to actually fight a war today against a sophisticated adversary that is going to be willing to innovate in that same way, as you point out, because this is a bilateral conflict in the field and with obviously multilateral components. This is really got to be a wake-up call for anyone who is thinking about that interface of technology and military. To take one step back from the conflict itself, right? The countries that are helping to support what is happening on the front lines here, we have to do a better job of thinking through exactly how we can provide that support and material to the front line when it comes to these things that are potentially asymmetrically valuable, right? And I go back to 15 plus years ago when we were thinking through the early days of the NATO cyber alliance, And one of the greatest hangups of NATO cyber, I wrote a book chapter on this, I'm sure you've written a lot on it yourself, was the hangups of, well, some allies just weren't really comfortable sharing the contours of any potential specifics on how you might engage in a particular activity because, well, we just don't know if we trust them to have it. Well, we're talking about software that can be shipped in the blink of an eye, that can be used once, and in many cases is useless after that. And months, years were lost to that policy whinging, that sort of back and forth, that total lack of conviction behind the efficacy of the alliance in terms of its ability to deploy meaningful cyber tools. It meant we had a lost decade on cyber in NATO, I would go so far as to say. We could have made a lot more progress in terms of operational preparation, could have done a lot more progress in terms of broad operational collaboration, and importantly, we could have probably had a much more effective deterrent statement that came out as a result of that. So, relearning those lessons of 15 years ago are painful, but now we have to think about, it's going to be about more than bombs and bullets that we can provide, as critical as that material is and has been. How can we start to collaborate and get our top minds thinking on the front lines virtually with those that are sitting in the warehouses, tinkering with that software on that drone to have it outsmart that particular Russian asset that we actually know something about because we've been studying it. That is different than the conventional military assistance that puts Humvees on the back and inside planes and drops them back somewhere, and it gets them just on the edge of the war zone. It's a different way of thinking about preparation for conflict. And then, I'd say the third beyond that, as we get a little bit even further out, is the question that you raised, which is how do we now think ahead, looking ahead to defense of our collective societies in this new technological paradigm? And it's really going to be really, really important. I'm going to hold aside this question of how do we make sure we're maintaining an innovative environment. I mean, I'm pretty convinced we can do that at the societal level. I think the question is, can we get our militaries and our alliance to adopt it fast enough? I am a huge fan of something the United States did called the Defense Innovation Unit, DIU, experimental. Book came out on it. You've all probably read the book. Great. We've been talking about DIU for 10 years. Okay, an entire AI revolution has happened since DIU has come into place. National Security Capital was trying. There you go, exactly. Chris Kirkhoff, my dear friend, with whom I wrote government strategies, and Raj Shah, another dear friend, did a great job with that. It's a book worth reading. It's also a book worth recognizing that something like that is still current in the amount of time it takes to write a book. Because again, this interface between, I know we build hardware in warfare, but we also build software. And we've got to think effectively, creatively, in ways that I think some really thoughtful people are doing right now about how we can leverage national security capital to help get over this we call valley of death, right, in building hard hardware bets. Because when I think about the sorts of technologies that are going to, be critical to the future, yes, of U.S. warfighting, but also, our allied economic future, what do those look like? Well, someone's going to need to have quantum supremacy. Quantum computers are very expensive. Someone's going to need to have AI supremacy. Maybe that is elusive, but nonetheless, we're going to need a lot of it. It means we're going to need a lot of hardware. We're going to need a lot of chips. We're going to need a lot of servers. Incidentally, it also means we're going to need to not have to deny servers to our close allies. Something that the diffusion rule, something came out of the US, the end of the Biden administration, has now just been reversed, created a very active debate, maybe one of the most central issues as a fissure in the US-European economic relationship of the last 6 months, 12 months, under discussed, but really important to think about. The future of building a resilient and innovative economic base that can defend societies is going to mean being very clear about sharing the best minds and technology with our allies and partners, and then putting up the right fences to ensure that there isn't diffusion of that technology out to our adversaries. And things that get in the middle of that, it strikes me, waste a lot of brain power, a lot of paper, and most importantly, a lot of time. And time is what we don't have in the context of these sorts of areas. And I think the people that are most equipped to talk about that, the ones that should be on this panel instead of me, are the folks that are working in collaborative cyber defense. The Major General talked about some of these folks, right? The ones that are actually day in and day out fielding, plugging these putting these patches in this software, plugging these holes in these firmware systems, identifying what's being exploited in our multi-billion-dollar military hardware kit so that they don't become giant, expensive paperweights. There are people, heroic people on the front lines and behind that are day in and day out, literally like reverse hackers sitting and pushing these lines of code. They are as critical to the future of resilience of these societies as anyone else. And I would argue times at which we are cutting in times of difficult budgets or the apparent political imperative of budget crises, cutting personnel that do this, that's very dangerous because they never have too many people that are working on resilience or defense, particularly in the cyber context. This area is moving fast. It needs more talented, trained individuals. And the more we as US, Poland, allies among NATO can start to share that expertise and to enhance the way that we develop it, I hope that it starts to look a lot more like it does at MIT, which is to say MIT is a place that, like many other universities, has fantastic expertise from great minds that have come from, among other places, Poland and Europe, that are interested in studying in the United States for a different perspective, interested in contributing at the faculty level. That is the reality of the forefront of computer science. It is not one country that is doing this. And so I think the other lesson, the big picture lesson to pull all the way out, is that because of our shared values, because of our shared history, because of our shared technological base, we have the opportunity to jointly innovate here going forward, and we would throw that away at our own peril.
Thank you so much, David. Yes, shared history remind me about Enigma decryption, and in fact, those classified information were the backrock for Five Eyes allies. So yes, looking in the history, let's think about the future. Actually, Poland and Europe are now going through this Unit X revolution. I would say there is a space also to share best practices between Poland and the US. So I'm also looking for that in upcoming months. Thank you very much. I know that we are now run out of the time. So back to Igor. Thank you so much, David. In fact, we could probably discuss that topic for much more time, but unfortunately not today.
Thank you very much, and thank all of you for joining.
Thank you.
In fact, we'd be happy to listen to you at least one more hour, but maybe next time. Thank you, Isa, so much for excellent leading the discussion. Thank you to David, and thank you to General Molenda. Before we jump to the final, for the closing debate, we have one more message from Macy Vincent-Joe.
Wow, what a remarkable dialogue we've had so far today. The conversations and connections we are witnessing are exactly why the Warsaw Freedom Institute exists, to advance dialogue, promote collaboration, and strengthen the Poland-US relationship at every single level. If you believe in the power of these conversations, I encourage you to support us so that they continue. You can donate securely at warsawfi.org. Your gift directly fuels events like this, as well as our leadership development programs and future initiatives. And don't forget to stay engaged with us long after today. Visit our website to sign up for our newsletter and follow the Warsaw Freedom Institute on social media to stay informed on our progress. Thank you for being a part of this global community.
Thank you, Macy, so much. And now, together with Marek, we are jumping in the final closing debate. We have two excellent guests, Jakub Grygiel, professor of politics at the Catholic University of America, and we have Ambassador Daniel Fried, former US ambassador to Poland, Weiser Family Distinguished Fellow, Europe Center at Atlantic Council. Good evening from Poland, good afternoon in Washington, D.C. Thank you for being with us. If I may start with the first question, which we already asked at the beginning of the conference, since we are discussing a Polish-American relation, it's clear what is why America is important for us and for Poland. But why might Poland be attractive for the US today? What can the US gain from military, economic, and political cooperation with Poland? Gentlemen, the question is to both of you. Maybe you can start with Ambassador Fried.
Okay. So the other day I was watching a major US news show, and the speaker, who had nothing to do with Poland or US-Polish relations, casually mentioned that Europe's Big Four had met with the Ukrainian leadership in Kyiv: Poland, Germany, France, and the UK. Poland has emerged as a first-rank European power. And it is first rank because we are dealing with a threat from Russia, a threat which Poland not only understood early, but is known to have understood early. That's the bad news, that Poland is important because the threat to security from Russia is much greater than it has been since really the mid-1980s. Poland is a serious European power. They were right about Russia, and they are right about defense. Poland is building up its military and is way ahead of Germany in doing so. So what Poland has to offer the United States is an ally of long-standing tradition, which takes defense seriously, which is exactly what the Trump administration wants. They want European countries to take defense seriously. Poland does. So Poland is a US ally, has been a good friend of the United States for a very long time, but now it is becoming a major European power and a good friend of the United States. It also, from my perspective, Poland is well positioned to, let us say, work with those parts of the Trump administration which recognize Putin's threat to Europe. And Poland has a significant degree of political capital with Trump world. The Trump administration and Trump world, those are two different things, generally likes Poland. And they like Poland regardless of Polish politics. There is a partisan relationship there between some parts of MAGA world and some parts of the Polish political spectrum. But the general confidence in Poland within the Trump administration is broader than that. At least it has been so far. So for a number of reasons, strategic, political, Poland is poised to become a major US friend and ally in difficult times when we need one. I wish it weren't so damned important, right? I can't tell you how many Poles used to say to me that they only wished Poland could be Denmark. But Denmark isn't even Denmark anymore. Russia threatens us all. Anyway, that's just by way of introduction, and it's great to be on this panel.
Thank you so much. Jakub Grigelu, what do you think? Why Poland might be attractive for United States?
Well, thank you for having me here. Congratulations on the conference. I agree with everything Ambassador Fried said. And so I'm just going to rephrase it perhaps in different terms. But Poland has been, since really the late 90s, since it joined NATO in 1999, an indispensable ally for the US for the reasons that Ambassador Fried mentioned. Unfortunate reason, Russia is still there and will continue to be there in the foreseeable future as a threat to Europe. And Poland, because of its location on the frontier, eastern flank or Europe's eastern front line, is the crucial player in deterring future Russian offensive. So it's again, as Ambassador Fried said, it's an unfortunate reason why Poland is such a great player and great ally of the US, but that's the nature of international politics in Europe. I would add that it's perhaps even more important now because of the nature of U.S. foreign policy and the demands on U.S. foreign policy, as well as the nature of the Russian threat. Let me explain. I think Poland has proven, for instance, during the war, Russian war against Ukraine, to be the first responder, the first nation, really, the first state that has put a lot of assets and effort into defending Ukraine. And I think that's, by analogy, is its role on the eastern frontier, to be the first responder, not the only one. And Poland knows they cannot be alone, but it is the first country that has to respond to a potential attack by Russia on Europe. It's not going to be Germany. It's not going to be the U.S. that's going to be the first one to respond simply because of geography. And Poland has taken this role as a first responder, I think, very seriously early on. And I think it continues to do so because it's clear that its defense spending is growing, and it's meant to serve exactly that role, to give Poland the assets necessary to respond immediately to a potential Russian offensive. At the same time, however, and here I think there's a continuity across time, since, again, 1999, but also, it seems to me, across the political spectrum in Poland, and that's useful for the US, there's continuity in the view that Poland cannot be alone, and the US is essential to this alliance. And there's no alternative for Poland to the US. And so this continuity, I think, is somewhat rare in American alliance system. There's some, obviously, Japan is one, but in Europe, there's always this temptation of seeking strategic autonomy or even security independence from the US. Poland doesn't have a strong temptation to pursue that. And so therefore it's seen in Washington as a strong ally, not just now, but in the future, as it has been in the past. And I think that builds perhaps goodwill. It builds also the desire to invest in a country like this that in some circles, in some political circles, may not be the same. This goodwill and strong interest may not be the same towards other European countries and European allies. So in that sense, I think Poland is a unique and strong player on the map for Europe, for the US.
Thank you, Jakub, so much. I see we are joined by James Carafano of Heritage Foundation. Hello, James, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. And I will ask you the same question. Probably you haven't heard the other answers, so you have a chance to say something different. The question is, since we discussed the Polish-American relations, and it's obvious why US is important for Poland. My question is why Poland might be attractive for US today. What can the US gain from military, economic, and political cooperation with Poland? What is your view?
Thank you. This is going to be super boring because I'm sure I'm going to say exactly the same things.
You are never boring.
No. So first of all, I'd say, look, I go back and forth in whether I say Poland is the new West Germany, in an analogy to the Cold War and kind of the indispensable ally, or Poland is the new UK, going back to the special relationship and the Atlantic Bridge. And I'm not sure either actually perfectly works, but look, I'd say from a security perspective, I mean, I know a lot of people are suddenly shocked to hear that Donald Trump is not going to abandon Ukraine and he's not planning on leaving NATO. But I actually thought that none of these things are in the card. For the simple reason is the United States, or Trump is a classical realist in the sense that he develops foreign policy primarily based on what is in U.S. interests. And you have to ask yourselves this question is, how is the United States better off if NATO collapses or if Russia is running Ukraine? And you quickly wind up and say, well, there is no way the United States is better off. And they go, okay, that's exactly my point. So if you actually look at the NATO frontier today, which is a great benefit to the United States because it ensures stability, not just stability in Europe from a security perspective, but is a prerequisite really for for any kind of economic growth or geopolitical growth in Europe. But we're in way better shape today than we were during the Cold War, and when I was on the front lines, and Jakob was in a little cradle in his mother's arms, you know, getting mother's milk. We have way more strategic depth. You know, essentially, you know, the war started in the middle of Europe before. There's way more strategic depth. The Russians have 1,000 more miles of frontier with some very capable militaries to the north. You have right in the middle where we used to have the Fulda Gap, you have a Polish military, which is under both liberal and conservative governments, is committed to rearming. You have a Ukraine military, and you know, people kind of miss the joke. It doesn't matter if Ukraine is in NATO or not. You cannot essentially threaten the frontier of the eastern frontier of NATO and drive by the Ukrainian army and just wave and say, "Oh, I'm on my way to Latvia. Don't worry about me." So that's a substantial obstacle, and then that is anchored in a pretty decent Romanian on the flank. What makes this entire thing work? Poland. Without Poland sitting in the middle there, kind of anchoring the Eastern Front, it's all kind of academic. And the fact that you now have had two Polish governments of completely different character commit to that level of security, and now committing to things like energy security, like bringing in nuclear reactors and building on infrastructure and other things, this makes Poland the absolute indispensable ally. Nothing works without it. I mean, okay, let's say even Germany did something where we could always find ways to get logistics to the front. We can get stuff to the front if the UK and Germany vanished or something. But what you cannot replace is this kind of cornerstone frontier defense state. So I would say that the Poland is the gift to America that just keeps on giving. You've got, first of all, the fastest growing economy, or one of the strongest growing economies in Europe. You've got a country that's committed to defending itself, and you've got even a government in Warsaw today, which ideologically is probably as far apart from Donald Trump as you can matter. And who doesn't care? Well, Donald Trump doesn't care, and I don't think the government in Warsaw really cares either. So this is a partnership really rooted in mutual interest. So I actually think that U.S.-Polish bilateral relations are in really, really decent shape. And there's a whole bunch of things we could talk about in terms of the EU and regional politics and everything else. But I think that the Polish government and the American government under the present administrations, and even if there was a change of administration in Poland, I think it'd be different. These countries have decided that this bilateral alliance is too important to play with.
Thank you. It's great to listen to such voices. We love to be praised in Poland. So it's always a pleasure. Marek.
This is our national pastime.
Yeah.
It's pretty symbolic that two of our last speakers speak excellent Polish, Jakub and Daniel. James, you have to catch up, by the way. In order for us to hold the next conversation with you in our mother tongue.
Marek also speaks Polish very well.
I love those comparisons. James compared Poland to Germany. Daniel compared us to Denmark. And all those comparisons are tantalizing, audacious, but also pretty risky. I wouldn't like Poland to become a nation of Hamlets. For instance, I want Poland to be Poland, with growing clout, of course, on the European and on the global stage, but still Poland. Gentlemen, on one of Daniel mentioned that trip of the four European political leaders, Chancellor Merz, Prime Minister Starmer, Prime Minister Tusk, and President Macron to Kiev. In your assessment, and this is a question for all of you, of course, in your assessment, should Europe take over the lead role now in this arduous process of achieving peace in Ukraine?
I am not a part of Trump world, but I'm going to make a qualified defense of Trump's Ukraine policy. It could work. It could work if the Trump administration works with Europe to help provide security for Ukraine, with the Europeans in the lead, right? Which is something American presidents have been pushing for generations, and now we may have it under Donald Trump. And if the United States can work with the European powers to stare down Putin, who is trying to avoid a diplomatic settlement, there is a path to a not a just peace. It's not going to be just, but it could be sustainable in a way that makes Ukraine the West Germany of the 21st century. That is a divided country, but armed, serious, and willing to fight for itself. This is possible. I think that the Europeans, by virtue of their willingness to stand front and center, and I'm thinking of the British, French-led deterrence force inside Ukraine, at least the concept of it, the Europeans have now made themselves a part of the discussions in a very helpful way. And I think you're seeing the Trump administration responding. So this is a partnership because Europe has put more on the table. And this is quite apart from the question of whether Poland will contribute forces inside Ukraine. I know that Poland has expressed reluctance, and Poland has plenty of things to do for NATO's security without that. So I'm leaving that question aside. But Poland is now part of the core group of Europeans pushing for a settlement on good terms and working with the Trump administration. So this all could work. I have a feeling people know more by the end of the week, but I'm just going to stipulate that Putin doesn't want a settlement. He wants to play about, counting on the Trump administration to side with him or abandon Ukraine. And I tend to agree with James that is less likely than many skeptics would have it. And I think Putin is in a much more vulnerable position than his supporters or the various useful idiots on right and left would have it. So I think we are there is a reasonably good possibility of a decent outcome. And it means that Europe, though, will have to stay engaged, keep working well with the Trump administration. And I think the British have shown, that all of the Europeans are showing some skill in doing that. I think the Germans have some catching up to do, but they may get there. Merz may get there. The Poles certainly are. So I realize I can be accused of naive American optimism, but there is a plausible path to strategic success in Ukraine. And Trump, if he gets the credit, fine with me. A success in Ukraine is worth a very great deal.
A telling smirk on James Carafano's face. You are in the Trump world, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I don't massively disagree with Dan. I mean, I always thought first of all, I always thought it was going to be a small deal. That whenever we got to a deal, whether de facto or on whatever, it was going to be a small deal, essentially saying we freeze the war in place and then we go from there. And I always say, is how wars end isn't what starts the next war. It's what you do after the war ends, which decides if there's a next war or not. So I still think there's always a possibility that Putin could just walk in one day and say, okay, let's have a deal. I mean, that he's held out. And of course, the Russians come in with maximalist demands, none of which have played out. He's not getting anything more than what's on the table now. He may just decide tomorrow to take that. So that's scenario one. And then scenario two, I think Dan articulated was if Trump doesn't, if Putin doesn't take a deal, so I'm just going to fight another year and see what these guys do. There's one of two scenarios. Trump just says, "Oh, I'm taking my toys and going home. Screw you guys." Or Trump basically, says we'll continue to support Ukraine. I think we've already. I think we've already decided that the Trump is when they say we're going to pull out of the negotiations if the Russians don't do anything, it is very clear at this point they don't mean we're leaving NATO and we're abandoning Ukraine. That is already super clear. And you have to understand that there's very little risk in this for Donald Trump. He knows this is not going to World War III. He knows it's not going to result in nuclear war or war in Europe. He knows there are going to be no American boots on the ground. He knows that the Democrats are going to continue to support the war in the United States because they started it. He knows that he knows that the part of his party which doesn't like Ukraine, doesn't like Russia, they're not going to fight with the president over this because they have bigger fish to fry. And the rest of the Republican Party is actually fine with supporting Ukraine. And since the Europeans are carrying more of the burden anyway, there's no reason why we shouldn't do that. And whether it winds up being called lend-lease or borrow this, or, we'll get paid in lithium later, Trump will figure that out. So I think, it's either we fight, the war either ends where it is, or we continue to fight on, and the United States continues to be a partner for the Europeans, providing the enablers and some support and everything else. But this balance that we're going to, that's kind of where we're headed. I think this is, as an issue, is dead and done, and sealed the deal. I think the Russians actually, we'll see in the next couple of days, but I think they've kind of figured that out right now. So I think what Dan laid out's probably really kind of where we are. And it's funny. It's just like, this is absolutely the wrong time to be Trump bashing. I mean, first of all, for all their whining and screaming and gnashing of pearls and complaining, the Europeans have done exactly what Donald Trump wanted them to do. And he should be the happiest at all of what's going on. And he's bringing to the table all the things that only the Americans can do. And I'll just end on this is, when we say Europe, I think we have to be honest. Trump is not opposed to the EU. He's not for the EU. He's relatively ambivalent, but he's like, well, what do these guys do for me? And if the European Union actually came forward with something that Trump thought was valuable, I think he'd be happy to work with them. But, until they do, I think he's going to kind of ignore them. So you can't look at how he deals with the EU as a measure of his willingness to engage in Europe. Because for many Europeans, when you say EU, you mean all of Europe. When you say the EU to Donald Trump, you talk about an institution that may or may not be worthless. And Europe is this big continent, which there are lots of people there that I work with and talk to.
Jakub, your take.
Well, James has started on the EU. I'm not sure we want to go there yet. I would just add, I guess, maybe 3 points on this question of Europe. How do we view Europe's role in Ukraine? I think at first, it seems to me that, at least from my perspective, the war in Ukraine and Russia is a European problem first. And if the Europeans, and I don't mean here the EU, but some Europeans, and the 4 that Ambassador Fried mentioned are, I think, the key ones. If the Europeans don't act and don't take a lead, then we are not going to take a lead either. And I think that seems to be the approach that Trump has taken. And I think he seems to be, and the administration seems to be quite happy with at least 4 serious European players taking the lead and going to Kiev to figure out what to do there. That's the first point. It's Europe's problem first. Second, any long-term, stable, sustainable solution in Ukraine will depend on how the Europeans behave, not how we behave. And it has a variety of reasons. I mean, geography is one, but even economics. The main source of Ukrainian economic strength is agriculture, agricultural products. The Europeans will have to figure out how to deal with that and how to help them. And that's a competition for the Europeans. So they'll have to figure out how to do trade-offs between their own agricultural strength and economic well-being and Ukrainian ones. And that it's something that the Europeans will have to decide on their own. And if they don't take a lead on that, and they don't take, actually, in many cases, probably difficult decisions, we are not going to be the solution for this long-term sustainable economic wealth of Ukraine. And the third point, I think it seems to me, again, I think it's shared, I don't know if across the political spectrum, but at least in the Trump administration, it seems to me that there's very limited interest in having Europeans playing a very tiny global role. there is very little interest in having Poles again, fighting in the Middle East or wherever else we might be fighting next, deterring the Chinese in the Taiwan Straits. There's very little interest of having, and maybe a resurgent German army somewhere abroad. There's very little interest in having actually maybe even the British that far away. There is an enormous interest in having these European assets in Europe. And in particular, well, here's a ongoing war in Ukraine, and helping to resolve that, to fix it in place at least, and stop dreaming about some sort of global European role, which in some cases, I think, especially in Brussels and in some other capitals in Europe, less so presumably in Poland, it's still present. And I think here, again, an active European role on the eastern flank and in Ukraine, as opposed to having pretentious actions abroad in Asia or in the Persian Gulf or elsewhere, I think is something that the Trump administration looks with interest. Last point, I think was mentioned by Ambassador Fried, certainly by Jim. I don't think we're looking for a final long-term peace agreement. The best case scenario here is a ceasefire that reflects more or less the military balance on the ground, the front line on the ground. And the question then is what happens afterwards? And here's where the military strength of Ukraine and the economic strength of Ukraine are absolutely key. The Europeans are key in this. And if the Europeans rely on us, on Washington, to take a lead both on the military strength and economic strength of Ukraine, I think they're mistaken. And I think there'll be because we're not going to do it, and we probably don't have the means at this point, or certainly not an interest in this administration to devote a lot of attention to that. The best case scenario is that Trump participates and helps some sort of ceasefire agreement, and then it's up to the Europeans how they play it and whether they use this to the benefit of their continent.
So I just want to add. I just want to add 2 points. One is I don't think we can presume a minimalist engagement of the U.S. in Ukraine reconstruction, particularly if there seems to be opportunity for there. We might actually see a situation where Americans are kind of elbowing Europeans aside to get involved in the reconstruction in Ukraine if they see there's real economic benefit and opportunity to do that. So I think it's too premature to say what is the role in Ukrainian reconstruction. The other point I wanted to make is I thought it was super interesting that the U.S. has now said, hey, if you guys want to send peacekeepers in Ukraine, hey, have that. Have a nice day. The importance of that is primarily it does actually reflect that the U.S. is not really worried about this escalating into a larger war or about Article 5 really becoming an issue. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so nonchalant about saying, yeah, send in peacekeepers, we don't care. But I do think this notion of tripwire forces is kind of passé. We started talking about tripwire forces primarily, I think, out of weakness, in that, well, you know what, we really can't defend Europe, so what we'll do is we'll populate a bunch of flags on the French line, and the Russians will be scared because if this happens, then they'll be at war with all of us. I don't think Putin does calculus that way. I think he looks at the forces on the ground, and if he thinks he can win, he'll do it, and if he doesn't, he won't. So I think the tripwire forces are really irrelevant. What really matters, particularly in the case of Ukraine, is building a Ukraine military that can defend Ukraine. That way you can't win a short war, and building a Ukraine military industrial base which can fight a long war. That, I think, is what's going to deter Putin. So to me, I'm fine with forward deployed NATO forces because it gives people an opportunity to train and deploy and all that and exercise with each other and everything else. But that's not really going to be whether Ukraine actually, whether those forces actually bring peace. Because let's be honest, NATO is never going to feel more than a speed bump in Ukraine in terms of operational forces. And it's not going to deter, that's not going to deter the Russians.
Let me jump in here with a rare point of possible disagreement with James Carafano. First, an area of agreement. Both James and Jakub said that an agreement on Ukraine is more apt to be a partial agreement or a kind of de facto ceasefire. I think this is right. I think that's right. With respect to security for Ukraine, yes, James is right. It depends primarily on the Ukrainians and their defense military industrial base. But I don't think that the European-led deterrence force is nothing or just symbolic or just a tripwire. If it's just sending a couple of brigades and sitting in the middle of Ukraine, yeah. But I've heard more practical talk about sending serious air defense units that could be used to cover Ukrainian cities and critical infrastructure. That could be serious, or European air power over Ukraine. Now, I don't want to get into the military details, but I think the British-French force, if it's got a serious mission, could actually make a big difference. And secondly, I think the Americans need to do better than just have a nice day. I think the Europeans are right to ask for U.S. enablers, not boots on the ground. Trump administration won't do that. And I think the Europeans understand that. But enablers, logistics, and a kind of in extremis force if the Russians went in heavy. I think that that's a significant deal. But in any event, the Ukrainians have to be primarily responsible for the ground forces defending their country. And I think this is possible. I think this is doable. And so if I were, President Trump is going to call me up for advice. But if he did, what I would say in the Oval Office is you can have two big wins. You can be the one that pushed Russia into a long-term and sustainable settlement of the war, even if it's de facto, and you can get the Europeans to be the ones front and center on European defense. Now, Poland, we're supposed to be talking about Poland here. Poland's views about Ukraine are strategically sound, and whether or not it is part of a European force inside Ukraine is not essential. Poland, as James said earlier, is a backup for this. It is, in this case, it's the UK during World War II, right? It's the platform for the liberation of Europe or the defense of Europe. So this is doable. And we will know more whether soon, if and when the Trump administration decides to push back against the Russians. But what we're talking about is a serious consolidation of Western diplomatic, military, and economic strength to defeat Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And Poland absolutely has to be a big part of that. Poland has the knowledge of Russia, the good policy instincts, the military, and let's face it, a generation and a half of unbroken economic and political success, making it a first-tier country in Europe and an ideal U.S. partner.
So let's continue this discussion about the role of Poland. What do you see a specific role of Poland in the peace process and then in giving these security guarantees to Ukraine?
Yeah, can I start? First of all, I agree with everything Dan said. First of all, I would say, my specific objection is to tripwire forces, which I think are symbolic and not really terribly useful. What the long term to deter the Russia is the self-defense capability of the frontline states to defend their own territory. This is where Poland and Ukraine are both absolutely essential. From the alliance, a lot more deep attack, because the lesson we've all learned is you want to kill all the Russian crap before it crosses into NATO territory. And deep attack, today is not in my day, deep attack, it was, the bullets would be landing somewhere kind of, west of Warsaw. Today there's almost no Russian target of military significance that wouldn't be in range of any NATO country with a deep attack asset and as Dan pointed out, defense of infrastructure and population centers, which is absolutely important, and air defense. And so that role, I think, is certainly more than welcome. So I hate the term security guarantees, because the only security guarantee is the capacity of Ukraine to defend itself, to not be able to be taken advantage of in a short war, and to demonstrate that it can fight a long war that Russia can't win. The role of Poland is really super clear and simple. We need a Poland that can defend Poland, right? The more we can be confident that a Polish military can defend Polish territory, the more it represents a complete obstacle to the Russians. And where we really need the rest of NATO to really step up is, we need the logistical infrastructure to backstop this, that really makes it clear that not only can you not win a short war because there's a Polish Abrams tank in front of you, but you cannot win a long war because we have robust, redundant infrastructure behind us, which can come down from West Germany, can come up from the south, that we can bring forces and resources and capabilities to the front lines, and the Russians can't interdict them. And that's one of the reasons why I've been such a big fan of the 3 Seas initiative, because I just love to see that infrastructure, not just for economic growth, but also to have military resilience in the military supply chain. That's why I was a huge fan of building this giant aviation hub outside of Warsaw, which I think would be great. So yeah, I mean, and this is, to me, a really important message. We have to turn this debate. People think that defense spending in Europe is about being beat up by Donald Trump, and it's not. Most of the defense spending in Europe is going to go for the defense of the countries that are spending, and most of that money is actually going to be spent in Europe with Europeans. So it's kind of nonsensical. Like, you're not doing this for us. Every dollar that you spend is going to directly benefit the citizens of these countries, and they should be the biggest proponents of it. But now we've got this thing it's about whether I like Donald Trump or not, or whether I'll spend money, and that's just nuts. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump.
Jakub, Daniel, would you like to add something to this?
Well, plenty of things, but one thing is that I find it interesting that you're asking 3 Americans what Poland should do, and I don't know if if I have the appropriate role, if it's my appropriate role to actually do that. I can tell you what will be in American interest in the region, and one thing is, well, a couple of things. One is, I don't like the term security guarantees to Ukraine, because that is too close to a NATO membership, which I think is not feasible for a whole set of political, military, and other reasons. I think it is going to be some sort of arrangement, which I think my sense is, even from listening to Ambassador Fried, is that everybody's trying to figure out what that arrangement will be. We're kind of not used to a multiplicity or diversity of security arrangements. We tend to think like lawyers over the past decades. It's an either or. Either it's a treaty ally or it's not. We tend to use the term that often I see is quasi-ally, which is even probably worse. It's going to be some sort of arrangement that shows that European states, or some European states, are committed to Ukraine, both militarily and economically, but they will not necessarily come to its defense in a physical sense, as in they will not send divisions or brigades to the front line to fight the Russians. As Jim said, it really depends on the Ukrainian ability to do so. So my second point is, what's the best way to do it in terms of military presence? Does it help if there's actually European troops in Ukraine? I think so. And it would help the most if it was actually not Poland, if it was other European groupings, Germans, British, Italians, if you wish, French, etc., because they're the ones that have to prove that they are committed to Ukraine. Poland doesn't seem to have the need to prove they're committed to Ukraine because it's right there. They have an interest, quite clearly in an independent, sovereign, and militarily strong Ukraine. The French, the Germans, the British, less so, again, because of geography. So I would advise, I can't advise, I would like to see Polish troops to be in Poland to serve as a logistical hub and protect, well, other areas of the frontier with Russia, which Poland has on its own. Again, there's no need for Polish troops in Ukraine, and I think they'll be creating actually some political problems, both perhaps in Ukraine and with Russia, because of just historical sort of memories and potential rhetorical claims, at least from Moscow, that Poland is back in Ukraine to regain its territory and its lost lands and orchards and villages and churches. So again, I would let Polish troops stay in Poland and encourage other Europeans to show their commitment to Ukraine.
Ambassador Fried, would you like to add something?
Don't rule out Ukrainian membership in NATO. Okay, I realize it is not likely in the near future. The Trump administration doesn't like it, but compared to the debate in 2008 at the Bucharest NATO summit, Ukrainian membership in NATO is a lot more practical. Ukraine has defended itself with no NATO troops at all inside. Had there been US or European other NATO member air cover, the Russians would never have gotten as far as they have now. They would have been defeated in short order. I think Article 5 defense of Ukraine is practical, but it doesn't matter. Now, it's not foreseeable in the immediate future. I would just not take it off the table. As for Poland's role in a kind of deterrence force inside Ukraine, if Poland decided it wanted to be part of this, I would be pleased and I would welcome it. But that, as Jakub says correctly, that's got to be a Polish decision. And Poland has plenty of things it can do for the defense of Europe and the defense of NATO's east without joining in the French-British-led force. So either way is fine. Poland's got quite a bit to do. And just as a footnote, Jakub, look, you're right that if the Poles went into Ukraine, the Russians would make hay of it, right? Of course they would. But if Germany goes in, imagine what the Kremlin propaganda machine will do. So, worrying about the propagandistic advantage to the Russians is not a game we need to play. But I take your larger point. Sure. In a longer-term strategic sense, Poland's amassed capital, intellectual capital on Russia, is worth listening to, which is another way of saying the Poles have gotten Russia right, and they have learned how to work with the Russians and read the Russians. They're not the only ones. The Baltics have that too. But the Poles are a big European power that can do this, and they need to be in our councils on Russia at all stages. They know their business. This is an alliance that makes sense in the context of the current threat. That's a very big deal. I mean, Polish diplomacy about Belarus, about Russia, is something that we need. And Polish think tanks, Polish institutes, whether it's OSW or Warsaw University.
Or the Freedom Institute.
Right. All of that. All of those Polish intellectual assets are important to us. As Americans go through and start thinking of where we're going to be with Russia, let's say in the aftermath of some de facto settlement on Ukraine. And the Poles can warn us, as they have in the past, maybe this time we'll listen, about the best way to approach the Russians in something that is a stable mid to long-term relationship.
Speaking of warnings, gentlemen, I believe we can all agree that President Putin's imperial appetite is insatiable. By the way, one of our panelists today, Jacek Szewira, the former national security advisor, once famously said in one of his media appearances that we have about 3 years to get ready for a potential Russian invasion. I wouldn't like to end this conversation on a gloomy note, but I need to ask you what your prediction is. Is it 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, never?
Well, you know, it's like a marathon. It doesn't matter what the other guy's doing as long as he's running behind you. So, you know, what NATO does in the next couple of years will determine what that timeline looks like. I did want to go back to the point, Dan's point about NATO, which is if we want to get Ukraine to NATO, the best way to do that is not to talk about it. Militarily, we can do all the things we need to do to create conventional deterrence on the front line of NATO without Ukraine actually physically a member of NATO. And we should focus on that in the near term and let the geopolitics catch up when they will, which will be down the road. I did want to mention one thing, which I don't know if it's been talked about before, which is this idea of moving nuclear weapons forward. I actually think this is a nothing burger of a debate. I think what we've learned is that the linkage between the strategic umbrella and conventional forces is not theater nuclear weapons, it's conventional deterrence. If you cannot win a conventional war, you don't start a nuclear one. So if you want to have peace and stability, the answer is let's move nuclear weapons forward. As somebody that was in that business like for my entire life, it actually isn't really very helpful, because if you have a strong conventional deterrent, that is the best linkage to the strategic deterrent. So I think that's a distraction debate about, you know, we need more forward deployed nuclear weapons in NATO to enhance deterrence. I don't think that's right.
With respect to Russian plans, it doesn't matter what odds I give for a Russian attack on NATO territory. We need to be prepared for it and take it seriously. The first thing to do is make sure Ukraine doesn't lose. All of our problems get a little bit better if Ukraine succeeds. Our problems get a whole lot worse if Ukraine fails. So that's number one. Secondly, take seriously the defense vulnerabilities in the Baltic states. Make sure Poland has a plan for contingencies in the Suwałki Gap. And whoever wins the presidential election in Romania, work with them, because if Ukraine loses, the softest target in Europe is Moldova and Romania. That only works if Ukraine loses. If Ukraine wins, Romania is a whole lot better off. But take that stuff seriously. I assume we are already working with the Balts so that the Russians do not have the chance to start something small in Narva or in eastern Latvia and start creating a sense of instability and turmoil that they can then go and exploit. Harden the targets, be prepared for this stuff, and don't let the Russians screw around in the Baltic. You know, talk to the Finns and the Swedes are deadly serious about this stuff, and I would give them full backing. So harden the targets, make it very expensive for Russia. And remember, if Russia loses in Ukraine and is seen to have lost in Ukraine, Putin's position may not be as stable as it now looks. Okay, I'm old enough to remember when the United States concluded that the Soviet Union in the early 1980s was winning the Cold War. That turned out to be wrong, not because it was necessarily inevitably wrong, but because we took steps to forestall it. And we had a spectacular success. So start planning. You know, remember what Ulysses S. Grant said to his staff the first time he encountered Robert E. Lee in 1864. Stop thinking about what Lee's going to do to us. Start thinking about what we're going to do to him.
That's a good point. If I can add just 3 points on this. First, as it has been said, the odds of a Russian attack are not absolute. They're relative, and they're relative to what we do or the Europeans will do. So, and so far right now, if the trends are correct and they stay, some Europeans are indeed arming, and that postpones, if you wish, or deters further Russian offensive. It doesn't get rid of the Russian desire of an imperial greatness, but it certainly postpones or deters their ability to do so. The second point, just to add, is I actually don't see much of a rosy future for Russia, whether Putin stays or not. Sooner or later, he will be gone. He's not eternal. I am not optimistic about the succession after that. So it's a marathon. It will continue. The need for the Europeans and for us to participate in the deterrent against Russia, I think, will continue after Putin and whoever comes to replace him in Moscow. And the third quick point is, one of my fears is that a ceasefire in Ukraine will generate, in particular in some European countries, the desire to return to the pre-2022 or the pre-2014 approach towards Russia, in particular in terms of the energy demand and the energy supplies that come from, or gas supplies that come from Russia. And I think that we have to be very careful in not allowing that, or in trying to prevent a return to a much more sort of benign and a benign view towards Russia. And here in particular, I think it's a problem that I see in Germany, in particular among some political parties that are of very dubious nature, and I think, and the AfD in particular, that have very pathetic views of Russia, and would like to presumably return to some, again, pre-2022 or pre-2014 relationship with Russia. I think that, in many ways, to me, that's one of the biggest risks at this point in European sort of on the European geopolitical scene.
Thank you so much, Jakub Grygiel, Daniel Fried, James Carafano, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time and for your engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A pleasure. Thanks for that.
We've been talking for 6 hours, and people still are with us, Marek. And I know what your thoughts are.
This is the end of our conference, but just the beginning of our global expansion.
Yes, exactly.
Our imperial appetite is also unlimited.
Yeah, I would like to stress the I would like to repeat 3 thoughts which I heard from this discussion. Jakub at the end said that the Russian potential attack depends on our activity, on us. This is very important. James said that Poland, he said as a US citizen, that Poland should first of all defend itself, that they expect Poland to defend, to be ready to, and to be able to defend Poland. And Ambassador Fried said that our main expertise, our main value, I mean, one of our values is the knowledge of Russia and knowledge of Belarus. And I think this is an important message for us, that we should bring this to Washington, D.C. and to many American cities and American institutions. And that's a challenge. We're going to do this.
And we know that through our historical experience, that alliances are always dubious, in spite of the fact that we are now in a steadfast alliance with America. But the best way to defend ourselves and to preserve our future is to arm ourselves.
Yes, and we have to do it. Marek, thank you so much for this job, 6 hours, and thank you to all our participants to be still with us. It's the end of, as Marek said, it's the end of the conference, but the beginning of our activity, of our global expansion, but especially US expansion. So you can expect us being in Washington, D.C. You can expect our conferences, debates, papers. We expect you to be in contact with us. We expect you to support us. This is very important since we are an independent, non-profit organization. We need your support. If you want to support us, you can go to our website, which is www.warsawfi.org, and you can do it very quickly on the website. Thank you so much for the 6 hours. Thank you for being with us. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.